Are we live? I think we are. If I'm not mistaken. Are we? Yes, we are. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. I'm so excited to be back.
Yes, indeed. Very, very excited to be back indeed. What can I say? That's right.
With that being said, hello, Carson gives CBT, and congratulations on being the first person in chat. Hello, Florida man, saying, crazy, I was crazy once they locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats make me crazy. Hello, Angel HH. Hello, Raylan. Hello, Lunchbox. Hello, Randy S. Hello, Peter. Hello, Rattlesnake. Hello, Shiny Whooper. The voice change?
What voice change? I have no idea as to what you're talking about.
Voice change? Is the voice change in the room with us? I have no idea what you're saying. You know, you could be referring to anything truly, you know, I'd never know. I'd never know. But yeah, anyways, hello, Azuna. Hope you're doing well. Hello, my trigger. Yo, what's up? Here before the notification. Let's go. You must have gotten notified from Discord then. You're here from Discord. Or you got really lucky. One of the two. Anyways. Bitch, you gotta do voice acting for real?
I mean, I have thought about it, but like, here's the thing about voice acting.
I'm like okay at doing, you know, different voices and stuff. I don't know if I'd be good at doing, the acting portion. I don't think I'm particularly talented in the acting department. I don't know. If I was gonna be an actor, I would definitely lean more towards, you know, comedy. I don't know. Something like that. Like, I'd have to be an actor for, like, a comedy or something. Where it's like, you deliberately are autistic and out of place type of thing. Right? And if I was gonna be in a comedy, I'd almost have to be myself. Like, there are gonna be some roles where people are cast not based on how good they are as an actor. I mean, that's gonna be one of the things that they're looking for. But the types of roles that specifically cast people on the basis of how closely they already fit to that character. So I think a really good example of this would be Doctor Who, where they don't, you know, cast people based on how good of an actor they are to play the Doctor. That's part of it. But it's mainly like, you know, does this person give off, you know, a certain type of energy, right? And you'll notice that a lot of the best stuff in Doctor Who is basically just the actors, you know, sort of being themselves. I'm pretty sure that Tom Baker was just kind of himself, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be wrong. That's what I remember hearing. I remember hearing some shit like that. Where it was like, yeah, he's just kind of putting his own personality into it. And that's the kind of acting role that I'd be good at, right? There'd be like a few roles that I'd be okay with. I would definitely get typecasted if I was an actress. And I'd be okay with that because that'd be the only thing I'd be good at, right? I'd only be good at like a few roles. Like, I'd be good at playing like the hyper autist fucking, you know, barely feels emotions, but is like weirdly intelligent character. I'd be good at that. Because at that point you don't have to, you know, come across as overtly emotional, and instead you come across as kind of apathetic. I'm very good at that, you know? I'm very good at, you know, talking fast in a very apathetic fashion and sounding autistic, okay? I already do that on a day-to-day basis. Or like, you know, like, but like there's some stuff I would never be able to fake cry. You know, there's some roles where it's like, if you're required to, you know, fake cry or fake laugh, I'd be fucking terrible at it. You know, and that's why I wouldn't be a very good actress. You'd make a good ditzy blonde. I would not, okay? Because as soon as I'm asked to, you know, cry, I can't do that. I don't know how to cry. I don't even know how to cry when I'm actually emotional. That's the difference, right? I don't even know how to cry normally, let alone as like, you know, fake cry. I don't even know how to real cry. So yeah, that's gonna be part of the issue. But yeah. So smoking hot, beautiful. Thank you, Dr. Magic. I appreciate that. I think it's called a cry stick. Yeah, maybe they like put like some fucking chemicals on my face near my eyes that would make me cry or something like that. You know? With that vocal range, if you just learned a bit of extreme vocal technique, you'd be a crazy metal singer. You know, I actually do know a trainer that's very good at, you know, that style of music. Um, she's a very good vocalist. Um, which I actually met from a voice training server. But yeah, she's also a, she's a fellow trainer. And yeah, very, very talented. I would never have that kind of talent, okay? I can't even sing on key. Maybe I could get semi close and, maybe auto tune it the rest of the way, but like, oh, bro. And I don't really have the voice for it. I don't really have the voice to be a good singer. But yeah. Though I will say, maybe if I voice trained to have, you know, but you get the point. Um, Hell yeah, for transmetal vocalist, does she sing for a band that has songs out? I'm pretty sure she has released at least one song. And I heard it over a Discord call when it was like not finished. But I don't know where I would find it. I'd have to ask, I guess. I haven't talked to her in a while. I don't know. Um, but yeah. Apparently, actually, I'm not gonna get into that. That's personal shit. Anyways. Good evening, Cheetah Man. Good to see you again. Hello, Mommy Ramiru, saying, hello, Femi, I'm making a homemade pizza. Yo, I went to a local restaurant. I'm not gonna say what it is because I'm not trying to dox myself, but dude, I had the most killer slice of pizza, dude. It's so dude, it was such a good pizza slice. I swear to God. That was oh, man. Oof. It was so good. It was like, so this place basically has like New Haven style pizza where it's like, it's got that, it's got that really crispy crust. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. It was so fresh. Oh, mwah. Actually incredible. But yeah, they deserve more customers, more recognition. Unfortunately, this isn't a local YouTube channel. This is a public YouTube channel, and I don't want to get doxxed, so I'm not saying the name of the location here, but, if there's somebody that lives near me, then I'll tell them. Basically, if you know me in real life, then I'll tell you what it is. Basically, if you don't know me in real life, I'm not saying it because I'm not putting myself at risk, or, anyways. In your opinion, if you get with another girl, is that a straight or a lesbian relationship? Lesbian, because, it's two women. You know, the whole, two women aspect of it sort of makes it lesbian. It's also going to be the case that straight women are not attracted to me. Lesbians are, right? Not all lesbians, right? Obviously, like there's going to be some that have genital preference, and that's totally fine, right? But I've had a lot of lesbians, including trans lesbians, cis lesbians, tell me that they find me very attractive, which I don't understand how they find me attractive. I must give off some kind of energy because it's definitely not my facial structure. It can't be my body. So I don't know what it is. Maybe it's I don't even think it's my style because it's very bare bones and like amateur. Not amateur, but like, very, very much so. You cute AF, love the fit. Well, thank you. Thank you. I don't know why people, I don't know how people could find me attractive, okay? The hair. Yeah, but like anyone could have good hair. Like it's not anything special. I guess the fact that it's blonde maybe, but I don't think that someone's just gonna be like, oh, they're blonde, therefore attractive. Like if you're blonde, but your facial structure is poor, then like, it's not gonna mean anything. It's not gonna matter. No one's gonna be like, yeah, well, it is true that your face is literally deformed. You are blonde and therefore a baddie. I don't really think that that's, how that works. Low Kirk genuinely decided to take 20 Benadryl last night. Let's fucking go. You are breathtaking. Hush up. You're biased. You're biased. You're a baddie. Well, thank you. And welcome back, Cold Hearts. Good to see you again. Just cover up the face like the motherfucker from The Ring. Yeah, or convert to Islam. Maybe if I convert to Islam, then I can wear a hijab. And then nobody has to see my face. So, yeah, that's right. The imposter syndrome is screaming. It's not imposter syndrome, okay? All right. If you actually, take the time to look at my face, okay, you can tell that, it doesn't have enough forward growth. My upper maxilla is a bit recessed. There's too much downward growth. My jaw is even more recessed. I actually, for a while, thought that my upper maxilla had good forward growth and that my mandible, by comparison, was lacking. But it's just that my mandible is more lacking. But I actually, I'm on the looks maxing side of the internet, and I'm starting to notice, there's just, these people have more forward growth everywhere on their face, except for their forehead, I guess. But yeah. Your hair does look soft and grabbable. Tops, love that. Hell yeah. Um, you have imposter syndrome so bad I mistook you for an Among Us crewmate. Okay. All right. Sure. You're gonna regret all this at 40. Why would I regret it? Why would I regret looks maxing at 40? I'm confused. Actually, I'm not. Okay. In terms of actually looks maxing, though, I'm just doing skincare and saving up for surgery. Yeah. I know, crazy. Who would have guessed? I'm actually not putting effort into anything else. No, I've been mewing. But that doesn't really count. That doesn't count as looks maxing. That's just good posture. Okay, mewing is not like, an exercise or like, it's not something you actually have to, put that much effort into. It's just, it's basically tantamount to fixing your overall posture. Are you bone smashing? Bone smashing is cope, okay? I don't fuck with bone smashing. That shit is cope. I am not. I compliment people when I mean it. I love your personality, but how pretty you are definitely doesn't hurt. Yes, FFS is a goal. That's gonna be, one of the first things that I do, looks maxing wise, right? So I've already, really taken skincare seriously. I've been starting to apply a lot of retinol and lotion to this area, this under eye area. So hopefully it looks less tired, right? Because I've noticed that area, generally looks pretty tired. So I've been really honing in on making sure to put skincare product in this area specifically in order to maximize collagen production, because that area has been a major weakness for me. I need to get a prescription on Adderall again. Or not that I don't have the prescription, but I mean, like, I need to get a refill on it. Because I haven't had an appointment with my psychiatrist in a while. So I need to set up an appointment for that so that I can Adderall max. Because obviously, why would you want to put a bunch of effort into losing weight and, giving a fuck about your diet when you could just do Adderall instead? Like, obviously, I don't have to actually put in effort. So instead, I'm just going to do Adderall, every day. Even though I don't really, need it to be a YouTuber. It definitely doesn't hurt at all. And, it's really good for, making sure that I, can lose the weight that I need to. Yeah, I do need rhinoplasty, and that's going to be one of the things that I get alongside, FFS. I'm going to get that at the same time. So Adderall isn't something that I get addicted to. I can go without it. I don't really get withdrawal or anything. Because it doesn't really make me more high energy. Actually, it can. It can. I basically oversleep for a couple weeks. But like it's not like a big deal. I basically just sleep a lot. But other than that, like when I'm on Adderall, it just makes me better at focusing. So it's really a net positive. But yeah. The lion does not concern herself with addiction. True. True. I hate putting in the effort to look better, not enough to talk about the awkward phase between being a fat piece of shit and in shape. I have so much extra skin. I'm gonna need cisgender top surgery. Yeah, and that's like also a thing. And like also probably like a face and a neck lift, I would assume. If you've lost a lot of weight and have loose skin, right? That's probably also going to apply to your face. I'm not going to have that issue. I never will. I just need to get on Adderall again to, lose weight. Yeah, stimulants don't have like physical withdrawals. You're just like tired for 2 weeks at most. I miss when this channel wasn't about looks maxing. Okay, that's not the main thing that this channel is about. It's just this channel is about whatever I'm thinking about, and I've been thinking about looks maxing, okay? So I'm growing my eyebrows out again so that I can like really focus on um the positioning of them and the shape, making sure they look as good as possible. Um but I don't know. I don't know. Thick eyebrows are kind of in, so you may as well have thick eyebrows, especially with my face. Hello girly, why hello? But I'm still gonna like shave them obviously. I don't want them to be like what they were before I did anything with them. That was too much eyebrow mass. It looked very masculine, right? Obviously, one of the reasons that I do my eyebrows in the first place is to counterbalance my more masculine features, I guess. Um, because I don't want to look like an ogre. She thinks about looks maxing and occasionally pretty ladies. Yeah. Hi, girly, you want to throw rocks at Isolator? Absolutely. Hello, Plaid Slide. Platyslide. Pronounced that wrong. Snorted an Adderall once with a coworker at a party, and that's the only time I've done uppers. Never saw him again. He ended up getting arrested in a domestic dispute before our next shift together. Interesting. Yeah, I will say that when it comes to Adderall, definitely don't snort it. You're gonna want to take it in pill form, and you're gonna want to do it consistently if you want to lose weight. Because like obviously, if you don't already have like an interest in going to the gym, and you're only doing it for aesthetic reasons, you're obviously not going to have a passion for it. You're not going to do it because you want it, right? Working out feels like shit. So obviously you're going to want to be in the gym as little as possible, right? You're going to want to work out as little as possible while achieving your goals. And I actually think that while Clavicular is retarded, when it comes to his take on taking meth, I think he's fucking stupid. I think he almost has the right idea, which is, yeah, obviously taking stimulants is going to be helpful, right? If you want to lose weight, taking Adderall is the way to go. I don't know why he doesn't just take Adderall. He's fucking retarded. Like he's clearly fucking autistic. He probably has ADHD. I don't see why he doesn't just take Adderall like the rest of us. Like why does he need to take meth? Right? It's going to make him age faster. Right? He's going to look fucking disgusting in 5 years. Like he already looks way older, than he actually is. And that's a problem. You don't want that. You don't want to look older than you are, right? I think that he gives some dog shit looks maxing advice, like using fucking fat dissolvers in that one chick's face when she was like 17, and it's like, well, yeah, of course she's gonna like still have baby fat in that area. Like you're aging her faster for no reason, right? She's gonna look horrible when she's 35 if you encourage that type of shit, right? Whereas, somebody like me that refuses to do anything like fat dissolvers or, buccal fat removal, like I will never, follow this trend of getting buccal fat removal, right? I'm going to look a lot better at 35 than any of these people, right? Because I'm sort of in it for the long game. So I'm fine with having, a bit of a fatter face currently if it means that later down the line I look better. And also it has to do with the fact that like I do generally need to lose weight. Anyways, I just stumbled upon this stream, but I had to say that you're so pretty. Why, thank you. Brows for the W, hell yeah. Brows are very important. They're very underlooked when it comes to men. Men don't think about their brows enough. I think it's like one of the easiest looks maxes. Like it's gonna be like, very little effort, very, very high return on investment. Like you just need to invest in some fucking tweezers and, an eyebrow shaver. Like something to shave your eyebrows with. And yeah, I mean, you get a lot out of it. You get a lot of mileage. It allows you to make your eyebrows more symmetrical, less messy, right? You can make them look a lot cleaner. And you can also, yeah. Like that combined with minoxidil, it's probably the best thing to do if you're a man, right? Is, if you're a man, you're gonna want really thick eyebrows, usually. You're gonna want them to be a bit on the thicker side. So if you combine minoxidil with shaping your eyebrows in a good way, then that's gonna be the best way to, maximize your eye area with as little effort as possible. Um, you don't you don't even need surgery for that. You don't need to do, anything in that regard. You don't even need makeup for that. I think that men wearing makeup becoming normalized through looks maxing is also based. I've been saying that men need to wear makeup for ages. It's like, why is the average man so much uglier than the average woman? It seems kind of bullshit that, we have all these beauty standards for women. But then men are just like allowed to get away with, looking like these hideous monsters that put zero effort into their appearance. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, inherently, but like, in terms of look, I mean, in terms of putting zero effort, like if you don't care about how you look, that's fine. But for society to treat it like, it's bad when women don't put effort into their appearance, but when men do it, it's fine. It's a retarded double standard. Like either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. Adderall is chemically very close to meth, yeah, but you end up with very different results from taking them, right? Like meth addiction is not something you want to fuck with. Adderall is way safer than meth. Don't do meth, okay? Clavicular is wrong when it comes to his take on meth. It's a fucking dog shit take. I can't wait till male pattern baldness sets in for you. Well, it's not going to because I'm on estrogen, so it literally won't. So unless I get alopecia or some shit, I'm not going bald. And I don't think that I'm ever going to get alopecia. Nobody in my family has ever gotten it. So I think I'm fine. I think you're kind of cute. Well, thank you. But yeah. Anyways. Estrogen doesn't stop male pattern baldness. Well, you're just like factually incorrect about that. So what you're saying here is just ascientific. I've actually also seen trans women that were balding that got most of their hairline back from taking estrogen and suppressing testosterone, right? So for the same reason that so take finasteride and dutasteride, for instance, dutasteride being the stronger one, right? Dutasteride suppresses DHT by 90%, I believe, right? And even with that, you're not going to end up, balding, as much. You're barely going to bald on that, right? Whereas you're completely eliminating DHT, right? You're completely getting rid of DHT production by using testosterone suppressants, right? And obviously taking estrogen, right? That just completely removes DHT from the equation because it's DHT that ultimately causes balding, right? You don't want DHT in your system, right? You want to get rid of as much of that as possible. Especially if you have bad hairline genetics. So you're just kind of wrong about this. You're just spreading misinformation. That's not true. Otherwise, men would take small amounts to keep their hair. Well, they take large amounts of, or I don't know, they whatever dosage they take of dutasteride. I mean, clearly it fucking works, right? There's a reason that men take finasteride and dutasteride, right? Now, it's not going to be as effective as taking estrogen and, spironolactone, right? Because that's going to completely eliminate testosterone altogether, right? Right? The root cause for balding is hormonal, right? So I don't know why you would spread just something so ascientific in my chat, thinking that people aren't going to notice. Your hairline has changed in the last year or so. Well, that's just not true. It has not changed in the last year. My hairline is exactly the same as it was a year ago. So you're just factually incorrect about that. My hairline has looked like this since I was maybe like 15 or 16. It hasn't changed at all. Ever since when my face stopped changing / developing, like so did my forehead, and my hairline has been in the same spot ever since, right? I just have a large forehead. Look at Nikki tutorials. He takes estrogen and is almost bald now. Okay. Let's see. What was he almost bald before he took estrogen? Like, did he have a whole head of hair? Okay. Nikki tutorials. Okay, what hairline did they have? My God, why is it not working? Okay, refresh. They transitioned young. They probably just have a big forehead. Either way, yeah, it doesn't really look like they're balding. They just have a big forehead. Like, unless... Yeah, like, if we look at this is just, like, she just has JoJo Siwa phrenology. Like, she has the same forehead as JoJo Siwa. Like, there are cis women with foreheads that look like that. Right? Now, if there's, like, a video from, like, years ago where maybe they have a... I don't know, maybe if they used to have a smaller forehead. You know, earlier in their transition. Though YouTube doesn't seem to want to load their channel, so... Videos. Oh my God, just let me go to the fucking videos section, you... Shut the fuck up. Fucking piece of shit. Okay. Dude. It's just doing this shit. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's go to the oldest. Yeah, they always had a big forehead. You're just wrong about this. Even when they were a kid, they had a big forehead. So you're just factually incorrect. Like, their forehead's always been this size. They never had a small forehead. They're not balding. Like, she clearly has the same size forehead. Like, she's always had a big forehead. Right? Look here. Big forehead. Right? Nothing has changed. Right? Big forehead here. 15 years ago. So you mean to tell me that they're balding when she has the same forehead now that she had 15 years ago? What are we talking about? This is just delusional. Did you see that Clavicular was singing a phrase that I can't say on YouTube with Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate? No, I did not see that. That's fucking hilarious. But also, like, why is he doing that? The hairline did not move several inches back. What are we talking about? You're just making shit up. Like, what in the placebo effect are we talking about? Her hairline looks exactly the fucking same. Like, when she has her hair back, it looks the same. Obviously, some of the thumbnails are going to be frauded. Look, big forehead. Actually, it looks smaller 14 years ago than 15 years ago. So she's probably frauding there. Right? So it's also going to depend on the angle. Right? But those are going to be the only variables because we see 14 years ago. Big fucking forehead. It's out of frame for most of the time. Right? She just has a big forehead. Right? Let's go to the most recent videos. Okay? Okay, well, she's wearing a little hat. Yeah, she just looks older. That's the only difference. She looks older and she has more fat in her face. That's literally the only difference. Like, same fucking hairline here. It hasn't changed. She's always had a prominent forehead. But can we see your penis? Yeah, it's what is this weird fucking homoerotic bullshit? Like, you see me as a guy, but you want to see my penis. Okay, you're gay. You're gay. You fetishize dick. Okay? You're gay. You're a homosexual. Here, wait. Let's search Nikki Tutorials bald. Let's search balding. No, I can't find anything. I am coming out. Is she coming out as bald? Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see anything talking about her balding. Like, what are we... Like, maybe somebody has measured this? No. Oh, she just has a big forehead, but I don't know, maybe it's, like, larger by, like, a few centimeters. I don't know. Apparently she used to be fat. Like, really, she used to be, like, obese as a kid. God damn. She's like, she looks the same, but, like, older. Anyways. Fat shaming, now bald shaming. I'm not shaming her. I'm just saying she was fat as a kid. Like, which, I mean, she was. Like, I'm sorry. That's just the truth. Anyways. Bro, why are you so damn insecure? You're a jerk. Well, somebody accused this woman of balding, and I'm saying, no, she just has a big forehead. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, I too am a haver of a large forehead. I always have, you know, since I was like, you know, in my early teen years. You know, it hasn't really changed that much. Your hair is pretty today. Thank you. Got a huge forehead. Yeah, apparently having a big forehead equals balding now. Anyways. Hey, I'm just stopping by for a minute, but you're super pretty. I'm trans too, but only started socially transitioning. I love seeing people who have transitioned. They're often happier. That's true. That's true. You could even Google, does taking estrogen and T blockers prevent balding? And you'll notice that the answer is yes. Taking estrogen and testosterone blockers can prevent, slow, or stop the progression of male pattern baldness. Right? So by reducing testosterone and inhibiting its conversion to DHT, these hormones can prevent further thinning. And in some cases, lead to hair regrowth. Okay? And I've seen cases of this. I have seen people who have taken estrogen and have experienced hair regrowth, right? That's a real thing. I got an ex-Muslim bit on my dick right now. Hell yeah. Good shit, good shit. You look really beautiful. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm actually a low tier Becky. My PSL score is low. Okay, I need to increase it. I need to increase my PSL score. You know, that's what I think. When did you start your transition? When do you think? When do you think? Guess. Take a guess. Based on what I look like. When would you guess? Based on my voice and what I look like. Yeah, they lied. Yeah, either they lied or they're wrong. From one tea girly to another, you're very pretty. Well, thank you. Thank you. Do you use Folks Health? I don't even know what that is. I'm sorry. So, no. Yesterday we talked about looks, now today too. What? I wasn't live yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday. What are we talking about? Once you mature, you will realize looks don't really matter. It's more about your insecurities. Okay, but looks do matter objectively in terms of how you're treated in society. Like, looks absolutely matter. Like, that's one of the main things that determines how people perceive you, right? Is what you look like, right? People used to perceive me differently before I transitioned. I transitioned and now people perceive me differently. That's not a coincidence. It's not because I act different. I act the fucking same. I'm literally the fucking same. The only differences in how I act are in response to me being treated differently, right? Because I also have different expectations of how I'm treated, right? And I know that me saying certain things will be perceived differently now that I live in society as a woman, right? That's the only difference. You were pretty then, you're pretty now. I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay, my over 5 years ago, IDK. I started transitioning like 2.5 years ago. Yeah. That's right. 2.5 years ago. Let's fucking go, dude. Anyways. Yeah, a little over 2.5 years ago. So yeah. Anyways. I got a boner. Really good chat message. Look at the side part. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Now what? Anyways. Been a while, I'm back. Welcome back, Ollie Optimus. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. If not, I will be very, very sad. Because I want all my subscribers to be doing good, okay? If you're not doing good in life, I'm sorry, but that's just not allowed. You're not allowed to be depressed, okay? That's illegal. I'm just kidding. But yeah. Anyways, I like it. You look like a cute girl. Well, thank you. You guys are glazing. You guys are glazing. Femyoz, you will have to pee in 5 minutes. You know, you're probably not wrong. You're probably right about that. You know. For women, it's a different game, sadly. Looks does matter. Looks does not matter so much for men. Just be a good person and separate yourself from toxic people. I think looks matter for men, but I'd say they matter more for women. I'd say because of how society objectifies women, they absolutely matter more for women, right? Now, I'm the type of person who will make fun of anybody for their appearance, you know, if they don't put effort into it. Hell, I make fun of myself. I don't put that much effort into my appearance. And guess what? I make fun of myself all the time because I look like shit. I'm actually not okay with that. I was about to say I'm okay with that, but realistically, I'm actually very insecure about how I look, which is the opposite of being okay with looking like shit. But I'm just depressed, and I, you know, just don't like looking at myself in the mirror. But I have to look at myself in the preview window of Streamlabs because I'm a streamer. It's my job. Yeah, look, I'm sorry, but anyone that says looks don't matter is coping. Anyways, it's so hard being a middle-class, able-bodied, cishet white man in this woke modern world. Yo, truth nuke. Women objectify themselves. No, they're objectified by society and they're forced into that role. And then people get mad when we play the role that we're assigned. It doesn't make any sense. Most of my insecurities come from dysphoria. Yeah, that's fair. Being a man is not for the faint of heart. You tapped out. Well, I transitioned because of dysphoria. You know, I don't know about you. Maybe you're a trans maxer, but, you know. Anyways. Yes, we are Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel and carry his name. We are Charlie Kirk. Anyways. OMG, did you do vocal training?
No, I just have a very wide vocal range for no reason, actually.
No, I'm just kidding. Because I've been trying to get vocal training to sound more feminine. But if you got any tips to give before I go empty my wallet, I'd love to hear them. Okay, so I started out by watching a YouTuber called Trans Voice Lessons. She's very good, very good. Very good at explaining stuff, I think. And then I joined a bunch of tranny voice training servers. And yeah. Oh man. God damn. Anyways, where were we? Yeah, what is a trans maxer? A trans maxer is basically somebody that transitions for the perceived social benefits of existing as a woman. So, yeah, it's kind of, you know, I'm not against it. You know, I think that people should be able to transition for whatever reason they want. You know, I don't really care. Is Miss Doubtfire your favorite trans movie? Mrs. Doubtfire wasn't trans. Anyways, I think Charlie Kirk wore a Miku binder in his debates. You're so right. You're so right. The huge issue is most quote-unquote trans do it for the money that they get from fetish porn. So it really sets everyone back. They say they want visibility when trans is all about blending into the role. Okay, so first of all, the reason that a lot of us get pushed into doing porn is because we have no other way to make money. Society does not accept us. We are only accepted in the fucking porn industry in many cases, which sucks, but that's the truth. That's the truth. It's harder to get a job if you're trans. right? You know, society is not kind to trans people. They just view us as sex objects. They want to masturbate to us while not giving us rights. Okay? That's how society treats us. And a lot of us have no choice but to go into sex work to fund things like, you know, being able to access HRT, being able to afford surgeries, etc. Right? A lot of us go into porn because that's the only way we can raise enough money in order to buy the surgeries that we want. Right? We don't have a choice. Most of us that go into sex work aren't doing it for fun. Now, there's going to be some people that do, but it's like, you know, it's not necessarily, you know, I'm not going to say it's not a choice, but like, you know, it's like oftentimes one of the only ways to get enough money for surgeries, right? Anyways, let's see. The transition for porn money is a wild conspiracy theory from the deepest depths of Gunner's psyche. Yeah, it's like, it's the other way around. They make porn money so that they can transition. Like, it's like very fucking obvious. But a lot of the trans people that get into these, you know, sort of spaces, that get into that industry, are doing it because they need the money desperately. Right? People do that for drugs too. Same thing. No, it's not the same thing because transitioning is medically necessary for trans people. If I had the money, I will gladly pay for your surgery because we don't need people like you to procreate. Okay, yeah, pay for my facial feminization surgery. Go for it. I will gladly accept the money. Yeah, I didn't specify which surgery it would be. You know, I want facial feminization surgery, so please, donate your life savings to me. Please. I would love that. Yes, let's all masturbate together collectively. So true. Why are you trans if it's a problem? Because I have dysphoria. Duh. Obviously. That doesn't mean that being trans is fucking easy. It's not an easy life. People treat you like shit for it. But it's the only way that I can be myself. Right? I'd rather be myself and get treated like shit than get treated well and live a lie. You do sex work because you want to. You don't need money to chop your dick off. Well, first of all, I don't intend on getting bottom surgery. Secondly, you do need money for facial feminization surgery. You know that, right? It costs money, even with insurance. Anyways, yes. Have you tried not having dysphoria? Yo, true. Have you just tried not having dysphoria? Oh man. Yeah, neo-Nazis assemble. You don't need surgery to be a pretty girl? Yeah, I do. Being yourself does not require transhumanism. It absolutely does. Transhumanism is the ultimate goal that society should strive for. Anyone that's against transhumanism is subhuman and needs to be left behind. I'm sorry. You know, you will be left behind if you're against transhumanism. That's just how it works. People like you with, you know, extremely archaic belief systems will get left behind. Hate to break it to you. You know, it's just a fact. There's no logical argument against transhumanism. You know, I've yet to see a single logical argument against transhumanism because there isn't one. There is no logical belief system against it. Anyways, the fuck is a princess wand? A horrendous fucking term for trans girl dick. Being left behind isn't necessarily bad. It's objectively a bad thing. Why would you want to get left behind? What are we talking about? Yeah, because it's stupid. Incredible counter-argument. It weakens society. Can you explain how transhumanism weakens society? Like, I'm sorry, but technology does not weaken society. You are retarded if you think that. Transhumanism is terrible for society. Incredible argument. I love the part where you don't substantiate anything. Right? It's like, why are you against, you know, enhancing, you know, human abilities? Why are you against enhancing, you know, how attractive humans are? Why are you against enhancing people's cognitive abilities, decreasing their likelihood of getting diseases? Like, you're in favor of ugly, dysgenic people being forced to be that way, decreasing their quality of life. You're in favor of people having more diseases. Why? Why would you be in favor of that? Also, thank you, Ronnie Briggs, for the 5, saying, I missed your last stream and requested Skirt Go Spinny, but can you do Skirt Go Spinnies, please? Yeah, sure. Sure. I haven't done a fit check in a hot minute. So, yeah. Because I wasn't wearing anything that other stream. Sure, I'll do 2. But yeah. Yeah, this is my fit. I know. Isn't it so based and epic and red-pilled? Isn't this outfit so based and epic and red-pilled? It sure is. Anyways, thank you. Yo! Thank you, Creepy Cries for the 20... I don't know what currency that is. Oh, that's 22 cents. Thank you for the 22 cents. Appreciate it. Anyways. Where was I going with this? I have no idea. Anyone else a racist? Yo, that's crazy. No diaper? Question mark? Okay, dude. Are you Spider-Man? Yes, I am Spider-Man. Thank you for asking, Game Over Jess. You have a check mark. You must have a big channel. Hold on, let's see here. What do you do on your channel? Okay, you just hit 100K subs. What do you do? What do you do on YouTube? Okay, Game Over Jess. Okay, you focus on Zelda content. Oh, you haven't uploaded in a year. You stream? No, you don't. You don't really do. Okay, you're like an old YouTuber. You're like an old. Okay, you're an old head. You're an old head. Respect. Anyways, I'm also an old head. This isn't my first channel. The R word is hurtful to me due to it usually being used as a slur against me. I don't care about anything else. Okay, well, that's a retarded take. I'm sorry. I had to say it. Look, I'm literally autistic. I'm about as retarded as it gets, okay? So, first of all, it's my word to say. And, it's all shits and giggles till you giggle and shit. Yo, true. Truth nuke. Anyways. OMG, you're so cute. Whoa. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't actually think I am. But I'll take it. I would say, my PSL score is probably like a 4. I think I need to, invest more time and energy into looks maxing. That's what I think. But, anyways. You are a retard! You will never be a woman! You are a man! Alright, let's go to your channel, Ryan Scotland. Let's see what you have to offer. Oh, nothing. Oh no! He's ugly! He's balding! Ew! Why does he look like that? Oh, nah, bro! Bro, what are your fucking eyebrows? Why do you have a negative canthal tilt? Why are your eyebrows so uneven? Bro, you have a fucking Norwood 2 hairline. Oh my god, that shit is fucking receding, bro. Oh my god, holy Widow's Peak. That shit's thinning out. Yeah, stubble of Dune. Yeah, you got some fucking stubble on your fucking neck. You're growing out a neck beard. Holy shit. Let's see, you've got, you've got a very unideal, so let's see, your eyebrows are sparse, you have a negative canthal tilt, poor eye shape, your nose is larger than mine, which says a lot, you're balding, you're showing some early signs of aging as well on your face, like in terms of, wrinkles and stuff, your forehead is not, very ideal, your face is way too oblique, it's way too long, so your face, height to width ratio is very poor. Let's see what else. It looks like your eyes are not they're facing 2 different directions, so you clearly have a lazy eye, which is very, very unappealing. Let's see what else. It's hard to measure facial thirds. Let's see. I think technically your facial thirds are... Do you have even facial thirds? Either way, it's too long. Like, your chin is very long. In like the worst way possible. It looks like you have a lot of downward growth in your face, right? You don't seem to have very much forward growth, right? What I'm noticing here is you have a lot of downward growth, right? And that's with you having a lot of fucking fat in your face, right? You're obviously like, and you could call me a hypocrite for that. I've got quite a bit of baby fat in my face. Yours isn't baby fat though. You got like, not obesity type fat, but you got a bit of fat in your face. You have zero angularity whatsoever. The most angular feature you have is gonna be your nose, which I mean same, but I'm going for a more, feminine aesthetic. You have zero angularity, right? And man, your hairline is just killing you. You got to get on finasteride, or dutasteride. Yeah, definitely dutasteride. You're like one ugly motherfucker, right? Regardless of what you say, you will always be a man, not being bad, just a fact. Okay, well, you're fucking ugly. Why would anyone listen to you? I would kill myself if I looked like you. Like, bro, your eyebrows are sparse. You have a receding hairline. Your nose is fucking larger than mine. Your face is extremely long. Holy fucking... Your mid-face ratio is definitely on the long side. Man, I mean, this shit is brutal. This shit is brutal. Yeah, no, this shit is not good. You have a negative canthal tilt. You have a lazy eye. It's just like really ugly. Your skin quality is very poor. Your ears are tiny. I didn't even notice that. Holy shit. Why is your ear so fucking small? Bro, it's like Finding Nemo's fucking tiny ass fin, but as like an ear. Like, how Nemo has like one of those like the really small fin? Like one of his fins is like normal size, the other one is like tiny. Bro, that's like his ear. It's fucking Finding Nemo's ear. Bro, why is he so fucking deformed? You're like a 3.2 out of 10. You're in the bottom 0.3% of all men. You look disgusting. You're literally deformed. Like, why is this fucking deformed fucking freak talking shit? Like, that is a really... Also, this... Is one eye higher than the other? Or is that just like an illusion? I don't know. There's something very off and asymmetrical about them. The part of that could be the lighting combined with the very uneven, sparse eyebrows. Yeah, Ryan is still here. I know. He's so bad. Bro, I would kill myself if I was Ryan. Bro, I can't even lie. I can't even lie. Yeah, okay, the left is higher than the right. Okay, thank you. I thought I was going crazy. Bro, this is brutal. It's like you have crazy asymmetry as well, right? It's just like your face is horrendous. It's like the amount of downward growth would makes me look like your face is fucking melting off. It's melting almost as much as your hairline. Oh my god. Yeah, he has fucking sea lion ears. Bro, why is his fucking ear so tiny? Why is that shit so small? I have normal sized ears. Why are your ears so fucking small? What is this? Bro has fucking like infant-sized ears. Bro, I've seen fucking literal infants with ears larger than this. Literal infants have ears larger than this. What is this? Why are they so fucking small? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not angry. I'm just talking at the only register that Ryan's ears can hear. Because holy shit, there's no way those things are big enough to perceive sound. Holy shit, that shit is so disproportionate. Like, what is it like to be the ugliest person in the room? Yo, Ryan, you still there? Ryan. Mr. Ryan Scotland. Tiny ear guy. I know you're hard of hearing for, very, very obvious reasons. But, are you still here? Are you still here? Dude, you're getting brutally mogged. Okay, I'm not even that attractive. I wouldn't consider myself to be conventionally attractive, but, You know, I'm more so conventionally attractive than this guy. Now, this guy is fucking deformed. Yeah, Ryan's in the fucking corner. He's in the fucking cuck chair crying right now. But yeah, no, this guy is definitely an incel. Either he's an incel or he's a cuck. Right? He's either an incel or he gets cheated on by, you know, his wife. You know, those are the only two possible case scenarios. Anyways. I think you're very attractive and sexy. Thank you. And that's something that Ryan will never hear, you know, a day in his life. No woman will ever tell him that. Because he's not. He's extremely, extremely below, like, he's very far below average. Right? Like, this is one of the ugliest faces I have ever had the displeasure of seeing. Right? Why not argue his stance and opinions? Why would I take him seriously when he's sub 3? He's like, well, maybe not sub 3, but he's like bordering sub 3. Like, he's in like the low 3s. You know? Like, I'd say the maximum is like 3.2 out of 10. 3.2 out of 10 has got to be the absolute maximum. You know? You're not fooling me, sir. Wait, does this person have their face as their PFP? Let's check. Here, wait. Where are they? Where did they go? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, here they are. Okay, found them. I'd rather bum Ryan than... Oh, it's some ugly old guy. Ew! Ew, gross! Ew, gross! Ryan, this guy wants to bum you! This guy wants to fuck you, Ryan! Yo, that's crazy! This guy wants to fuck you! Yes, that's me. Oh no! Oh my god, we actually found somebody more deformed looking than Ryan. Why are your ears so fucking low set, first of all? Secondly, why is your philtrum fucking massive? You have a gigantic philtrum. Your fucking neck is sagging. You look disgusting. How do you live with yourself looking the way you do? Oh my god. Anyways, dude, this guy is very, very, you know, unappealing. A very, very ugly individual. What can I say? Holy fucking philtrum. But yeah, Ryan, if you're still watching this, okay, you've got a little bit of game, okay? All right, this guy wants to fuck you. So Ryan, you know, it's not completely over, okay? You know, there are beautiful specimens out there like this. All right, that want to bag you, okay? All right. Anyways, is Ryan DL? Oh yeah, definitely. I think he's DL and he's also ABDL. You could have done better. No, I think I said everything I need to. I think I said everything I need to. You know? Your cheeks are huge, girl. Yeah? And? Yes, I have large cheeks. What about it? Like, yeah, I still have baby fat in my cheeks. Yeah, no fucking shit. That's like a byproduct of, you know, still being young. But, either way, I'm gonna get back on Adderall again, so even that's gonna slim down. Your chins are cute, though. I mean, that's a good gag, but... You know, I've been mewing, okay? Yeah, that's what I thought. Bitch, I have a stronger jaw than most of you motherfuckers. Yeah, I have great jaw definition. You know, it's like... I'm sorry, but you will never have the jaw definition that I do. Okay, I'm mewing constantly. Alright? My jaw is better. I don't believe that. You really need to lose 30 pounds? Oh yeah, I will. I just need to get on Adderall again. Because, like, I'm obviously not gonna, you know, put effort into, you know, working out. Like, who the fuck wants to work out? Obviously, nobody enjoys working out. Right? For the most part. So, like, why would you bother, you know, putting all that time and effort into, you know, restricting your diet and working out when you could just literally take Adderall instead and have the same effect? Because you're a man. Men have better jaw than women's. No, if you actually look at like any like female model side profile, okay? You'll actually notice that they have very, very developed jaws, okay? It's like you'll notice right here, right? Like she has good jaw definition, right? Look at this. Look at this right here. Look at this woman, okay? Like look at it. She has like a long ramus, okay? She has very, very good jaw definition. A lot of good forward growth, okay? These are good things. If anything, I actually don't have enough forward growth, okay? If you actually look at what female models look like, they all have defined jaws, okay? Another example, very defined jaw, right? That's... right? This one's actually a bit less defined. This one... actually, no, never mind, because this is defined. This is closer to what I... this has more forward growth than I do. But this is about what it looks like when I'm 30 pounds lighter. Now mine's obviously not going to be as good as theirs, but no, I actually have a very good jaw definition. That's always been something that's that I've excelled at, right? It's just the problem is that my jaw is too wide. Your cheeks are fine. Yeah, I would say that like they're a bit on the wide side. But that's just because I've been off Adderall for a while. So obviously, if I just get on Adderall again, then I'll lose 30 pounds. But yeah. Why are you so vain? Because looks matter. I have to care about looks. That's like, anyone that exists within the real world, is able to understand that, yeah, looks matter a lot in terms of how people perceive you. But yeah, like, obviously my side profile is being held back quite a bit, and you'll notice. The nose. The nose holds back the side profile, right? I also need a bit more forward growth in my maxilla, I think, as well. I think this needs forward growth a little bit. Actually, from this angle, it looks fine. My ramus is short. That's not the end of the world, though. I do have a short ramus. Actually, from this angle, this forward growth isn't too bad. Maybe I've just taken bad photos. I don't know. I think it's because I've been mewing, honestly. That nose is sus. Well, yeah, I'm obviously gonna get rhinoplasty. So, like, I don't see what the issue is. Now, rhinoplasty is a thing that exists. Why wouldn't I get that? Now, one of the main things that's gonna cause... well, there's gonna be two things that cause a hook nose, okay? One of them is gonna be genetics. The other is going to be downward growth. So I have experienced some level of downward growth in my face, which is not ideal, right? And, that's something that I also have to account for, right? Is trying to maximize forward growth. I'm in my looks maxing arc. You are pretty, stop with the surgery crap. I'm not pretty. Why can't we just accept who we are? I do. I absolutely accept who I am. I just want who I am to be reflected by my looks in the most positive way possible. I want my looks and my personality to be, complementary of one another. Your nose is fine. You're beautiful, truthfully. I disagree. You're gonna look like Laura Loomer if you get a bunch of surgeries. Yeah, well, the key is to not overdo it, right? You don't want to overdo it. So I'm not gonna get like a... so what I'm gonna do with my nose is obviously shave the bridge. I think that goes without saying. And get it upturned a bit, right? But I'm not gonna have like one of those like fucking like cute button noses. That's not realistic, right? Because the chances of that getting botched are way higher. Instead, I'm gonna go for a more like, average looking straight nose, right? That's upturned a bit more. But I'm not going to I'm not going to overdo it. As much as I would love to have a cute button nose, it's just, it's more likely to get botched if I do that. At that point I'd be overdoing it, and there wouldn't be a point. There wouldn't be a point. You look good, man. Don't let people tell you don't already look good. The thing is I don't let people dictate my perception of myself. I have a perception of myself already, um, and I just so happen to think that I'm not particularly attractive. Um, just based on what I see, just based on what I visually perceive to be the case, right? So I would say that I'm somewhere in the below average for a woman territory, right? Which is actually weirdly enough above average for a guy. Women are going to be more attractive than men on average statistically, and that's just because we put more effort into our appearances. I don't put that much effort in my appearance. I think if I did, I'd be average for a woman. Um, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think I'm honestly starting to think, maybe the main thing I need to do is just get on Adderall again and lose the weight. We'll see. We'll see. Because I will have experienced quite a bit of fat redistribution by now. But yeah. Just run and get in shape. It's less painful and better for self-perception. So the reason I wouldn't want to run is because it'll make me age faster by increasing my cortisol levels. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to increase my cortisol. Now if I sprint, if I'm like sprinting and like working out for 30 minutes, I think that that's acceptable. Because that's not going to be enough to, completely, spike my cortisol, right? But like if you do long distance running, you're going to age faster by, spiking your cortisol, which is going to be really bad, long term. You don't want to spike cortisol. You want to minimize the amount of stress you experience as much as possible, right? People that are stressed age faster. And I obviously don't want to age faster, so I got to minimize my stress as much as possible. But letting these shit fucks get into your head, I don't. What they say has zero effect on me, right? But this goes in both directions, right? When people say good things about my appearance, it has zero effect on me. When people say bad things about my appearance, it has zero effect on me, right? Maybe not zero effect, but it doesn't have as much effect as you would think. And the reason I say this is because I know what I look like. I have eyes. I can see what I look like. Life is stress, accept that. Why would I accept something when I could do, the opposite? When I could, minimize the extent to which I have cortisol? Like, why would I ever willingly choose to be stressed? Like, why would I want to be stressed when I could just avoid it? Right? It doesn't make any logical sense to spike your cortisol and age faster if you don't have to. Right? Stress ages you. So that's why that AARP card appeared in my wall. I don't even know what that means. Work out by bouncing on my strap. Now that would be a great workout. Why be stressed when you can be sexy? Exactly. My FFS was expensive. Yeah, and I'm going to get FFS as well. And it's going to be expensive, right? Because I need to get the best of the best surgeon, okay? That's what I need. I need the best of the best surgeon. I trans heart to big trans cock. Let's fucking go, dude. Okay, no trolling. Stress is a necessity in life for growth. No, what it does is it increases your cortisol levels, which makes you age faster. Don't you stress about your appearance? Well, I'm not spiking my cortisol levels over it, right? So yes, in a sense I do. But I try to have like a neutral, objective stance about it, and I try to minimize the extent to which I get emotional over it. The less emotions I experience, honestly, the better, because that means that, I'm going to have less, cortisol spikes, right? And obviously, I don't want to spike my cortisol levels, right? Emotional stress is more damaging than physical stress to your muscles. It's not the same, fam. Well, yeah, but but running, like long distance running, hold on. Long distance running, spike cortisol. Pretty sure the answer is yes. So yes, long distance running, especially when intense or prolonged, significantly spikes cortisol, right? So it's because it's a physical stressor, it triggers the release of cortisol for fuel, right? And then if we look up, does cortisol age you faster? Right? The answer is going to be yes. Chronic high levels of stress hormone cortisol can accelerate aging by damaging DNA, increasing inflammation, breaking down collagen and elastin, which leads to wrinkles, right? And I don't want to have wrinkles. So you better believe I'm going to avoid, as much cortisol as I can. You know what? Honestly, what medications lower cortisol? No, I might have to start taking these. Um, because I wanna make sure to minimize my cortisol. So I'm cortisol minning, I guess. It's like the opposite of maxing. Yeah, I'm cortisol minning. Because it's very important to cortisol min. You don't want to have cortisol. If you can avoid having cortisol and feel neutral in stressful situations and feel nothing, that's going to be the best possible case scenario. Because if you feel nothing, that means that you're not going to increase your cortisol levels, which means that you're going to maximize the extent to which you can look good for the longest period of time, right? Because obviously cortisol ages you. That's not brainworm. That's just like objective reality. But yeah, you never want cortisol. Cortisol is never ideal. Anyways. Gotta love the literacy maxers in chat saying stuff like, so you're saying you should never do anything that stresses you out in response to pretty basic health guidance regarding cortisol? Yeah, exactly. Like, I would say that being a marathon runner is unhealthy, right? Being a marathon runner is unhealthy, okay? And the reason I say this is because you're spiking your cortisol levels. You are decreasing your lifespan, right? You are going to get wrinkles faster. You don't want that, right? You don't want to experience stress. The more stress you experience, the worse. Avoid stress at all costs. Now, that's not to say you're never going to experience stress ever. There's obviously going to be instances in which it's unavoidable. But if you can avoid stress, avoid it. It's not healthy. Stress is unhealthy. And, we as humans are biologically designed to basically only in short bursts do things that are strenuous for our bodies, right? Like when we were hunters gatherers, we were not, constantly jogging, right? That's very, very unnatural. Instead, we would, maybe walk around, and then if we see an animal, we would sprint. We would sprint to, get to the animal, right? So it would be done in very, very short bursts, right? Anyways, you stress out every day. Well, you want to minimize that. You experience stressful situations to reduce the stress you feel. That's not how that works. You don't avoid it. Well, but the thing is people that experience more stress in their lives objectively age faster. Like if you look at somebody that has a stressful life, that constantly experiences stress, they don't get used to it and, stop aging, right? They age faster than, everybody else, right? Right? You obviously want to avoid stress as much as you can. You're saying my PTSD has screwed me over. Damn it, I'm going to look like an old hag. It's more complex than that. It's more complex than that. Femyoz, you're going to be a MILF one day once I figure out how to impregnate you. Wonderful stuff. Anyways. Poor sleep is bad, literally because it adds stress. Yeah, and that's going to be, right, like, a lot of what I'm saying is, like, it can be improved by, better sleeping habits, right? And that's why I'm trying to, fix my sleep schedule. That's why I'm also able to stream more, is because I was nocturnal for a bit, and my sleep schedule was completely out of control. And, one of the things that's going to make you look better is improving your health, right? The first step to looks maxing is health maxing, right? They age faster and live longer because they are inoculated against stress. But aging faster is like the worst possible case scenario. Why would you ever want to age faster and have wrinkles? Control where your stress comes from. Well, just avoid stress if you can, right? Like, avoid feeling stress. Even in a stressful situation, you want to try your hardest to feel nothing, but don't stress over it, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Yeah, and that's why I want to, maximize, how good my life is. But it's also, I'm in it for the somewhat long run. I'm trying to, be intelligent about it because I don't want to regret anything. I don't want to have regrets. And, that's why I avoid things like UV. Like, I avoid the sun at all costs because UV rays are very damaging to the skin. Even with sunscreen, which does make it a little bit less bad, And you should wear sunscreen anyways, because, it's inevitable that you're gonna, go outside anyway. And, you're gonna, if you have to drive somewhere, the sun might be out. You might get exposed to UV rays, right? And that's gonna break down collagen, right? And that's gonna age you. You're not gonna notice it right away, but later down the line, you're gonna regret it, right? When you're 30 and you look 40, right? And that's gonna be a bad thing, right? Whereas you want to be 40, looking 30 or younger, right? You're like Asmongold with how you can stretch a topic to its absolute limits. I'd say I'm better than Asmongold. So I can speedrun the MILF transformation. Obviously, I need more stress. Yeah, but wouldn't you want to, like, maximize the window of time in which you're hot, in which case you could be a MILF later, so then you'd have, like, the MILF window of time, also stretched, and also later, so you're, like, hotter for a longer period of time. Isn't that, like, the best case scenario? Do you have a preferred brand of tucking garments? Well, I don't wear anything that would require tucking, so no. I just wear skirts. I'm just gonna do what you're doing. Yeah, and I would recommend, avoiding UV rays at all costs. Stay inside as much as possible. It sounds silly, but, like, it's true. You don't want to, age your skin faster with the sun. You want to avoid the sun at all costs. It literally fucking shoots death rays, breaking down your collagen. You don't want your collagen to break down, and there's a reason why, truck drivers have very asymmetrically aged faces, right? And the reason is because of sun exposure. Right? So if you look at, so, like, if we say, for instance, look at, what a trucker looks like, and, in terms of how much they've aged. So this is what 28 years of sun damage looks like, right? Because they're getting sun exposure from the side, right? So we have a perfect case study of what the sun does to your face, right? Now, obviously, not all skin aging is going to be caused by the sun, right? So, like, or maybe some of this is, right? But you can see there's a huge difference. Like, this side of the face looks, a solid 20 or 30 years younger than this side of the face. And there is a reason for that, right? There is a reason for that, right? The sun breaks down collagen and makes you age faster. And every time you go under the sun, you are getting closer to the right side, or I guess their left, right? But our right. If you look right here, so that's why you're so pale. Well, yeah, obviously. Being pale is a good thing. That means anytime you tan in the sun, that means that your body is reacting to the sun damaging your skin. This is retarded. How is this retarded? Do you want your skin to look like, older than it actually is? That, like, this is what happens when you're a truck driver and your skin on one side gets exposed to the sun more than your skin on the other side. Right? And this is the direct byproduct of that. This proves, this demonstrates objectively that the sun is a primary cause for aging when it comes to your skin. There is a reason for this, right? You want to avoid sun exposure at all costs because your skin will get closer to this, right? The more sun exposure, the closer you get to the wrinkled skin, right? And keep in mind, this is sun exposure through a window, right? There is a window which creates a somewhat protective barrier between you and the sun, but it's not going to be enough, right? You're still going to get UV damage. It's still going to break down your collagen. And over time, the more time you spend in the sun, the worse your skin is going to look. You do not want to expose your skin to the sun. If you go outside, stay in the shade at all times, okay? And this is something that I've done in terms of looks maxing, without even knowing what looks maxing was. This is something that I've done since I was around 17, is avoiding the sun at all costs because it's bad for your skin. Now, there's going to be some times where inevitably you're going to end up, having to go outside. You're not going to have a choice. But, I am in this for the long game. And because I've been avoiding the sun since I was 17, not that I went outside that much, before then. So I already have a little bit of an advantage there, but I also have an advantage because I decided to avoid the sun young, okay? And that means that I'm going to look way better at, 45 than the average person my age, right? What, most, 35-year-olds will look worse than me when I'm 45, right? And the reason for that is because they weren't taking into account the fact that, the sun ages you faster, right? Unironically, vampire maxing is the way to go. Vampire maxing combined with good skincare, right? You're going to want to take good care of your skin. You're going to want to, you're going to want to use a facial cleanser every day. Once a day, you're going to want to clean that shit. And then you're going to want to use an exfoliator, right? I forgot why. I did research into this a long time ago. What does exfoliator do? Yeah, so basically it removes dead skin cells. So it basically it promotes cell turnover essentially, which results in smoother, brighter, and more even toned skin, right? That's going to, keep you looking fresh, keep you looking young, right? Retinol, I think that maximizes collagen production, right? It also increases skin turnover. So you're going to want to use like a facial cleanser every day. Then you're going to want to exfoliate. Then you're going to want to, use retinol. You're going to want to use sunscreen, in case you do end up, having to go in the sun, because at least it minimizes the amount of damage the sun does, though it can't minimize it as much as just avoiding the sun altogether. And then you're going to want to use a lotion, which is just going to moisturize your face. It's just going to make your face look better. It's going to prevent dry skin. So it'll keep you looking as fresh and young as possible. You're also going to want to put, you're also going to want to do skincare on your neck. And the reason for that is because a lot of people who, look, a bit older, they look like they're in their 40s. They actually did, do good skincare on their face. And their face actually looks fine. Their face isn't the giveaway for their age. It's their neck. They have wrinkles and creases on their neck, right? And you're going to want to avoid that at all costs, right? Should we avoid eclipses too? Make an exception for eclipses, right? So obviously, if nothing else, at least put lotion on your neck, right? In order to increase its elasticity, you're going to want to do that. I would also recommend, putting, exfoliator and retinol on your neck, but, as well, just because, a lot of perceived age comes from the way that your neck looks, right? Neck is going to be very important. It's very overlooked in terms of the way that you look. Moonlight does not cause skin damage. Don't avoid moonlight. That's not a thing. Yeah, those would be all my skincare tips. Right? And I'm probably gonna, start using more products for my face. In order to, maximize, anti-aging. Because aging is bad. Obviously, you don't want to age. And yeah. And, if you're worried about vitamin D deficiency, just take vitamin D supplements. It does the same thing without making your skin look worse. Why is everyone so afraid of aging? Because aging makes you uglier, objectively. Like, people are going to be less physically attracted to you if you have wrinkles. That's just a fact. Like, it's just like an empirical fact, right? So why would you want to be less attractive? It doesn't make any sense. Well, aging is, one of the least physically attractive things imaginable. Avoid stress, avoid the sun, avoid life. Got it? Well, no, avoid things that make you age. You don't have to, destroy your skin in the sun, to avoid aging. You don't have to, make yourself miserable to not avoid life. Right? Hard disagree. I mean, I don't think looking old, quote unquote, is a bad thing. It objectively is a bad thing. Society demonizing it is a bad thing. Well, I don't think you should be demonized for it. I think you should just avoid it. Don't you want people to be more physically attracted to you? You're aging as we speak. Yes, but I'm aging less than the son of a bitch that's fucking cooking in the sun on the other side of the world, of course, because it's, nighttime here. You get the point. Are you going to freeze yourself? No, I don't think that that's necessary. Right? I recommend embracing death and let age be beauty. But, like, I'm sorry, but in terms of what people are physically attracted to, it's not going to be age. It's not going to be, poor health indicators. Like the same way that people are never going to be physically attracted to receding hairlines and, thinning out hair, or the same way that people are never going to be attracted to, morbid obesity, people are also not going to be attracted to aging. And, it sucks, but that's just the truth. People are not attracted to things that are objectively not attractive, right? The same way that people will never be attracted to acne. People will never think that acne is beautiful. You can gaslight yourself into thinking acne and aging and poor skin quality are beautiful all you want. But at the end of the day, when it comes to what people are attracted to, when it comes to people's sexual preferences, right? Unless you have like some weird fetish, right? Generally speaking, people are not going to be physically attracted, right? People are not going to be physically attracted to, signs of old age. People are not going to be physically attracted, to poor skin quality. They're not going to be attracted to acne. They're not going to be attracted to obesity. They're not going to be attracted to wrinkles. They're not going to be attracted to any of these things, right? They're not going to be attracted to sunspots, right? But Femi, there's also people who take personality over looks. Why can't you have both? But who's stopping you from having both? Why can't you have good looks and good personality? They're not mutually exclusive, right? You want to maximize both of these things because both of these things are going to be important to some extent in terms of how you're treated in society, in terms of how people perceive you. I don't care if it's the nicest guy ever. If he's a 4, then tough luck. Yeah, exactly. Right? If somebody is, not physically attractive to me at all, right? If I can't make myself physically attracted to them, right? Then it's gonna be platonic for the most part, at least. It's going to be a platonic relationship, right? And that's why I recommend everyone looks max. Shallow, girly. I don't think that makes me shallow. I think it just means that I'm looking at things objectively. I think it's more shallow to, completely ignore the issue and pretend like you don't judge people based on their looks when you do. Everyone judges based on looks to an extent. It's just some people do it subconsciously. At least I acknowledge that I do it, right? Like, I'm aware of the fact that, yes, I am biased in terms of looks. Everyone is. Everybody gets old, and if you're with someone, you grow old together. Yes, but you should minimize the extent to which you age together so that you can be attracted to each other for as long as possible, right? That should be your goal. Are you a lesbian or American? Both. Not true, girl. It's absolutely true. But that number you give them is literally subjective. It's intersubjective. So there is going to be some aspects that are, more on the subjective side, but there's going to be some aspects that are intersubjectively true, right? So like, for instance, sunspots being ugly, that's just, completely intersubjective. Like most people, like 99.99% of people are going to find poor skin quality very, very unappealing, right? Any poor health indicator, such as, aging, wrinkles, bad hairline, etc. All of these things are going to be, considered very unattractive by the vast, vast majority of the human population, regardless of your sexual preferences. But yeah. I'm a people pleaser and I cannot relate. I'm also not that affectionate, so all my relationships are platonic. I'm a very kind person otherwise. I do get told that I am a 5 out of 10 on the scale, at least, but I don't know. Yeah, that's fair. Freckles and sunspots are not the same. They look very different. You're literally contradicting yourself. It's easy to tell which actually reads a fucking book. It's sad. Where did I contradict myself? I'm confused. You worry way too much about what others think. No, I think that I'm being reasonable here. I'm being fucking reasonable. Like, it's absurd to claim that looks don't matter at all. Like, if I was a completely hideous monster, I would have 0 audience. Right? If I was more pretty, I would have a much larger audience. And that's just a fact. That's an empirical fact. Right? Notice how all of the most successful female streamers, for the most part, are way more attractive than the average woman. Have you ever noticed that? It's not a coincidence. Looks absolutely matter. If looks didn't matter, then where are all these fucking ugly woman streamers? Why are they not the most successful? Now, when it comes to a lot of these male streamers, what a lot of them do is they're gesture maxing, right? People don't watch them for their looks. But freckles are gorgeous. I agree. But that's the thing is people don't really care as much about men's looks, which I think is stupid. I think that we should care equally. You know? But why do we need other people to find this attractive? If you're not having kids, there's no point. Because I want incredible sex, obviously. Like, why would I want kids? I want, I want the best sex ever. I want people to be as into me as possible. I want people to be as attracted to me as possible. And it's not just because of good sex either, right? That's going to be one of the things. But the other thing is going to be, it boosts my ego, right? I want to boost my ego as much as possible without being delusional. I want to have a justified ego that other people understand. So there's aspects that are subjective and others that are objective. Like, what in the world is that? In what world is that logical? Yeah, so the term I used wasn't objective. It was intersubjective. You fucking moron. And secondly, yeah, there are going to be some things that are preferences. So for instance, sexual dimorphism. That's going to be more subjective. Right? Whether or not you're attracted to feminine or masculine characteristics, or what style are you attracted to? All of that shit is going to be, way more subjective, right? In terms of things like, fucking sunspots, poor skin quality in general, acne, wrinkles, etc. That is intersubjectively going to be the case, that it's unattractive, right? But yeah, I care about my looks because I want to look as good as possible because I want to mog people. I want to mog people, okay? My goal is to become, like a leftist transgender version of clavicular, okay? That's my goal. All right? Because it'd be funny. All right? If I combine the pink pill with the black pill, I could create the funniest, clusterfuck of internet shit imaginable. It would be great. To combine trans maxing with looks maxing and create this fucking abomination of like internet shit. I think that'd be great. It's just like the most terminally online shit ever, and it's awesome. Anyways. Femi, I hate to break it to you, but you cannot mog Trumpster Bob. True. Trumpster Bob is just too much of a baddie. Combine the pink pill with the black pill. Hollow purple. Is there... I thought there already was a purple pill. I thought it was like a combination of the red pill and the blue pill. But hollow purple, I guess? Maybe. Maybe like the pastel purple pill. The pastel purple pill. We could use a pastel purple pill. But no. But I just like imagine it like, how like the capsule has like two parts? I imagine like one half of it is pink and the other half is black. Okay? I'm yellow pill maxing. That's the piss pill. What's the lowest number you'd sleep with? Honestly, probably a... That's tough. Like, are we talking about PSL score or like, just generalized attractiveness? If we're talking about generalized attractiveness, I'd say probably 5 out of 10, right? If somebody is like noticeably unattractive, I can't be, I can't make myself physically attracted. Anyways. Yeah, good question. I would sleep with the one if he pretends to rape me. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. But it's like, if somebody is like some 300-pound neckbeard, like, I'm not gonna want to sleep with them. Like, why would I? Like, it's unreasonable to expect me to be attracted to that. Right? I don't expect everyone to be attracted to me. Right? Right? A lot of people are not going to find me attractive, and that's okay. Nobody is obligated to find anything attractive. Right? What is PSL? Don't worry about it. It's brain rot. It's brain rot. Trans like boy now girl. Yep. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pretty much. People are obligated to think Trumpster Bob is. Yo, truth nuke. I need to pee. I'm gonna be right back. I'm sorry. I find you to be a pretentious narcissist. How am I narcissistic? If I was narcissistic, I'd be like, yeah, dude, I'm a 10 out of 10. I consider myself to be a 4 out of 10. I'm not attracted to myself. That's right. I'm a 4 out of 10. I said it. That's like the opposite of narcissism. But I want to ascend to like, you know, like a 7.5 out of 10 at best. And that's my goal because I think that that's my maximum genetic potential is 7.5 out of 10. Right? And I think that, you know, with the right surgeries, the right makeup, the right, you know, at the right weight, you know, the right body fat percentage, I guess, you know, I could get there. Right hair, obviously. You know, I think all of those things, the right eyebrow shape. You know, if I looks max, I think I could get to like a 7 to 7.5. You know. Anyways, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta pee. Okay, chat, we're back. But yeah, remember, skincare is very important. Skincare is very important. Did you wash your hands? Yes, obviously, because I'm not a fucking freak. Are you lesbian or bisexual? Technically bisexual, but mostly lesbian. People have said life is tough for trans. Is this true for your case? I'd say for a trans person, my life is probably a bit on the easier side, but compared to a normal person, it's probably a bit more difficult. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Actually, I don't know if I believe that. But you are a 10. I'm not a 10. I'm definitely not a 10. Would you date a femboy? If he's hot, yeah. In all honesty, I hope this young girl gets her priorities straight. I'd cry if my daughter felt this way. All she thinks is important is her looks, and who wants to screw her? She'll grow old and see what? Finish the sentence. Jesus. I'm gonna send you my tax money. Type shit. Type shit. You should avoid smiling. Laugh lines are unattractive. Yeah, so I'm just gonna fat graft in that area. You know, if it ever becomes a problem, then I'll just do fat grafting, as well as Botox. You know, I'm probably gonna get Botox by the age of 25. I'm just a bit of a broke bitch, and I'd rather save for, facial feminization surgery first. And And then I'll get Botox after FFS. Anyways. Femyoz send you my text when he is based. But I will say, yeah, one thing I do advise is avoid any extreme facial expressions. I think, you know, smiling is an exception, right? You don't want to be miserable and like never smile, but never force a smile either. Not even for photos. Never do it if it's not, you know, a natural reaction. Definitely never force facial expressions. It's better to come across as autistic and not age your skin, than to, you know, come across as neurotypical and age your skin. Because at the end of the day, if you don't age your skin, you're gonna be having the last laugh. So yeah, wrinkles also come from facial expressions. So minor little micro expressions, I think, are fine. But like, you know, raising your eyebrows to the point where you wrinkle your forehead, which I'm not gonna do because, you know, I avoid it at all costs. Now it's tempting to do because I'm avoiding it. But I just got so used to it that I don't even think about it anymore. But right, that's gonna be a, you know, a primary cause for, you know, not ideal looking foreheads. You know, aside from like if they're like a bad shape, don't furrow your eyebrows too much, like this, right? Or you're gonna have wrinkles between your eyebrows. I just did it. I don't know why I did. Well, that's one that's harder to avoid. But like I noticed that, you know, like my mom has like little, you know, ridges in this area, and I don't want that. So I avoid furrowing my eyebrows as well. I'm still working on that one. I shouldn't have done it actually. It's a bad habit. But it's very difficult to avoid that one. And then, you know, smiling. I don't think you should avoid that. You know, just be happy. And I'm just gonna put some probably gonna put like whatchamacallit. I'm gonna fat graft and, you know, if like, because I'm gonna lose weight from Adderall, and if this area is like an issue, I could fat graft to like get rid of like the wrinkles or whatever, if it ever becomes an issue. So yeah, and I'm also going to you know, fat graft in this area as well. Either that or I'm going to get infraorbital implants. So I'm either going to fat graft in the infraorbital area or I'm going to get infraorbital implants at some point. Because that area is also very weak. Anyways. How you been though, Femyoz? Enjoying your weekend? You look beautiful as always. Thank you. Thank you. Team Who Megan Trainor is crazy. No, I'm gonna mog Megan Trainor at some point, okay? I won't be the Timu version of Megan Trainor. You know, after I get all the surgeries I need and whatnot, and Adderall Max, when I get Adderall again. Instead, I will be, you know, mogging her, and she'll be Timu Femyoz. But, you know, it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take some time. But yeah. Anyways, what's your nationality? Well, I'm an American. Slow down so I can understand. Why don't you speed up? Ever consider that? Just saying. Just saying. Anyways. I don't even know where I was going with this. No. Fucking hell. Okay, you know what? I kind of want to go... Okay, January 2026 playlist. What do we watch? I don't know what to watch. Chat. Do you want to watch how yoga pants are destroying society? Chat. I've been wondering, you know, what's been destroying society? Why is the West falling? And, you know, I've come to the conclusion that it's actually yoga pants. Yoga pants are destroying society. They need to be illegal. Okay? And the reason I came to this conclusion is because my favorite YouTuber, Loser Maxing, has made a video saying that yoga pants are destroying society. I'm so excited. So, without further ado, if it loads, it's not loading. That's awesome. Anyways, pretty soft boys and girls make the world go round. Yo, truth nuke. Okay. This is from a day ago. Stop. Stop lagging. What the fuck is this? It's just this. What? Why is it frozen? Oh my god, my computer hates me. Oh my lord. Okay. Yoga pants are destroying society. Oh boy. Well, that's no good. Ow. Stop. Why is my... Dude, what is my computer doing? Work, please. God, no. Oh my god. Like, maybe if I refresh.
I'm just gonna say it.
Stop. Oh my lord. Dude, my PC loves me very much. Okay. Okay. Anyways.
I'm just gonna say it. Yoga pants should be illegal.
They should be illegal. Okay, well, surely he's gonna make a very good argument for why.
And if you think I sound ridiculous right now,
it's because you do. Yeah.
That's probably because you're just too far gone.
Oh, I'm too far gone. The guy that thinks that yoga pants need to be banned from society, he's not too far gone. It's everybody except for him that's too far gone, obviously.
You're too far gone.
Yes, everybody except for Loser Maxing is too far gone. No, that's why we get bitches and you don't.
Congratulations on being brainwashed, you pathetic.
Guys, we've all been brainwashed into thinking that it's fine to wear yoga pants. Apparently, it should be illegal. It's so bad. It's a crime against humanity.
Gooner. Listen, I apologize for calling you a gooner. I'm sure you're...
Yeah, wait, how am I a gooner? I'm just kind of indifferent to it. Like, I don't see somebody wearing yoga pants and start fucking gooning, right? I just, don't care. Like a normal person. I know, crazy. I'm attracted to women, but I don't, see somebody in yoga pants and suddenly bust a nut out of nowhere. That's not how that works.
You're a good guy, whoever you are listening to this, but listen. This is not okay. All right?
Why?
And
Why
I know
is it not okay?
I'm rare for this. I know this is not exactly a popular opinion these days, but...
Gee golly, I can't possibly imagine why. Maybe it's because you have a regressive ideology.
I do care about gender equality, and I do care about personal freedom. I think
well, clearly you don't if you think that wearing fucking yoga pants should be illegal.
Personal freedom is very important, but we live in a society, okay?
We live in a society. Personal freedom is very important, but we live in a society, so I'm actually going to argue against personal freedom.
We actually live in a society.
No, really? Holy shit, thank you for sharing.
I know it's a meme, but, it's true. We live in a society. All of us.
Yeah, say it 3 more times, please. Yeah, say it 3 more times, please. You didn't say it enough.
Together. Men, women, children, animals, and fuck it. I guess AI chatbots now, too, live in this society. But we're all in this together.
You wouldn't want the yoga pants to, make the AI chatbots horny. That'd be really bad.
Okay? And part of living in a society is finding the right balance between allowing people to have personal freedoms while also restricting certain behaviors when those behaviors are things that cause harm to other members of society.
Okay, I agree with that. How exactly does wearing yoga pants cause objective and measurable harm? Please explain.
I'm sure that yoga pants are super comfortable. Okay, they're, it's that nice, smooth, stretchy material. I'm sure.
Yes, they are very comfortable.
Sure, it's comfortable. Very comfy.
Yes,
I get it. Okay,
they are.
I get it. And I even accept that there are probably some women out there that really don't even realize what they're doing when they put the yoga pants on.
Yeah, you're right. They're not doing anything wrong by not viewing themselves as sex objects.
I think there are some women that don't realize it, but most
But don't realize what? That you fucking goon over it? You're the weird one.
Y'all know exactly what the heck y'all are doing, okay? Most of you know goddamn well what you're doing with those yoga pants.
What exactly are we doing?
The thing is, yoga pants are just one of those things where you might think it's just a harmless pair of pants.
Yeah, because it is. It is harmless. They're not gonna fucking kill you.
It's just a matter of exercising your personal freedom to wear
Yes, that's what it is. You should be able to wear whatever the fuck you want.
whatever kind of garment you choose.
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is, yoga pants are harmful to society.
But they're harmful to society. Okay, Shirley is gonna make a very compelling argument.
Yoga pants are bad for a
Okay, why are they bad?
very large segment of the population.
Right,
Male and
right.
female, okay?
Male and female. Okay, explain how it's bad for men and women.
So I think it should be illegal to wear yoga pants
Yeah,
outside
why?
the home.
Yeah, why should it be illegal?
In your own home, you can do whatever you want as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you should only be able to wear yoga pants in your own home, not in public,
But
apparently.
when you go out into public, you gotta behave, okay? You gotta follow the
You gotta behave? What are we talking about? What do you mean they gotta behave?
rules of society. You gotta behave. And this is nothing new, by the way.
Why do you want society to have more rules? Why do you want it to be a more restrictive, more miserable, more boring place? What you're advocating for is making society more boring, more miserable, more restrictive, and just a worse place to exist.
Ever heard of this little thing called illicit drugs?
Yeah, dude, wearing yoga pants is exactly like selling fentanyl. Yeah, these are exactly the same, dude.
Yeah, they're illegal, okay?
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they should be illegal. I'm actually on the side of making them legalized so that they're, easier to regulate. I'm just saying.
So sometimes personal freedom has to be restricted.
No, it actually doesn't. Unless it's infringing upon the freedoms of somebody else, it does not need to be restricted.
For the benefit of broader society.
Yeah, but nobody benefits except for, I don't know, fucking borderline rapist men like you, I guess. Oh no, dude, if she wears yoga pants, I'm gonna struggle to not fucking rape her. Like, okay, dude, that sounds like a you problem. Go to therapy, fucking moron.
So what exactly is the deal with yoga pants? Okay, what's my problem with yoga pants? What, am I gay or something? Okay, no, I'm not. But listen.
No, he's not gay, don't worry. He actually wants to rape you if you wear yoga pants.
Here's the thing. I think that wearing yoga pants outside the home should be illegal.
Yes, you've said that 20 times now, dipshit. Now make an argument.
And I'll explain it like this. Well, let me refer back to the United States Constitution. I haven't read the Constitution in a while, but I'm pretty
So you're gonna refer to something that you just, are kind of clueless about?
sure I remember it saying something along the lines of, all men are created equally. And most people these days interpret that to also include women. And I agree with that, okay? All men and women are equal.
Yeah, it also says that, you have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and you're trying to restrict people's liberty.
And they should have...
Right? You want it to be closer to, you want the laws to be more like the ones in Islamic shithole countries. These disgusting theocratic regimes where women are forced to cover up because of, disgusting rapist men who can't control themselves, as if they're not the problem.
Equal opportunity. And they should be treated equally under the law in all.
Yeah, I agree. It's not illegal for men to wear yoga pants, for the record. You're also allowed to wear yoga pants. Nobody's fucking stopping you.
That good stuff, okay? Now don't lose me here. I know it gets a little bit complicated. It might be hard for some of y'all to understand, but please follow along, pay attention. Let's not get lost here, okay? The ubiquitousness of yoga pants in our society has made it so that women just have way more power than men.
Wait, how does he give women power? What are we talking about? Wait, you think that we live in a matriarchy now? And it's also because of yoga pants? Just like he's wrong about both things.
Offsets the equality. The equality.
It offsets the equality. What are we talking about? You're also allowed to wear yoga pants. Nobody's fucking stopping you. It shouldn't be illegal for men to wear yoga pants either.
Like the most fundamental part of the Constitution. That's why they put it at the freaking beginning.
What? Can you find the law that says men aren't allowed to wear yoga pants?
At the beginning amble part, of the Constitution.
The beginning amble. Did he just call the preamble the fucking beginning amble part? Are we fucking serious?
And that's probably the main problem, I think, with yoga pants. But there are some other issues I have with this garment as well. We'll get into that later. But yoga pants just give women too much power.
How? How does that give women power? What are we talking about?
I know right now some of y'all are thinking, wait.
Like, men can also wear yoga pants.
Wait. How the hell does a simple garment offset the entire balance of gender
Yeah, how does it? Nobody is saying men can't wear
equality? That cannot be true.
You're right, because it's not.
Well, I'm here to tell you it is true.
Oh,
It's
he's here to tell us it's
very
true.
true. And
It's
I would
very
even go
true,
so far as to
guys.
say that yoga pants are one of the main reasons why these days we're seeing such a large disparity in educational attainment between the
What? What? Do you have a study for this? Do you have some study that demonstrates a direct causal link? Or is this one of those things that you just made the fuck up?
sexes. There might be some truth to the notion that modern academia is structured in a way that just favors the female brain. That
What exactly is the female brain? What are we talking about?
might have some truth to it. In fact, I think it does have some truth to it. But I don't think
What are we yapping about?
that's the main reason. Okay, that's not the main reason that 64% of college graduates are female these days and only 30% are male. I just made those
Well, it's going to be on the basis of, you know, the way in which people are socialized, is it
numbers
not?
up off the top of my head, but I think it's something like that. Okay, fellas, now listen, fellas. Let's do a thought experiment, okay? Close
Also, he just like made up statistics. Like, are you just going to make up statistics and, you know, not back it up with anything?
your eyes and imagine that you're back in school. Or if you've never been to school, imagine you're in school for the first time. You're sitting at your desk. You're about to take a very important test. And I'm sure lots of you have literally actually had this exact experience.
Right,
But for the rest of us, let's just imagine. And if you have had this experience, please forgive me for making you relive that trauma.
Okay, it's going to be a traumatic experience. Would you like to explain what your
I
trauma
hate that I have to
is?
do that right now, but people need to know the truth about yoga pants. So I have no choice.
Yes, you have yoga pants trauma. I never thought I would hear a guy talk about fucking trauma from looking at fucking yoga pants. What are we talking about? This guy has gone off the deep end.
Nobody else is talking about this, so I gotta be the whistleblower here, okay? So imagine you're sitting there in the lecture hall. You got there early because, you know, it's a very important test.
Dog, I never showed up early to anything. And I did perfectly well on tests.
Say it's your midterm exam.
It must be my female brain.
And you need to make a good grade on this test in order to pass the class. Okay?
In order to pass the class? What? Why are you failing your classes? Are you retarded or something?
So you're one of the first to arrive in the classroom, and you're sitting at your desk, you're setting up your station.
I guess maybe if you're like in AP classes, then fair, but like...
Getting ready for the test.
Like, I never had this problem. Like, the problem that I always had was like, you know, if I was like in an AP class and, you know, I was getting a C, my dad would get mad at me. You know, that was always the issue. I never fucking, you know, failed my classes.
You know,
in school.
You're carefully placing your pencils on the corner of your desk alongside your eraser. Maybe you got a Texas Instruments calculator or some sort of paraphernalia like that you need for your test. Maybe you're going over some notes or whatever. Okay, so you're just being an exemplary student in this scenario. Okay, you're being very...
No, I actually never did that. I always just did things at the last minute, and it magically worked out. I just fluid intelligence maxed, okay?
Studious. So you're sitting there, and then...
Well, I was never studious, but I got decent grades anyway and took AP classes. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Like, why would you put in all this effort? It doesn't actually do anything.
Girl walks in the room wearing skin-tight yoga pants, and she walks right past you, and I don't even care if she's not even that attractive, but if she's wearing those skin...
Bro, are you actually this fucking desperate?
Tight yoga pants made out of the really, really thin material... She could even look like a freaking canine.
Bro, just stop looking then. Don't look. If it's that big of a deal, stop looking at her fucking ass. All you have to do is not look there.
In the face. But you see a girl walk past in yoga pants like that, just with the booty meat.
I'm attracted to women. I had testosterone in my system at one point, right? A lot of it as a teenager. Guess what? Never had that issue. And I had quite a bit of a sex drive.
Just jiggling everywhere. Or not even necessarily that you can see any jiggle. Maybe it's maybe this is a more petite lady with not a whole lot of jiggle factor, but you just see the whole shape of everything, you know?
Yeah, and then I move on and do the test like a normal person.
And that's the thing too, with these yoga pants. Yoga pants can sometimes make a woman with no booty at all look like she's walking around with 2 globes in her back pockets. Like,
I don't necessarily think that's true.
Excuse me, miss. This is calculus class. I don't think you're going to need a globe for this exam, much less 2. Okay, it's not geography. But
dog, that's just their body. Like they're physically there. That's like Like, sorry for having an ass? Like, it's a fucking part of the human body. Like, what are we talking about?
Yoga pants they have this way where they just squeeze and lift like that, you know, where a girl...
This sounds like a you problem. Like, just because you're like this disgusting sex pest freak doesn't automatically mean that this is, you know, society's problem. It is a you problem. You are to blame for this.
It might not look like, you know, she might look like nothing much with regular britches on, but she puts on yoga pants and now all of a sudden her cheeks are looking like two perfectly round spheres.
Okay, why is that what you're paying attention to?
In a good way. And like, you know, the thighs and everything too. You just, all of it.
Yeah, you should also have to cover up your thighs, apparently.
Looking in the best way possible. Very unrealistically, even. But when you see it all there, walking right past your face, you know, in that moment, it's still real to me, damn it. You know, like, it feels real when you see it. It looks real, you know?
Dude, this guy is a level 100 mega gooner.
It looks like that.
He's talking about minors. Look, I would critique him for that too, but he's talking about like a past experience, I think. He's like, okay, he's saying it from the perspective of when he was a kid, right? So he's saying like, okay, it's like, you know, assumedly people, you know, his own age, right? You know, because I do have memories of, you know, looking at people, you know, from when I was that age, right? And the way I perceived it would have been different, right? My memory of the thing is different from the actual thing itself, right? Does that make sense? And I'm gonna grant him that same level of charitability, right? I remember having, you know, a few crushes on people, right? But how I remember them in my head is as being the same age as me, right? I don't think of them as children in my memories because I was also a child when those memories were made. So I will defend him on that point, okay? I don't think he's like, you know, being like pedophile. I think he's just being creepy and objectifying women.
That's the real shape and everything under there. And sometimes it is. A lot of times it is. It depends on the type of yoga pants they're wearing.
Yeah, it's like saying that guys shouldn't wear shirts with tight sleeves. Like, it's so fucking stupid. It's like, okay, well, guys can wear shirts with tight sleeves that show off their muscles, and a lot of women goon over that. Big fucking deal. Whoop-de-doo. Who cares? Get over yourself. Skill issue.
But all yoga pants should be illegal. But look,
why? Should yoga pants for men be illegal too? Why? What about, you know, skin tight shirts that show off men's muscles and, you know, show off their arm muscles and, you know, their pectoral muscles? Should that be banned as well? That's fucking ridiculous.
Look, okay, what I'm trying to say, you know, you're just there to take your exam. You're trying to better yourself and get educated and get a degree.
Then stop staring at her fucking ass, dumb retard.
So you can make your parents proud. You can climb the ranks of the social class ladder. You can climb up out of poverty or whatever it may be, you know. Maybe you're going for president.
But you not being able to control your sexual urges is preventing that. And that's society's fault. How exactly?
Prestige. I don't know. Whatever. You're being studious.
Yeah, how about Sharia law in the classroom?
In this scenario.
Now, that way everyone's going to do great on tests. Obviously. You know, that's how that works.
Okay. Somebody tell me, how in the world am I supposed to remember the fucking quadratic formula when all I can think about...
With the quadratic formula song. It's, what is it? It's like, A equals negative B plus or minus the square root of B squared minus 4AC right over 2A. Does anyone remember that? Or was it 4A? No, it was 2A. That's the correct formula, right? Did I get it right? Did I get it right? Chat, I don't remember. I don't know if I got it right. It's been years. Dude, that's how I remember it. I will never forget that, okay? It doesn't matter how voluptuous the ass of the person in front of me is, okay? I will always remember the quadratic formula. It was ingrained in my brain, okay? Anyways.
Out his ass. Because I just saw it walking past me.
Yeah, x equals negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. Yeah, I got it right!
And it's never just one yoga pantsed young lady in your midterms. It's pretty much every single girl in your class because they're all thinking like,
Well, then learn some fucking self-control.
I gotta be comfortable for the big exam. I better wear my super comfy dumpy yoga pants so I'm super
Yeah, problem?
comfortable when I'm taking my midterms.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Right? Because they're not going to be thinking about, oh, but what about like the one deranged sex pest freak in the back of the class that's staring at our asses? Right? They're not going to be thinking about, oh, what about like the deranged fucking sex pest, borderline fucking rapist who's staring at our ass and can't control his urges? Right? They're not going to be thinking about that.
So all the guys in the class are just screwed. They're just screwed because they're surrounded.
No, they're not. Okay? I went through male puberty. I'm attracted to women. I never had this issue.
Surrounded by every possible shape and size of ass you can imagine. And all the booties are enhanced by the shaping, lifting yoga pants.
That doesn't mean you have to stare at them.
So that
Literally just fucking look away. Look at the fucking test. Stop staring at their fucking ass.
I think is the true source of the educational attainment gap between the sexes. And by the way, if you want to know just how bad the problem can be, it could even be the teacher. Okay? I had a physics class back in the day, and
Dude, now the teachers aren't allowed to wear yoga pants either. He's this desperate.
well, it wasn't actually the professor,
Well, maybe if it's like a younger teacher that's like still in her 20s.
but the
then that's
professor
fair.
just wouldn't come to class on exam day for some reason. So there would be a grad student there proctoring the exam to make sure that nobody's cheating or whatever. And
Problem?
holy cow, this grad student that would proctor our exam, like every single exam, okay, she's like walking up and down the aisles, ostensibly just checking to make sure that nobody's cheating. Okay.
Yeah, that's what she's there for.
I think she was showing off a little bit, but ostensibly,
No, she was there to check to make sure people weren't cheating. You fucking retard.
she's walking around making sure nobody's got a cheat card, whatever. She's making sure nobody's cheating.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, that's what they're there for.
But what she was doing, really, was she was making sure that none of the fellas in the class could focus on the damn exam.
No, this is a you problem. Nobody else has this issue.
Because, look, I don't usually say this, because I don't even know what it means, but the only turn of phrase that I can think of to express just how big and juicy just...
Dude, why are you looking at the fucking proctor's ass?
Ay caramba!
Yeah, if my proctor was a 5'2" slim twink, I might have a bit of trouble. Yeah, at that point, it doesn't even matter what they wear.
Somebody in the comments, please tell me what
Yeah, it's like blaming somebody else for your own desires.
ay
Exactly.
caramba even means, because I really don't know, but ay caramba,
It's basically holy fuckamole in Spanish.
talking about, and again, this was during a physics exam, okay? I'm supposed to be sitting there calculating the exit velocity of a planetary body in orbit or something.
Yeah, nobody is stopping you from doing that other than yourself.
But
Like, why are you blaming society for your own mental limitations? It's not fucking society's fault. Society doesn't need to fucking cater to retard rapist men like you.
just kept walking around with the yoga pants on. And how is that okay? How is that okay? It's high.
Because most men, unlike you, aren't borderline rapists that can't control their urges. Most men actually can control their urges, right? You are painting men in the most negative light imaginable with this video. You are lumping men in with you, and then you wonder why women are fucking terrified of men. It's because they've familiarized themselves with disgusting, freakish, rapist men like you who can't control their urges, right? And they're like, well, fuck, men are terrifying. Especially when they hear somebody like you say, oh, all men are like this. And then they hear that shit and they're like, well, men fucking suck. Men are horrendous. And I think that they're wrong for having the take that all men are horrendous if they have that. Most people don't have that, by the way. But even judging people on the basis of, their gender, I think that's wrong. But it's like, I could see why they would come to that conclusion when people like you are leading them there and saying, yeah, men are like this.
Highly unprofessional, for one thing. It's just so unprofessional, Please
I'm professional. Like, shut the fuck up.
sit down, ma'am. Or at least dress appropriately to your
How is she dressing appropriately? It's not like she's fucking naked.
job as an
It's not like her fucking ass cheeks are hanging out. Like, what are we talking about? She's fully clothed.
exam proctor, for crying out loud. She was supposed to be proctoring the exam, but she had me sitting there wishing I was a proctologist, so maybe one day I could be lucky enough to proctor that booty,
See, it's just like, how is he not embarrassed?
I mean, sheesh. So, obviously, it's pretty much impossible to focus on anything else when they're
No, it isn't.
There's women walking around all over the place wearing yoga pants.
Bro, it's like, sorry for existing, I guess. Like,
You might
what
as
do you
well just
want
not
me to
wear
do?
anything at all at that point. Or
Wait, you think that wearing yoga pants is exactly the same as wearing nothing at all? Now, granted, I do take the pro-nudist position, right? There are, small tribal societies in which, women will just have their fucking tits out and nobody cares. Nobody views it as, a sexual thing. Why? Because women aren't fucking sex objects there, right? And that's how our society should be. It shouldn't be, sexualized and objectified constantly, right? That's the problem with society, is that it objectifies women.
actually, it's worse than that because of how the yoga pants lift and sculpt and shape
It's not worse than being naked. What are we talking about? You're retarded.
or whatever. Because sometimes I see a woman in yoga pants that
It's like, sorry for having a nicely shaped fucking body. Like, what do you fucking want?
I think she looks
Like, no, hide the shape of your body. Be less attractive on purpose. That's fucking stupid.
great, and I'm already starting
Like, shouldn't clothes be designed to enhance the shape of somebody's body? Isn't that the fucking point?
to like mentally save that image for later.
Like, the goal should be to look as attractive as possible when you wear clothes. That should be the goal.
But then I know
Yeah, admire it and walk away. Focus on the test. Like, this shouldn't be that
this the
hard.
rest of her, and she'll have like 24 pounds of excess skin hanging off her elbow, and it's like, damn, these
Well, then you're fucking desperate.
yoga pants really are doing some heavy lifting, okay? Like real heavy lifting. I don't know how it works.
Dog, if she has saggy elbows and you're still fucking gooning, like, this might be a you problem. Because at no point have I ever gooned over somebody that has extremely saggy elbows, okay? That's an instant turnoff for me.
Exactly. But sometimes the yoga pants will have me damn near willing to give up my entire life savings, sacrifice my dog to bail,
Okay, you're desperate.
and swear an oath of fealty to whatever God will listen, just to have the chance to grab a handful of whatever's wrapped up in those yoga pants.
Yeah, you being a sex pest is not their
And
fault.
then I look up and it's like, okay, hold up. This woman is morbidly obese and she is probably like 60 years old.
And you're still gooning over her and you don't see the issue. You don't realize that maybe you're the fucking problem. You're the common denominator. Most men don't have this issue.
She's definitely not doing yoga, but it's not even
Like, if you're struggling to focus, just do Adderall, like the rest of
fair
us.
what these yoga pants are capable of. Okay, they sculpt, they lift, they shape, they change things. It's alchemy. It is truly alchemy. So the question I have about all of this, how are men supposed to ever have an equal position in this modern society when we can't even focus?
By controlling your sexual urges like a normal person, like the rest of society, that doesn't go around, not being able to control their fucking sex urges. Like, what are we talking about? Have some fucking self-control. Have some self-discipline. Stop blaming society for your problems.
On anything, because it's everywhere you go, any time of year. They got yoga pants in the winter, they got yoga pants in the summer, all the time.
Yeah, because they're comfortable.
And, people wonder why every guy has ADHD nowadays.
But wait, you think that yoga pants cause the medical condition of ADHD? Are you fucking retarded? Are you actually fucking brain dead? What are we talking about? Yoga pants cause ADHD. What a fucking retard. Yoga pants cause ADHD. Are we for real?
Yeah, I mean, we are focusing on something, just not the right things. But that's our biology in action.
No, that's you being controlled by it. That's you being controlled by your sexual urges and fantasies. Learn some self-discipline.
The human animal was never meant to coexist in a habitat with yoga pants.
What? Right, because, clothes were, biologically, are an innate, because obviously clothing is an innate biological aspect of humanity, of course. We're born wearing clothes. What are we talking about? What a retarded take. Yeah, guess what? While it is true that, yoga pants don't occur in nature, nor does any fucking clothes. Yo, thank you, Dusky Acrobat, for the 5, saying Adderall money is. Yo, thank you very much.
It's unnatural. It's all
Yeah, so is every article of clothing. Every article of clothing is unnatural, you fucking retard. The clothes you're wearing right now are unnatural. You know, the fucking burqas that you want women to wear so that you don't fucking bust a nut in your pants are unnatural. All of it is unnatural. Actually, the more clothes you're wearing, the less natural it is. The most natural thing is being butt-ass naked. That's natural. That's nature. Okay? There's a reason why we are the only species on the entire planet that wears clothes. No other species does this. Why? Because we defy nature. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not in the camp of natural equals good. I think it's good to defy nature because sometimes it leads to preferable outcomes. But to claim that wearing more clothes is natural? What are we talking about? Natural would be completely nude.
alchemy. I'll say it again. It is alchemy what these yoga pants are doing. They are turning garbage into gold.
That's no.
It is quite literally alchemy. Because
it's not what it does.
Again,
I've seen people that still look ugly wearing yoga pants.
A lot of these women would be nothing without the yoga pants.
Well, that's just not true.
They would be disgusting without them.
Yeah, except the women that I was attracted to, you know, growing up, you know, regardless of whether or not they wore yoga pants, it was not on the basis of what they look like in yoga pants. It was on the basis of, you know, what their face looks like, you know, what their overall body looks like, right? That was, like, that's always been, you know, a driving force, right? It's not just, oh, well, you know, does their ass look good in yoga pants?
And all of this is devastating to men.
No, it's devastating to you because you don't have self-control and you refuse to take any accountability for your own problems.
Devastating to all of the men in society. This yoga pants first society is devastating to average men and below average men.
No, it's devastating to severely below average men like you who can't control their fucking sex drive. People like you are a danger to women.
Because these women want nothing to do with us.
Yeah, I wonder why women want nothing to do with you. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you're like, yeah, I think that wearing yoga pants should be illegal. Women shouldn't be allowed to wear that. The law should dictate otherwise. Yeah, I wonder why women don't want anything to do with you. No, it couldn't possibly have anything to do with the fact that you're a disgusting, freakish, borderline fucking rapist that can't control their sexual urges. Oh, I'm sure it has nothing to do with that.
They all only want the top 10% of men. If, you know.
No, they just don't want the bottom 0.10% of men, like you.
If that even. I'm starting to think it's really only like the top 5%.
No, you're like the bottom 5%. The bottom 0.5%, if anything.
Of men that are having any success these days. Either way, I know it's not me. So wherever.
I wonder why.
You know, it doesn't really matter. I know it's not me. And I know the yoga pants are fucking destroying my life.
No, they're not. You are destroying your own life by not controlling your own sexual urges.
So I do think it should be illegal. And another thing, you know, we got to talk about this. This is another aspect of it. It's really just not appropriate to wear yoga.
It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. That's inappropriate. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. It's not appropriate. Is he gonna make a wait? Is he gonna make a think of the kids argument? Wait, let's see if he does. Let's see if he does.
In 99% of 100% of situations, it is not appropriate. Okay,
it's not appropriate.
It's
not appropriate.
And I even remember. I know a lot of you are too young to remember this, but I remember back around 2008, 2009, something like that, when yoga pants were first starting to get popular. There was actually a lot of people debating and talking about it, like, is it appropriate to wear yoga pants?
Yeah, and the people that were saying it's not appropriate are fucking retards, and I'm glad that they lost.
Pants in public. Is it acceptable to wear yoga pants outside the gym? And,
yes, it is.
And I remember it was just this.
Yeah, notice how the debate wasn't should it be legal or illegal? Even back then, the notion that it, you know, should be illegal was fucking crazy. Right? People are just saying, you know, should it be socially acceptable? That was the debate.
Thing that a lot of people disagreed about, including women. You know, it sounds crazy to.
Yeah. Oh, well, it sounds crazy, but even some women were fucking retarded on this subject. Yeah, okay. Cool. That doesn't mean anything.
Think about now, but I promise you, I know some of you are too young to have seen this happening, but that's how it was. People were talking about it online.
Yes. People in the past were more wrong about stuff than they are now. What's your point?
People were talking about it at work, in classrooms. It wasn't just automatically accepted that it's just A-okay for women to be walking around in public
Yeah, it also wasn't automatically accepted that, black people are equal to white people. But guess what? The people that were on the right side of history were not the ones that were saying that they should be unequal. All right, same principle applies. Right? It was obviously the people that were anti-slavery that were on the right side of history. Being like, oh, but it used to be debated. This wasn't settled back then. It's not an argument. It's like, yeah, there were a lot of people in the past that were wrong about stuff. That doesn't mean that doesn't give your argument any more credence.
Essentially pantsless. Because let's be real here, yoga pants hardly count as pants. I don't care if they technically cover the full leg all the
Yeah, they do.
way down the ankle to the top of the hip. Okay.
I'm sorry, but if you can't fucking control your urges, then that's a skill issue. It's not like they're fucking naked. They're not wearing anything out of the ordinary.
Hey, that is just a technicality. Let's not be pedantic. Yoga pants are extremely revealing, especially the ones with a
All they reveal is the shape of somebody's body. They reveal a silhouette. That's it. If you're fucking gooning to somebody's silhouette, then that's a fucking skill issue.
really thin material. It doesn't surprise me that the yoga pants are okay crowd won in the end. Obviously,
Yeah, because they were objectively correct.
women are going to promote the option that gives them an immense amount of unearned power.
It's not, they don't gain power from it other than, being equal. Like, that's like, yeah, okay. That's like a gender equality thing, right? Men should also be allowed to wear yoga pants, right? Women should be able to wear whatever the fuck they want. So should men, right? Restricting what women wear means that we have less power in society, right? But the notion that we live in a matriarchy because, what about yoga pants is fucking retarded. What are we talking about?
And a lot of men are going to support it too, because, these pathetic simps out here, they just want to look at all these freaking floozies.
Or maybe it's the case that, unlike you, these men are superior and are able to control their sexual urges because they're not fucking loser freaks like you that want to rape a woman as soon as they wear something slightly revealing.
Walking around in their skin-tight pants, jiggling all over the place.
Oh, boo-hoo. Fucking get over yourself.
So all these simps support it.
Yeah, women should be forced to cover their ankles, actually.
It's just comfortable. I wear yoga pants because they're comfortable.
Yeah, and if you're gooning to that, that's you problem.
No, you freaking do not. You
Yeah, they do.
floozy, okay?
Like, why should women be forced to cater to the needs / requests of a disgusting borderline rapist like you that can't control their sexual urges?
I'm not buying it. You don't wear the yoga pants out of comfort. All right? They wear these pants because they know darn well that it gives them an instant +3 at least to their looks rating.
No, it fucking doesn't. Looks rating is determined by facial features.
And it just straight up drains the life source out of men. If a woman ran for president and she just wore yoga pants everywhere she went on the campaign trail, she just showed up to all the debates and she just
take notes, AOC.
stood there on stage, not even saying anything, not even answering any questions. She just wore yoga pants and made sure to turn around frequently so the camera could see her backside. It would be a landslide
No one would take her seriously. What are we talking about? No one would vote on the basis of
victory. Assuming, I don't know if...
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, but every woman knows that yoga pants are comfortable. Okay, we've all worn them at some point. We all know that they're comfy as shit. Why do you want us to stop being able to wear them? They're comfy.
Kamala Harris or Hillary could have done it, but just like, if they got any reasonably attractive woman, boom,
AOC.
landslide victory.
You're literally talking about AOC.
Easy peasy.
Okay, so if attractiveness is the only thing that you need to become the president, then, surely AOC can just become the president. Hey, I'm in favor of that. AOC basically mogs, everybody else that's a politician, policy-wise, and looks-wise.
The other side would probably agree to just call off the voting. Like, okay, we give up.
What is this delusional fantasy land?
No need to hold the vote. Just everybody just, awooga, like the entire country at the
No, that would be you.
same time. Eyes popping out of our heads and stuff. These yoga pants are just too powerful. They're just...
No, they're not. You just don't have self-control or any discipline.
OP, they're overpowered. And these women aren't doing yoga. Most of them aren't even
Like, you're literally just like a weak beta male cup.
exercising at all. I don't know why we even keep referring
I would come instantly, I love AOC, type shit.
to these devil garments as
It would be some nice fan service,
Yoga
don't get
pants.
me wrong, okay? AOC is hot. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I don't think that that would do her any favors, you know, electorally.
And isn't part of yoga like focus and like, is yoga not related to meditation in some way?
Yeah, which means that they would be able to, you know, focus despite whatever sexual urges they might have. Yeah, you might actually benefit from yoga, my friend, because then you might be able to control your mind, control your sexual urges, have some fucking agency for once. You know?
Is it not some kind of Far East mystic art form meant
What? It's not a Far East mystic art form. What?
to align the chakras or something like that? I'm pretty sure I've heard that. You know, that's what yoga's all about.
No.
I see a lady in some yoga pants.
No, yoga is like when you like stretch and meditate and shit.
With
It's just not like exclusively an Eastern.
the round behind, and I'm just thinking about how can I align my chakra with that ass?
Yeah, because you're weak and have no self-control. Now, maybe if you practiced meditation, which you would greatly benefit from, this wouldn't be an issue.
You know what I'm saying? I can't focus. I'm just trying to
Skill
run errands
issue.
and shit out here, trying to buy some groceries for my family, and
Then go do that.
I end up just
nobody is fucking stopping
standing
you.
there in the produce section, getting misted on next to the broccoli, getting my sleeves all wet and shit, because I can't focus. I can't even like pay attention to what's happening.
Bro, like, take some fucking accountability. Have some agency. I don't know what else to say to this guy other than have some fucking personal autonomy for once. You make decisions. You make the decision to fucking goon instead of having some personal fucking agency and choosing to, I don't know, focus on things that are important. You are choosing to be weak. You are choosing to not have any agency. You are blaming women for your problems, for your predispositions. This is a you problem, not society's.
In front of me, except for like what's happening all around me with like the yoga pants enhanced booty all over the place, making me freeze in place. I'm just stopped in my
No, they're not making you do anything. You are an autonomous adult human being. You have the ability to just look away. Nobody is forcing you to look at their ass.
tracks. And the thing too, you know, I'm not trying to look. I'm not trying to
You are. Whether you realize it or not, you are doing it on purpose.
stare. You know, they're walking around
Yeah, bro needs chastity for real. Get this man a fucking chastity cage.
wearing these demonic garments that could barely qualify as actual pants. Just, you know, honestly, they're just flaunting it. Maybe not always intentionally. I'm sure there are some nice ladies out there that are just victims of the modern times.
Victims? What are we talking about?
They're just wearing the popular fashion of the day.
The only victim here is, you know, probably women. You know, and what are they victims of? Well, people like you, men like you. Men like you are the ones that victimize women. I'm sorry.
Not realizing, I mean, I don't know. How could you not know what you're doing? Especially these flabby booty, ugly, unfit, skinny fat floozies that put on yoga pants and all of a sudden they're smuggling globes in their back pockets, going from a 3 out of 10, no thank you, to a resounding, yes ma'am, please let me touch, 8 out of 10.
Bro, this is not real. This doesn't fucking happen. Nobody goes from a 3 out of 10, you know, basically obese and or deformed, to an 8 out of 10, just from wearing yoga pants. This is not a real thing.
Just because of the demonic dark alchemy of the yoga pants, making things look
Okay, if you think that yoga pants are so fucking powerful, then why don't you put a pair on, you fucking retard?
a whole lot better than they really are underneath. They got to know what they're doing. They got to know what they're doing. There's no way they don't. Just think about how fashion trends usually come and go pretty quickly. Like in the early 2000s, all the girls were wearing low-rise jeans and velour tracksuits. And then there was the scene girl thing and hipsters and whatever else. You know, there's the whole high-waisted mom jeans thing that got big at some point. And
whoa, fashion trends come and go.
and
Okay,
I think that's
whoop-de-fucking-do. What a surprise.
going out of fashion now.
Oh, wow.
But all these fashion trends usually have a lifespan of like maybe 5 years. So tell me why yoga pants are still going strong.
Why? Okay, why are goth girls still going strong? Goth people have existed for fucking ages. It's almost like some things just don't die, and that's okay. That's a good thing, actually.
For nearly 20 freaking years now. Really makes you wonder, doesn't it? Because
No, it doesn't make me wonder, because I'm normal, and I can control my urges. Despite being a, very, very female attracted.
maybe it's because yoga pants are the perfect tool of oppression.
No, dog, you're not being oppressed by yoga pants. What are we talking about? What is this weird victim mentality? Oh, I'm a victim. Oh, what are you a victim of, sir? I'm a victim of yoga pants. Like, what are we talking about? Like, could you imagine going up to somebody in public and telling them that you're being oppressed by them, you're being victimized, and then they ask you, oh, well, I'm sorry, sir, how am I victimizing you? You're yoga pants, you're wearing yoga pants, I'm a victim! I'm being victimized! Like, people would look at you like you're fucking crazy, because you are.
Used by...
Dude, fucking yoga pants is the ultimate tool of oppression. This is the fucking funniest shit ever.
The matriarchy.
The matriarchy. We live in a matriarchal society because of yoga pants.
To keep men in their place.
What?
That and the whole plausible deniability aspect of the whole thing. Because I'm sure most women would just wear volleyball shorts everywhere they go if they could. But that's...
What are we basing this off of? What if it's cold outside? You think they would wear volleyball shorts if it's fucking cold? What are we talking about?
Too difficult to defend because it just shows too much actual skin. But yoga pants, since they technically are long pants, women can always fall back on the old argument of, what? I'm fully covered. How is this inappropriate? I'm fully...
Yeah, good point. They would be fully covered in that
fully
case.
covered. As if we can't really see the fact that their pants...
Bro, all you can see is the fucking outline. You can only see the outline.
Pants are actually not pants at all. They're leggings.
But they literally are.
Okay, they're tights. These are not...
Yeah, they're leggings.
Actual pants. And they're obviously...
Yeah, leggings are a form of pants.
not officially even meant to be worn as the outermost layer. I swear.
Yeah, says
some
who?
women will walk around in these skin-tight leggings in the light gray color with a fabric thickness of like 0.0001 nanometers.
I don't think that that's true. If it was 0.0001 nanometers, you wouldn't be able to fucking see them, you stupid retard.
Fully just like completely see-through, and they'll be like...
They're not see-through. Nobody is wearing pants that are completely see-through. What are we talking about?
Well, I'm fully covered! So what if I'm wearing this at church? My legs are fully covered. These are long pants.
Well, obviously, if they're transparent, it's not going to be the fucking same. If you wear clear pants, for instance. Like, yeah, obviously, that's not going to be the same.
Like, we can all see what you're doing. We can all see what's going on here. Literally, we can all see, like, literally through the leggings, and we can see what's going on here. And you know that. They got to be aware of it. But...
Dog, what are we talking about?
Pathetic simps will just play along with it, and they'll try to attack you and gaslight you if you speak.
Nobody is gaslighting you. People are just saying you need to control your sexual urges because you're a disgusting freak and you're scaring all the hoes away when you say shit like this.
You know, if you actually try to stand up for what's right and you...
No, you're standing up for what you think benefits you. That's what you're standing up for. You're not standing up for what's right. You're not standing up for anybody other than, disgusting sex pest freaks who can't control themselves, like you. When at the end of the day, you should take some fucking personal accountability for your own fucking sex pest desires.
Go up to one of these ladies and you're like, ma'am, this is a Whole Foods. There are children here. Please cover yourself up.
There are children here. Shut the fuck up. I knew he was gonna make a think of the children argument. Like, shut the fuck up. Who cares?
Everybody will jump all over you like, you disgusting misogynist.
Yeah, that's true.
Is covered. She's wearing long pants.
Yeah, literally.
Then,
yeah, truth new.
On the sly, some simp might come up to you like, hey.
Bro, they're not a simp. They just think that you're a fucking retard sex pest, which is true.
Hey, man. Hey, what are you doing? Are you gay or something? What are you, gay? What do you do? Like...
Well, no, he wouldn't be gay. He would have the opposite problem where he views women as sex objects.
Maybe I care about the future of our society. Ever consider...
No, you obviously don't.
that. Maybe I'm speaking up because nobody else is, and I actually
Speaking up against what? You're talking about this is like this is some grave injustice.
care about what happens societally on a societal level. I care
No, you care about what benefits you personally.
about other
You care about doing whatever it takes, changing society in whatever way allows you to put in the least amount of effort into yourself and your own predispositions, as if society needs to cater to you specifically.
people, not just myself and my own hedonism, my own hedonistic pleasure. I care about all of society. Maybe that's why
No, you obviously care about yourself because you don't want to have to take personal accountability, so you blame society for your issues.
I'm blowing the whistle on the yoga pants, okay? Ever consider, you know what I want to say to these people? Do you ever consider maybe I actually have a functioning sense of morality?
No, did you ever consider that maybe you're the fucking problem, you're the common denominator, and that maybe you being a sex pest is a you problem?
So I just don't think that it's okay for anybody to just be walking around in an outfit that would have got you arrested for illicit solicitation 30 years ago.
Yeah, 30 years ago when our country was a worse place, where people had less freedom and people were less happy.
Okay, our society is absolutely
Like, do you think that women were happier when we had less rights? Do you think we were happier when we had less
sick.
rights?
Absolutely just, our society has cancer. And I'm afraid it's terminal because we're going on 20 years strong now of yoga pants just continuously increasing in popularity. And I really don't see it stopping anytime soon.
Good.
It's crazy. Like, you'll even see sometimes, like when I lived in a big city, I would occasionally see Muslim women wearing hijabs or whatever, and they'd be wearing yoga pants.
Yeah, well, that should tell you something.
Well, like, how does that make any sense? I thought the whole point of the hijab was to be modest. I thought the point
Yeah, they are. They're covering their skin, you fucking retard.
was modesty.
Hell, the yoga pants go down to their ankles, so they're covering their ankles too.
There's nothing modest about yoga pants. That's for damn sure. So I don't know what the hell's going on there, but I've
But they're literally covering their
seen
skin.
it. I saw it a lot of times. And look, I don't actually think that these devil pants should necessarily be illegal, but
But you were saying that throughout the entire video.
I just think more people need to wake up and stop accepting it on a
Stop accepting things that cause literally no fucking harm. You know what? Actually, I think that people should wear more yoga pants just to piss people off like this. You know, if you want to piss off Loser Maxing and make him mad and make his blood boil because he's a fucking retard incel with rage, then make sure to wear yoga pants out in public as much as possible to piss people like this off, right? Because it's funny. It's funny to watch them. It's funny to watch them crash out. It's funny to watch them make fucking asses of themselves. Is this satire? No, it's not satire. He's genuinely just a complete fucking loser.
cultural, social level. You know, we got to stop
Yeah, society definitely has a cancer. Parentheses, men like this guy.
accepting this. Like if you're listening to this and you own a small business, here's what you need to do. Put up a sign on the door that says no shirt, no shoes, no service, and no fucking yoga pants.
Dude, why? Who would benefit from that?
I think
No one's gonna benefit from this. You would benefit from therapy.
an easy first
Go get a fucking therapist,
step.
dude.
Corporate offices and universities and places like that, they got to put their foot down and say, look,
No, they don't. How about we don't encourage corporations to restrict people's freedoms further? You know, something they're already doing too much of.
ladies, you have to dress appropriately when you are here. This is a professional
Appropriately according to whose standards? Yours?
environment.
Yeah, well, I think that's retarded. You can shove your professional environment up your ass. Okay? Nobody should be forced to dress a way that they don't want to.
No yoga pants. No wearing yoga pants.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid.
And I really don't even
People should be able to wear whatever the fuck they want. It's the freedom maximizing position. If you don't like it, then you don't have to wear it.
understand how we've gotten to the point where it's normal for women to wear yoga pants to the office because they'll defend yoga pants with the argument that it's just for comfort, it's just my gym
Yeah, it is.
attire. And then they'll wear
Yeah.
the same damn pants to the office on a Wednesday, the same demon devil pants that they wear
The demons aren't real, nor is the
to the
devil.
gym
Fucking cry.
and everywhere else. Can I wear my basketball shorts to the office?
You should be able to, yes.
As a man, can I wear my comfortable sweatpants to the office?
Yeah, I don't see what the problem would be there either. Yeah, that wouldn't be an issue.
Of course not. It would be
Why not?
a major faux pas. And I would
Well, that's retarded. You should be able to wear whatever the fuck you want.
Probably get reprimanded by my superiors.
Okay, well then your superiors are wrong.
So why do we not hold women to even half the same damn standard?
How about we don't, have strict dress codes in the first place? The thing that would actually maximize human happiness for everybody.
Standard that men are held to. I mean,
it's like he keeps saying we as if it's a societal problem and not just like a him problem.
Obviously, it's just another symptom of the gynocentric society we're living in, but...
Dog, what are we talking about? Women are viewed as trophies. Of course, women's attractiveness is going to be a focus.
How does everybody just ignore this shit? It's insane. Like, it's seriously insane. I don't know, man. I don't know. By the way, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Watch some of my other videos.
Yeah, I'm subscribed so that when you I'm subscribed so that when you produce fucking retarded shit like this, I can laugh at it on stream.
Videos, it really helps me out. And anyway,
this guy has the most infantile fucking understanding of the world imaginable. Like, it's so infantile. His understanding of the world is so goddamn juvenile. He thinks that it's society's fault that he can't control his sexual urges.
Also, just a quick health update for you all. I went to the doctor.
It's like, before you know it, he's going to be advocating for arranged marriages.
And they said the episodes I experienced were most likely something called ocular migraines.
I don't care.
They want me to go get some blood work done, and they want me to see an eye doctor just to
I don't give a shit. Let's skip ahead.
have migraines. It's not
All right, I don't care.
Well, it never was acceptable. I can enjoy looking as well, but fellas, for the broader health of our society as a whole.
The health of our society? What are we talking about? The healthiest thing you can do is, I don't know, not be a fucking gooner. Okay, maybe Turkey Tom was right when he said stop gooning. Advice that he also didn't follow.
Think of the children. It's really
think of the children. Wait, does he not realize that that statement is a fucking meme? Nobody takes that shit seriously. There's good reason for that. Think of the fucking... Dude, think of the children, bro. Think of the children. Like, shut the fuck up. You are so unserious.
not okay. It's really not okay. And it should be illegal, maybe. It maybe should be illegal.
The crazy thing is that children don't care that women wear yoga pants. They actually don't give a shit. So, okay, I've thought of them, and I came to the conclusion that, well, when I was a child, it wasn't an issue, and it didn't seem to be the case that any of the children around me had an issue with it, so it's not really an issue. Like some of us wore yoga pants. Nobody gave a shit. No one cared. Yeah, children don't even think that way, and at least until they hit puberty. And once they hit puberty, yeah, they're gonna start being attracted to each other. Yeah, that's normal. It's normal to be attracted to your peers, right? Fucking whoop-de-doo. Who would have guessed? That's not a societal issue. That's just normal shit that happens. Yeah, thinking about children is probably the last thing this guy should be doing. Anyways, that guy is a fucking retard. That guy is fucking extremely low IQ. Fucking... Oh my god, what a horrendous fucking video. Actually horrendous. That is so embarrassing. I can't believe that this guy decided, I'm gonna upload this shit. This is really smart. I look really good here. Chat, are you familiar with the concept of consensual rape? Well, I'm sure not. At first when I saw this, I was like, oh, they're talking about consensual non-consent. No, that's not what they're talking about. They're saying that people are consenting to, full-on actual rape. I watched part of the video, and, let's just say it's pretty absurd. So, let's see what this is all about. Thanks for watching, no matter why you're watching. You're welcome, even though I'm here to make fun of the absurd claim that you're making.
To discuss something that is a little bit more raw, I guess. Mainly this idea of like how casual sex is happening and things and social.
Casual sex? What does that have to do with rape? What are we talking about? Casual sex implies it's, consensual, you know, the most important part, you know, that's like a thing you can consent to.
Media from kind of a different aspect that I was thinking about today, just as I continue to process, I don't know, lots of different things all at the same time. But so I was at work and I was thinking about this idea of consent, right? Just thinking about the term of consent.
Right.
I feel like the more that I learn about all of these issues with porn and all of these things that we're becoming desensitized to, not even just from the stuff that
Bro, who fucking cares? Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, but what about porn? Yeah, what about it? Yeah, if you consent to watching porn, who cares?
I'm working on with different people right now, but also from the people that I'm running into in the world. You know, it's so weird, but it really almost makes it feel like we're consensually raping each other.
But that's not a thing. But rape implies that there's no consent.
And I understand how that sounds like a paradox and a contradiction.
Yeah, because it is. It's literally a contradiction.
And like, that's not possible.
You're right, it's not possible. Well, like, logically speaking, you're just incorrect.
But I almost wanted to like mull over this idea out loud.
Yeah, I actually want to go over my, you know, really stupid fucking idea out loud. To, you know, explain to you why, actually, this blatant contradiction totally isn't a blatant contradiction.
In a way that might be a little graphic, but I'm hoping maybe everybody can stick with me for the ride, just to like, because again, some of our kids are experiencing these things, and I think sometimes
experiencing what things? Consensual rape? Kids can't consent, you fucking moron. What are we talking about?
we have to go like down into the pit a little bit, just to fully understand like what's going on and the potential dangers that are out there and stuff. So, you know, again, lots of people on my channel so far have probably heard my story. I'm not going to like go over the whole thing all over again, but I was groomed by a pedophile, and he did use porn to groom me and normalize
that's not consensual though. That's just rape.
Me to really graphic things. That started when I was 13 years old, and I think everybody hears that. Even I hear that, and we're like, "Oh my god!"
Well, I mean, I guess if you didn't meet up with him, then it technically wouldn't be rape. It would be grooming. But you know, you get the point. You weren't consenting in that case scenario.
Gosh, like that's so messed up. Like
yeah, it is.
You know, the horror of it is so evident, right? But I think the part.
Yeah, but that negates the part that's like the most important, which is that you didn't consent to it. You couldn't have. You were a kid.
For my story that. Again, half of it's the story itself, and half of it is like trying to properly verbalize the things so that people can understand the nuances of what happens with people who have been groomed at such a young age. Is so he groomed me, right? And desensitized me to a lot of these really graphic ways of having sex, so that when I met him when I was 16, the things that he did to me for the whole.
Okay, so then that's rape. Yeah, he just straight up raped this person, which really sucks, right? I'm not gonna, you know, make fun of this person for that. You know, I will take this video a little bit more seriously, you know, simply because, yeah, this person is obviously a victim of CSA.
Weekend literally did not register with me as rape, period. Like, I was driving home, and I remember, I have an explicit memory of me crying, and I remember not understanding why I was crying.
Well, yeah, obviously you were a kid. You obviously didn't understand what was happening.
Genuinely, because I didn't scream, I didn't fight back, I just froze. Because I was scared. I was alone in the house with this man who was 3 states away from me, and nobody knew I was down there. So in my head, it wasn't rape. Not only was it not rape because I didn't, you know, I thought rape was when you were screaming and kicking and crying, but also it wasn't rape because I had already seen everything that he did to me in a porn video.
But it was rape because you were a child. You were not old enough to consent. So
going, just that is the starting base of what I was thinking about.
And also you didn't enthusiastically consent either. Like, you felt forced into it.
Today. So that happens to me. Everybody who hears the story finds it understandably horrible. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry this thing happened to you. You know, great. But what people don't understand is I went on to continue to have sex like that with people over and over and over again as I got older. So
was it consensual? Because if it was consensual, then those instances weren't rape.
So I got older, but the sex stayed exactly the same.
Okay, and if that's how you process your trauma, then yeah, you would be consenting to that.
Because that was all I had ever known. That was my first experience and my only experience sexually to go off of.
Yeah, but if you're doing it with people your age and you're both consenting, then that's not rape. Now, it might not be good sex, it might be unhealthy, but that's not the same thing as rape.
So, you know, whoever I had sex with at 17, whoever I had sex with at 18, whoever I had sex with at 19.
What, were they your age? Because if they were your age and both of you were consenting enthusiastically, then that's not rape.
I did the same exact types of things with them that my rapist taught me to do, did to me, desensitized me to. This was my...
That doesn't mean that those instances were rape. What your rapist did was rape.
only sexual experience to go off of. So I'm not calling any of the men who did things to me rapists. I'm absolutely
Okay, thank fucking
not,
goodness.
in no way whatsoever. But I think what I was examining at work today, and this idea that I'm examining now, is the idea of what the only term I can think of is consensual rape.
But that's not what that is. It wasn't rape. The first sexual encounter you had was rape. Every encounter since then, which was with other people that you consented to, because it was people that were your age, were not rape.
Where my only premise, my only foundation for knowing how to approach sex was based off of a predator.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you were getting raped if you were saying that you wanted those things with people that were your age, and then you guys did those things together, which you consented to, then objectively that is not rape.
Predator's education. And then there are men out in the world, I know for a fact because I hear about it all the time, who really want a girl who does anal.
That's not rape. That's called a fetish. That's not the same thing.
Who really wants a girl who's kinky in bed, wild.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want that? Why would you want somebody that's boring and vanilla? Like, yeah, when it comes to my preference and partners, like, yeah, I'm going to want people that are kinky, that are willing to tie me up, you know, that are willing to abuse me a little bit. That's what I'm into. Like, so fucking what? I'm actually into CNC.
Adventurous, things like that. And I run into women more and more often who feel comfortable talking to me. And, you know, I have run into women in my life who think that they're so cool because they do anal. And
no, that's actually quite, you know, vanilla, all things considered. That's kind of nothing. Like, I don't care about that.
And things like this. But anal, I think, for me, comes up the most because men feel, not all men, but men who want to do something like that seem so entitled to it. And girls who do
Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't really date men.
Do it seem so proud of themselves. And every single girl I've ever met who does anal was molested to date. I have not met a single girl
That doesn't mean that they're not choosing to do it.
who does anal and doesn't have sexual trauma. And I think a lot of men
That doesn't mean that they're being raped.
are getting addicted to porn, not understanding, if we're going off of statistics, that again, the sex trafficking industry is to date $150 billion industry. And
Yeah, sex trafficking is bad. I agree with that. It's not the fault of people that watch porn, though.
there's a demand for product, right? And that's not just in person, that's also material. And it is a fact that 75% of these girls reported having an online presence. And it is also a fact that these porn websites do not filter who is uploading material on to their websites. And so what I'm starting to tell girls that I meet is, you know, if you educated yourself, even if you weren't molested, let's just say that you educated yourself on how to be a woman through porn. You educated yourself on how to be a woman sexually through a slave, a girl.
Yep, that doesn't really matter. Like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, if you pick up on things that you like from porn and you're like, oh, I really like this aspect, you know, oh, I really like how she was tied up in this video, I wish that was me, there's not a problem with that. Like, yeah, I think it's reasonable to get ideas from porn. Now, granted, I don't think you should try to replicate everything in porn. There's going to be some stuff that's unrealistic. You know, sex in actuality is generally going to be a lot more, you know, awkward, authentic, etc. Right? It's not going to, you know, flow the same way it does in porn videos, right? But like, it's completely reasonable that somebody would take ideas from shit that they saw in porn or you know, in smut. You know, like, that's not out of the ordinary. That's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
Who was enslaved taught you, who didn't even want to do what she was doing.
Yeah, but like, how would she know that? How would the person watching know that? How are you meant to make that distinction?
A girl who was being forced to put that kind of sexual material online taught you.
Yeah, but the person watching doesn't know that. And that doesn't mean that the sex act itself is bad as long as it's consensual. The problem isn't the sex act or the way the sex act is being performed. The problem is whether or not she's consenting to it, right? That's the issue.
How you thought you were supposed to be a cool woman. So you learned from a slave how to exhibit slave-like behavior. And
well, if you're into being a slave in the bedroom, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, people have their preferences. As long as they're consenting to it, what's the issue?
deeper than that is the fact that so we're not using porn as an example now, we're using girls who've been molested. Men, let's say they're not learning this idea from porn, let's say they're learning it from girls that they're sleeping with.
Yeah, meaning that they're consenting. They're consenting adults. There's not an issue there.
We are setting a standard for other women of what men should expect from us based on...
Well, yeah, honestly, in a sense, maybe. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, like because I've been with people that are kinky, I would never date a vanilla person. And that's fine. The vanilla people can date each other and the kinky people can date each other. There's not an issue with that. I would never want to date somebody that's only into vanilla, boring missionary sex. That's fucking lame as shit. I obviously want to get tied up. I want to be, slapped around a bit, right? I want to be used. Okay, that's what I want. Okay, that's what I'm into. I'm not into your fucking boring vanilla missionary garbage, okay? Fuck that. That shit is lame as hell.
Something we learned from predators. So it's like when we really...
Yeah, it could be the case that some of the stuff I learned was from predators. That doesn't make me like it any less. Like, yeah, there was, I remember when I was 8 years old, I read a smut fan fiction, which was definitely written by a predator, because I got curious about it, because I remembered, I feel like this shaped the way that I, think sexually today. Like this shaped my sexuality to an extent, right? Because it opened a gateway to a lot of other stuff that I discovered as a child, right? And I went back to it and I'm like, oh, yeah, this is like some obvious fucking groomer shit, right? That explains why I have some of the, the kinks that I do and, want to get, abused in certain ways, right? But that's okay. It doesn't make me like those things less. It's just an explanatory variable. But how I deal with that is up to me at the end of the day. I consent to it because I want it. I want to be abused in the bedroom, right? I want to role play certain stuff, right? And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
They start thinking about what we're doing to each other as people. I mean, it is like...
If they're consenting, then there's not an issue.
Consensual rape. It is.
There's no such thing. Consensual rape doesn't exist.
It's like we're consenting to men raping us.
No, that's not a thing. The closest thing there would be is consensual non-consent. But the key word there is consent, which is the literal opposite of rape.
Over and over and over again. And I think what I find so illogical is the fact that people find it horrific when it happened to me at 16. I know they would have found it absolutely horrific if it
yeah, because in that case, you weren't consenting. The distinction there is consent.
happened to me at 13. But where do you think those ideas go? They don't just disappear.
Yep. Oh, okay, and?
And so at 16, I was uncomfortable with it, but I was desensitized, right? Uncomfortable, but...
Okay, if you're uncomfortable with it, then it's on you to communicate that you're not comfortable with it. If you don't want to do something, then don't do it. Nobody is making you. And if they are making you, then yeah, they're rapists. But if you're willingly choosing to do it, then you're not being raped. Also, thank you, Uncle Ruckus, for the 2 saying, like, being used as my GF's footstool. Let's fucking go, dude.
Desensitized, and therefore consenting. And obligated, more so, really. I felt
no, the consent implies not an obligation. That, like, what are we talking about?
Obligated. To be a woman, I needed to do these things. And that's what he taught me.
No, obviously that's wrong. You just do whatever you actually enjoy. Like, I don't see why this is such a difficult concept. If you don't enjoy something, then don't do it. Right? If it's the case that you're, an adult, nobody is making you do anything, then, like, it's up to you.
The predator had taught me. And I carried that with me, that mindset, into my future relationships. And men, even if they were not predators, even if they were not porn addicts, let's say they were neither, let's say I introduced that idea to them of, hey, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z things to you.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
And they had no idea that I learned that from a predator. Well, now
Well, what difference does it fucking make? If both of you are consenting and want to do that in bed, then what's the issue? You're just, like, arguing in favor of boring vanilla sex for no reason because, oh, well, I learned kinky stuff from a predator, therefore kinky stuff is bad. Like, it's the most retarded argument I've ever seen. Kinky sex is basically consensual rape. Like, what are we talking about? This is the dumbest shit ever.
I've carried my predatory learning into this what's supposed to be romantic experience with a man. And he has unknowingly allowed it into the experience, and now maybe he liked it and he wants it again. You know what?
Yeah, what's the issue with that? Oh, okay, he likes a bit of kinky fun. Big fucking deal. That doesn't mean that he's into something predatory. Like, just because a fucking predatory person was into some, like, kink shit and taught that to you when you were a kid, which is wrong, right? Does not automatically mean that everyone that's into, kinky shit is a fucking predator or is into predatory shit. Just because you learned, something from a predator doesn't mean that the thing you learned itself is predatory. For instance, sex in of itself isn't predatory, but if you learn sex from a predator, right, then that predator is going to be, well, predatory. They preyed on a child to have sex with them, right? But that doesn't, we don't reduce sex to being predatory in of itself as a result of that. And the same line of logic applies to kinky sex. It's no different.
What I mean, but everything about it initiated from either a predator or a slave. I guarantee you. I have no doubt in my heart.
Yeah, but if you applied the standard to sex in of itself, then you would realize how absurd that is.
What I'm explaining is absolutely what's going on in the world today. And then people are going out going, oh, I'm supposed to do like anal and all this crazy stuff.
Nobody is saying you're supposed to do anything. Do whatever you want. People are saying, do whatever you enjoy. Do whatever you and another consenting adult want to do. That's it. Just find people that are vanilla, if it's that big of a deal. If you want boring missionary sex, go find somebody else that wants that.
Stuff to be like a cool girl. But really, it's from, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to keep rehashing it out because I always do that. But that was the first thought. The next thing I started thinking about, just, so that's all horrible, that we're all starting to consensually rape each other based off of things
That's not rape. That's just not what rape means.
That have been initiated into societies by predators and slaves. Girl slaves and male predators, you know?
Okay, well, I'm into being tied up. Fucking cry about it. Like, what are you gonna do? Fucking sue me.
And it's not the female slave's fault. They're enslaved by predators. They're really just predators. Predators are initiating these narratives.
But I'm not being preyed upon. Like, when I willingly, you know, get quote unquote abused in the bedroom, I'm consenting to it. I'm an adult. That's what I want. That's what makes me feel good, okay? It makes my pee-pee hard, okay? So I do it. I don't see what the issue is. I'm consenting. The other person's consenting. It's not an issue. I refuse to have boring vanilla sex because I get nothing out of it.
Into society, right? And then normal people are continuing to carry them out thinking that they're normal when they're not. They originated from predators. That idea.
What idea specifically? Anal sex? Anal sex is predatory? What are we talking about? How is anal sex predatory? Like, in of itself, it's just a sex act. In a vacuum, it's fucking nothing. Now, you might have learned it from a predator, but that goes for any fucking sexual experience. Like, if you learned how to do missionary sex from a predator, would you say that missionary sex is predatory? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
All of them originated from predators, period. Then you look at even things like modeling. So we're going to carry it a step further. And so you have videos like porn, and then you have images like advertisements and the things that I did in magazines, fashion, but we'll just say advertisements. I didn't even want to be wearing, and I'm not saying I was sitting there like, oh my gosh, get these clothes off of me, I'm gonna die. Like, it's not that. I'm just saying, if you see a girl in a photo, because we hear all the time how social media is a lie, right? And we're tired of it. We get it. Our brains have heard it 1,000 times. I hear that the aspect I hear people talk about a lot is like, oh, the girl may look happy in the photo, but really she's sad. Okay.
Whoa, really? People fake expressions in professional photos because they're professionals? Whoa, who would have guessed?
Okay, yeah, that's absolutely a layer of this. Here's the other layer. And this is true for paid promotions and things like that. And people might logically realize this, but I want you to like actually think about it. If you are a model, or you are an Instagram model, not even just a fashion model, but an Instagram model, influencer, whatever you want to call it, someone is sending you product and telling you to wear it. We're just talking about clothing right now. And for
yeah, that's what being a model is. That's in the job description. That's the point.
For modeling, I got onto a photo shoot and they put outfits on me. So
yes, that's what being a model is. That's what that job entails. If you don't want that, then don't be a model.
Oh, I'm not comparing that to rape or anything like that, but I'm just...
You guys should try being held on a leash. Best thing ever. I've done that. I've done that on stream before. You know that, right? I've had people over and on stream they were holding my leash. That's a thing I've done, for the record.
Saying if you examine the images that you're ingesting to get...
By the way, my GF is 6'2", I'm only 5'6". Lucky guy.
Ideas of how you want to dress, behave, look, exude yourself as a woman. These are not girls who are deciding what they wear. These are not people.
Yeah, models don't decide what they wear. You are correct. Yeah, that's in the job description. Everyone knows this.
Who are choosing what they wear. They're choosing money.
Yes, that's what they're getting paid to do. Yeah.
And the money is telling them what to wear. And really...
Yeah, but they could choose to not wear it and not make the money. That's also an option. Nobody is stopping them from doing that. And what you're talking about is like an issue with capitalism, not modeling itself.
Prostitution and modeling.
Well, the difference between prostitution and modeling is you don't have to get, touched and groped and fucking, ass fucked by some like nasty old guy. You know, that's gonna, there's a big distinction there.
Are not so far apart.
They're very far apart. In one instance, you don't get touched by gross, creepy men. In the other instance, you do.
Because when you want money and you're desperate for money, or you're addicted to having money.
Didn't Olive Oil Run ask you to do that? No, she wanted me to wear a fucking shock collar that she could control, which was, I was not comfortable with that. And she was like pressuring me into it, and I didn't want that because I didn't trust her, because she's kind of a scary person. And for her, it's like obviously like her fetish or whatever, which, I mean, granted, you know, if it was somebody I trusted, then yeah, I'd let them put a shock collar on me. But like, this was not somebody I trusted. And, you know, and then I found out about her really bad track record of abusing animals. And it's like, well, I don't want to end up like that, you know, like one of her fucking animals, or I'm just getting like unironically abused, you know, as great as being abused sounds, you know, I don't want to actually, you know, end up getting injured.
And you're willing to sell yourself out, sell your body out for money.
Yeah, notice how they're willing to do it.
For profit. Things that maybe you normally wouldn't wear, things maybe you normally wouldn't.
That's the point of the job. That's what the job is.
Do. Exhibiting yourself in a certain kind of way, maybe more sexual than you normally would have. I know I did that as a model. They wanted me to be sexier on set. They wanted me to be naked on set. Well, I'm going to make money off of that, right? So maybe...
So then you choose to do it.
In a normal setting, I wouldn't have gotten naked. In a normal setting, I wouldn't have worn that bikini.
Yeah, that's why you're getting paid.
But I'm going to make some money. Prostitutes normally wouldn't do anal, normally wouldn't do half of any of the things probably that they're doing, but there's a profit.
Yeah, but what they're doing is a lot more extreme. Like, that's literally what a job is doing things you wouldn't normally do. If it was things that you would normally do, then you probably wouldn't be getting paid for it, right? The reason people get paid for working a job is because it's shit that nobody wants to do, right? So you pay somebody else to do it because you don't want to do it yourself. Right.
Involved. What I didn't fully conclude in that clip, and what I was trying to get at that I'm just like throwing in there really quick, is that these are also slaves that you're learning from. You're learning from slaves in porn, and you're learning from slaves to money in advertisements. And they
dog, what are we talking about? Everyone is a slave under capitalism. I agree with that, but like, whoop-de-fucking-do. Like, what is your solution other than a socialist utopia? Which is my solution, by the way. Like, what are you saying? You're blaming the individual people for this when you should be blaming the system.
They are slaves. They are not deciding what they wear. Money is telling them what to wear. And
yeah, money tells everyone what to do. Yeah, we live under capitalism. This isn't fucking, you know, special or unique to the modeling industry. Everyone is a slave to the system. Everyone is forced to do shit that they don't want to. Everyone is forced to work a fucking job that they hate unless they are the top 1%.
A lot of the powerful people who have the money to tell people what to wear, I'm not saying they're all like really evil, you know, but
no, I think that all billionaires are evil.
What do their moral compasses look like?
Well, if they're a billionaire, probably not very good because they're exploiting laborers.
And then the people with questionable moral compasses are deciding what the clothing slaves wear, and then we're looking at the slaves in photos.
Yeah, that's called capitalism, which I agree is bad, but this has nothing to do with the modeling industry in particular. It's just like every industry is like that. All I'm going to say is that there is no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism. But we have no choice but to be consumers. So you can't blame the individuals for it. You have to account for the fact that the system itself is fucked up. It is the system that needs changing, not people.
And saying, oh, I'm going to dress like that because that's what the photo slave is wearing. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know. I just felt like I didn't.
Or maybe they want to, you know, look sexy. Have you ever considered that that's maybe a motivating factor as to why they would, you know, choose to wear something more revealing? Like if they're choosing to do it in their free time, they're not being fucking pressured to do it. You know, unless somebody else is saying, you should wear that. You should wear that. You know, you look terrible right now, but you look really good if you wore that. Then like, okay, yeah, maybe that's a bit different. But you know, in most circumstances, it's not going to be the case.
Wrap that up fully, so I just wanted to put that in there. And so, again, I just am really examining this word consent today with myself and really looking at how sad it is if we really think about it. And, you know, not further than that, now when I meet people, girls specifically, who talk to me about their sex lives and the things that they do as a girl to, like, please a man, it makes me...
Well, your goal should be to please yourself.
Really sad. And I don't always ask them. I let them tell their story to me. But if I don't know the background of who they are as a person, what they came from.
Well, are they consenting to the sex that they're having? Now, if they have really mid sex, then like, yeah, that sucks, but like they're not being forced to. Like, if they're being raped, then like, yeah, then that's a problem that needs to be dealt with immediately. But if they're not being raped and they're just having like really mid sex that they're not enjoying, then like, that's not rape, it's just mid sex. I've had mid sex before. It wasn't rape. I just didn't get anything out of it. Right? Now, granted, the mid sex that I had was vanilla. It was dog shit. It was boring. I got zero pleasure. She orgasmed multiple times. It is what it is. It's not fucking rape. I wasn't sexually assaulted in that experience, right? Obviously, she was using my body, but that's not the same thing as rape, right? Because I consented to it.
And they tell me they're doing things like anal and really kinky shit.
Yeah, problem? Yeah, things that are actually fun and not miserable and boring, like you.
I just always wonder in my head if that's all they have ever had to go off of.
Yeah, all I want to do is fun stuff. I've done vanilla sex. It was boring as fuck. There's no point to it. And why would I ever want to be boring and vanilla?
It's an initial answer for themselves too. Like, just how that was my baseline, only foundation of an experience was rape. All I had to go off of to know how to have sex with other people, guys, was rape.
Yeah, well, it's okay to fetishize your own trauma. That's like a healthy way of dealing with it. Now, if that's not something you want to do, then that's also fine. Right? You don't have to. You can choose to be, vanilla and have boring sex with some other person that wants boring sex. That's totally acceptable. Right? There's nothing wrong with, being boring. I'm not even trying to make it sound like a bad thing. It's like boring to me. Right? At the end of the day, I'm the one that finds it boring to have, vanilla sex, right? But like, there's other boring people out there. Just find somebody as boring as you, and then you'll get the boring sex of your dreams. Like, it's fine.
And some people who are porn addicts, all they have to go off of for their expectations of their sexual experiences is porn.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay.
Which 75% of, or more, is probably female slaves.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the what's being portrayed in of itself in the videos is the problem. The problem is that the people in the videos aren't consenting to it. That's the only issue.
Trafficked girls. So when we're all walking around feeling super good about ourselves and our really hot sex lives, I am just making this video as an encouragement that maybe we should be examining the layers deeper of who we are. And
maybe you should have a more boring sex life. Maybe you should stop having fun.
And this is not about like, people are going to do whatever they're going to do, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, so what are you fucking yapping about then?
And obviously society at large is what it is, but...
Oh, don't critique society. Society is what it is. Don't critique it. Don't think about, the societal implications. Just think about how it's wrong that individuals would dare do kinky sex, because that's consensual rape, whatever the fuck that means.
I don't think everyone is always aware of these layers that might be going on. I think this is another reason why casual sex can just lead to so many, like... I almost want to call them mishaps, but they can be darker than that. I mean, if you're having...
Fucking boo-hoo. If you consent to casual sex and you don't like the outcomes, fucking skill issue. Sucks to be you.
Casual... This is why when you're having casual sex...
That's not fucking rape.
...with someone, I mean, yeah, it spoils you because someone might be more willing to do something than someone...
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun and awesome. I think casual sex needs to be promoted. Because it's fun. And, we should maximize fun in society because fun maximizes human happiness and is therefore a good thing. I know, crazy.
Someone else and you kind of like pick and choose, but I feel like it's also more of an opportunity to have consensual rape with each other because...
Dude, consensual rape isn't a real thing. It's just fucking made up. Like, consensual rape, it's literally a contradiction. You even said it's a contradiction at the start of the video, but you just seem to not care. Like, do you just disagree with the fact that the laws of logic are objective? Like, you do realize that the law of non-contradiction is objective, right? It's not subjective, right? It can't be the case that there's a tree and not a tree in my backyard, right? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's either the case that there is a tree or that there's not a tree, right? There's no middle ground there. There's no, like, it is a contradiction to say that A is equal to not A. It is wrong to say, right? The laws of logic are objective. I'm sorry. Like, something cannot be rape and not rape at the same time. It doesn't make sense. But, like, again, Like, it violates every law of logic. It violates the law of identity because you're saying not rape equals rape, right? You're saying rape can be not rape. Okay, that doesn't make any fucking sense. You're violating the law of non-contradiction, right? If something is consensual, is it not rape? Like, rape means non-consensual, and you're saying that sex is consensual, and then you're saying that the sex is rape. Violation of the law of non-contradiction. You're violating the law of excluded middle, right? Something cannot be rape and not rape simultaneously, right? That doesn't make any sense. So you are violating every single law of logic simultaneously, if you think about it.
If you
Hello, Cat the Vat.
are casually having sex with a
Hello, Big Anon.
girl and she's down to do anal, you don't know anything about her, right? You don't know
Well, if she's down to do it, that means she's consenting, so it's not rape. You fucking moron.
what the foundation of her sexual experiences are. You don't know what
Yeah, and you don't have to. All you have to know is that she's consenting to it, you fucking moron.
her baseline
You giant, filtrimmed moron.
is that she's drawing off of to decide how to have sex with you, how to consensually have sex with you. And
Uh-huh. Well, keyword consensual. So, not rape.
so you might be casually, for the first time, having sex with someone that you know nothing about, who's deciding to do anal and deciding to engage in all of this like super crazy sexually explicit behavior
Problem?
because her only other previous experience, or her first experience period, was an experience with a predator.
Yeah, that doesn't make it rape. It's just not what that word means.
And so you're unknowingly
Her eyes are huge. Yeah, she has like these like gigantic, hideous bug eyes. It's fucking crazy. It makes her look as crazy as she
and
is.
accidentally
Actually looks like an alien.
allowing her to continue to engage in self-abuse without her knowing it or you knowing it. And then
It's not abuse. Like, what are we talking about?
we emerge out of this experience back into the world thinking that this is normal, teaching ourselves that this is normal.
Yes, consensual sex is normal. You don't have to be vanilla and boring like you to be fucking normal or whatever. And if your definition of normal is only, vanilla, boring sex, no anal, no getting tied up, all this fucking boring shit is what you need to do instead, then I don't want to be normal. I want to be weird. I want to get consensually raped if that's your definition of it. Because I don't care. I want to have fun. I don't want to be bored and miserable in the bedroom. Fucking hell.
And yeah, I guess that was pretty much it. But this was just a thought that I wanted to share today.
Well, your thoughts are retarded, and we don't really find them all that compelling. Okay. Let's go to her channel. What is she? What type of shit does she be talking about? Let's see. Preparing for winter. 5 tools I use for grief cycles. My secretiveness with intimacy. Stop assuming and stay safer. 4 false truths about people. Comparing fantasy addictions. What? The fuck is a fantasy addiction? Fantasy-based bonding and cheating. How casing works? What? The con man and the child. Perfect dead mother fantasies? What? The glorification of the psychopathic? Okay. We think survivors need to research. 3 early indicators of predatory dating. Alright, let's find out how to get raped. My ultimate fantasy.
So I'm making a video today about the behavioral tells of predators. I feel like a lot of times, a lot of us are really intimidated by the idea of an intelligent predator. We sometimes maybe think that we're not capable of casing people, of reading behavioral tells, or assessing our surroundings in the way that they are able to, but it's not true. It might be more intuitive to them. It might come faster to them, but this is absolutely a skill that we can learn as well.
All right, let's find out. How can we, based on surface level details, determine if somebody is a predator?
And I think that there are absolutely behavioral tells.
It's either going to be, okay, this can go one of 2 ways. It's either going to be A, things that are obvious that everyone already fucking knows, or B, it's just going to be shit that's like retarded. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, it's going to be one of the 2.
To predators, and it's actually not that hard to read them and figure out what they are, and that's what I'm going to kind of explain to you.
But it kind of is, though.
this video today. One reason why I feel like the skill is really important, and something that I just want to reiterate that I've stated in other videos, is that once you have been someone who survived an experience or an event with a predator or a person who brainwashes, you are now more susceptible and more vulnerable to being found by another predator or someone who brainwashes in the future.
That's probably true.
Mainly because after we survive our first event with a predator or a manipulator, we are oftentimes, most of the time, left primed because we are still brainwashed. So we leave the predator, we leave the abuser, but the indoctrination and the shift and the change that they've caused.
Because I do know somebody that was taken advantage of and brainwashed by a predator, and there are still certain aspects of conditioning that are left over. So, what she's saying here is kind of true.
Better mind, that's still there. And so we really are, in my opinion, primed for and ready, unfortunately, almost for the next predator, because we still have our predators brainwashing going on.
Okay, all right, get to the point. What are the indicators of predators?
And so this makes us incredibly vulnerable, more vulnerable than the average person in some
Yes, you've said that 7 times now. Okay, stop repeating yourself.
ways, especially
Get to the fucking
because
point.
predators can kind of sense, smell, read this on us. We have a lot of behavioral tells that they do see. And so I think this skill of being able to also read the behavioral tells of a predator is almost necessary for survivors of abuse, cults, brainwashing, domestic violence.
Yeah, you could have said that in like, you know, an eighth of the time, but continue.
Things like that, because we're very primed and ready until we are unable to successfully undo that.
Would you leave someone if the sex got boring, or ask them to tie you up? Well, I'd ask them to make it not boring, but like, yeah, like if I'm you know, bored, if, you know, someone is like too vanilla, then like, yeah, I would, you know, I'd break up with them and I'd be like, hey, we're not sexually compatible. You know, it's nothing against you. I think we should just be friends, right? That's sort of the way that I would go about
brainwashing, which oftentimes takes years, to be honest. This might be kind of a dark comparison, but sometimes in my own mind, I call this hunting predators, but that's only on like a really bad day. Another thing that I want to reiterate is this isn't just for romantic situations. Like I've stated in other videos of mine, this is for familial situations. This is for business situations. There's lots of different areas in
Okay, yeah, that's
life
fair.
where people are groomed, brainwashed, indoctrinated into things on a daily basis.
Okay.
Well, the first thing you need to know is what they crave. And so most people are aware of this, but for just the average person who maybe, you know, is just starting to jump into this kind of area of information.
Jump ahead button didn't do
A lot
anything.
of times they do crave sex. They crave feelings of power, feelings of
Okay, wait. So somebody that's dominant?
control. They oftentimes crave stimulation, any form of stimulation, which can come in the form of sex and power.
But
a lot of
that doesn't make them predatory.
times they also are motivated by assets, receiving and controlling the people of sorts. I think one thing that we all know is that what he means by this is envision a husband who has no ability to be flexible in any regard for his partner. So the example that he gives in one interview,
Yeah, people being inflexible
I
is
saw
bad.
was a husband who, let's say the wife asks if he can rearrange his work schedule for the week for dinner with her parents. For some husbands, this would absolutely be something that they would be willing to do for their wives. But for other men, there is absolutely no willingness to be flexible. And in a lot of times, abusive
Well, I think it depends.
relationships, we see that lack of flexibility as well.
Bro, this is the most basic shit ever. Oh, if he's not flexible. Okay, dude.
To me, be protective of me, and have a sacrificial mindset in regards to my needs, is going to reach for a thing that is technically unattainable or outside of their grasp. They're going to reach for the thing that they can't have in a different way than a person will who doesn't like things being unattainable to them, who struggles with not getting their way, someone who it's intolerable to them to not get their way, someone who craves and is addicted.
Okay, this is boring. I don't care. Okay, let's see. What else type of videos? I want one like the first one we watched, okay? Dude, I think you're the bad guy, part 1. What? I don't know. My secretiveness with intimacy. Fantasy-based bonding and cheating. I want to hear about that. That looks like it could be interesting.
It's me. I'm black. So I
You're-
had a friend
You're black. No, you're not. You're not black.
reach out to me today for some advice, and after talking to her, I was like, I'm gonna make a video about that. And I love my friends because most of them are okay with it, and not that I like
That's awesome.
things within the context of relationships. And she did tell me, she was like, this feels like you're hitting the nail right on the head. But yeah, I just am gonna kind of reiterate the things that I said to her to you guys on
Awesome.
You shouldn't even be having cheating thoughts at all. I personally don't agree with that, because just like cheating happens for a bunch of different reasons, cheating thoughts happen for a bunch of different reasons. And I don't think
Okay. Yeah, she's like reasonable here. Okay, there's nothing interesting. She's like retarded in the one video. Yo, Trumpster Bob is live. Let's go. Oh, he's just like doing this. He's just like gaming. He's just like boring when he does that. Not doing anything interesting. Never mind. Thought he was gonna do something interesting, but no. Lame. Okay, who else is live? Dude. No, not what I meant. What did I just do? What the fuck? Okay, sorry. That was weird. Rager U is live. Dude, what does this guy do again? Dude, he's fucking sleeping. Dude, what is he doing? I made fun of this guy before. Dude, he just fucking fell asleep. Okay, let's see. What was he talking about earlier? Dude, why is he beating his fucking meat? What is happening? She reaching for content? Yeah, truly.
The fuck is this?
She has predator eyes? Oh, the woman from before? No, she doesn't have a positive canthal tilt. She doesn't have a... She would need a positive canthal tilt for that. No, she just has alien eyes. They look scary, but... Yeah. Fuck with Bob again? Nah.
How's it going? You okay, dude? Yeah, I'm alright. How's it going? At the end of the live, we live in a very northern part of America, so, you know... In the winter storms, they be cutting off the bullshit.
Okay, this is boring. He needs to talk about politics to be interesting. Oh, I need to hear his shit takes. But if he's not giving his shit takes, then, like, what's the point? Dude. Yeah, I kind of want to watch more loser maxing. Imagine if women's body counts were displayed on their foreheads. Hold on, I kind of want to take a look at this. Imagine if women's body counts were displayed on their foreheads. That is crazy. That is a diabolical title and thumbnail.
Can you imagine the societal upheaval that would happen if all of a sudden every woman in the world had a number displayed on their forehead that automatically updated to show how many men she's been with?
Yeah, that'd be pretty fucking bad. It's like nobody's business.
I know this is a completely ridiculous scenario, but
it is.
Just imagine. Think about it for a second.
Yeah, just imagine. Just think about it.
I think it's actually a really interesting thought experiment.
Yeah, what if that same thing applied to men? How about that?
For one thing, I think all the guys that say, I don't care about a woman's past. That's just what are you, insecure? That's just her history. That's in the past. All I care about is that she's faithful with me.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
I think that whole line of reasoning would really be put to the test. Because can you imagine how humiliating it would be just walking around in public, holding hands with a woman that has a big fat 37 on her forehead? I'm pretty sure...
Maybe to you that'd be humiliating, but like... WTF, do you watch Vosh? I used to.
Single digits would become a huge flex, and infidelity rates would go way down. Good luck getting away with cheating when your husband can see that you were at a 9 when you left the house, and you were at a 10.5 when you came home.
Well, yeah, obviously they probably wouldn't cheat.
I don't even know what that would mean. 10.5? I don't know what that means, but...
Yeah, what would that mean?
I'm pretty sure it's bad. Can you...
Dude, 10.5?
Can you imagine just walking...
Dude, it means that she fucked a midget. It means she fucked some other dude and a midget.
Walking through the park, and you hear some little kid like, Mommy, why are there 3 numbers on your head? Most mommies only have 1 or 2 numbers. But you know what? I actually don't think too much would change in reality. I think probably the biggest change we'd see would just be that pretty much all women
is people like you would use it against them because you're a weird incel.
In the world would unanimously decide to start wearing burqas or some kind of forehead covering.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see
Except
why.
for Muslim
Because it's none of your business.
women. There would be a new hadith or whatever issued immediately stating that all women's foreheads must remain visible at all times. So the whole dynamic between Islam and the rest of the world, that would just
Dude, this is so stupid.
be completely flipped on its head. And there'd be all these new products coming out, like special gloves or whatever, promising, just put on these special gloves lined with silver before you touch your coworker's hot dog behind your husband's back, and your number will not increase. Just imagine. There's so many implications here. But, okay, so let's assume from here on out that you can't cover the number, okay? It's just there. It's
there no
floating
matter
in
what.
front of a woman's head like a hologram or something. So you can still see
This is so stupid.
it no matter what. You can't cover it up. I think a lot of Hollywood actresses would suddenly become a lot less popular. I think a lot
I doubt that.
of these hot Instagram models, these, sexiest women in the world, according to whatever magazine, a lot of these women, they would become a whole lot less desirable.
Yeah, to you.
When we could see all the digits on their forehead. Just so
Yeah, to incels like you.
many
Yeah.
digits. Such
It's like, and yours, and then if we applied this to men, then yours would be a big fat 0. It's like, do you think, like, men would also be harmed by this? If it happened to men. But of course, you're not going to apply the same standard.
large numbers. And some of the time, if a woman actually had a small number, she would just blow up in popularity. Because having a low number would be so rare, I'm thinking,
No, it wouldn't.
the whole crop of
Of course, you think
current
that.
female celebrities would probably end up having
It'd be like a bunch of ugly women with low numbers.
to be replaced. Even someone like Ariana Grande, who we all know is going to have a number that's like wrapped around the side of her head, even with someone like that, that's not even trying to hide it. I think once people actually know the truth and you can see the truth right in front of your eyes, it's in
Yeah, but people generally know the truth
indisputable.
anyway. It's
I
like,
think
people just don't
a
care.
lot of people might wake up at that point. Because
Wake up to what exactly? Like, why do you care about women's body counts so much?
it's one thing when it's just kind of
You're just like such a mentally ill
this
freak.
abstract concept, she obviously gets around. She's pretty clear about that in her lyrics, and just the way she dresses, the way she is, it's easy
Yeah, and guess what? Nobody fucking cares. It's not a big deal.
to tell, but we don't have proof. It's not like concrete in our minds.
Though it is pretty concrete. Like, it's just that people don't care. I mean, just because you care doesn't mean the rest of the world does.
Well, stamp a big old number on her forehead with a whole bunch of digits, and all of a sudden, I don't think
it's like, why do you care so much about other people's body counts? Like, maybe focus on your own and it won't be a big fat 0 anymore.
anybody wants to listen to Ariana Grande anymore. More like Numero Grande, am I right?
That was really funny.
But I mean, her fan base is like 80% preteen girls. I don't think parents are going to want their kids listening to Ariana 2674 Grande
Well, that's fucking retarded. Why would they care? Like, who gives a shit? Again, how many people somebody has slept with is none of your business. This would be like a huge violation of people's privacy. But you know for a fact that this is like this guy's fantasy because he hates women.
That's just a guess. She might only be at like 2,200 something for all I know. I don't
Right?
know.
Only 2,000.
No.
Okay, dude.
But imagine if this applied retroactively too. Like the current number would still appear in old photos and everything. So you can imagine, there might just be a nice family all sitting there in their living room watching the original Harry Potter movies together. These elder millennial parents and their young children. Hey kids, come here. There's something I want you to see.
Also, wouldn't this like also apply to children? Meaning that or is it like, does it only happen when you turn 18? Because I don't like the implications of like, oh yeah, that number would also apply to like girls. Like, that's fucking weird.
This is a movie from my childhood. So they're all watching Harry Potter together. Then Hermione walks on the screen for the
Yeah, I knew. Oh, okay.
first time, and everybody's
Oh, for the first time. So when she's a child.
just flabbergasted. 97? Fuck.
When she's 10 years old? 97 at the age of 10. Are we fucking for real?
97? It just ruins your immersion, You say,
I feel like no matter what the number is, it would ruin the immersion.
you can't even watch Harry Potter anymore. And lots of old men, you just can't
I guess if you get like raped a bunch, then like you're also like,
watch
fucked,
them
I
anymore.
guess. Like, okay, dude.
Harriet the Spy, probably triple digits. I don't even know who that is, but probably triple digits.
As a kid, what are we talking? You're talking about a child here. Like the actress was a kid when she played that role. You know that, right?
But I think just in general, a lot of men would be getting a big wake-up call. Because I think the average
A wake-up call to what? Why do you care so much about her
number
body
would
count?
be a lot higher than people
You're
think.
such a mentally ill freak.
Studies always find that the number of lifetime partners an average woman has is somewhere in the range of like 4 to 7. And this is for Western women, by the way. But
Problem?
of course, these studies aren't actual studies. They're not
Oh, they're not actual studies. You know, the shit that loser maxing made up in his head is far more reliable.
studies. We're talking about surveys here, which for some
Oh,
reason,
right.
our
Why would somebody lie in an anonymous survey? That doesn't make any fucking
academic
sense.
institutions do allow researchers to base their studies on the results of surveys
Why would somebody lie in an anonymous survey? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
when it comes to, psychology and sociology. They allow that. If you ask me, it doesn't really
Like, how the fuck else are you supposed to find out somebody's body count? Like, what are we talking
get
about?
any less scientific than survey results being used in a study. But hey, what do I?
Well, no, what you would do is you would take I mean, yeah, sure. Because obviously it's not going to be a representative sample necessarily. Right? But it's like, it's the closest thing we have, like, I don't know, if we're talking about women in the survey, like, if your argument is that they're lying, they have no reason to. If it's an anonymous survey, then, like, why would they
I know.
lie?
I'm just some guy. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I
So
know.
the
We can
average
tell.
woman, supposedly, according to all these studies, has about 7 partners over the course of her entire life.
Yeah, that's
again-
that's probably pretty accurate, yeah. That sounds about right. Based on, the rate at which I've gone through partners, yeah, that seems like that's where I'll end up. I'd say I'm fairly average. I'm just kind of an average person.
And that's from a survey. I'm sure they didn't ask about partners that were just like, second base, third base, whatever.
Well, yeah, if we're talking about, like, hookups, then yeah, obviously the number's gonna be higher. What's the issue with that? Like, yeah, you're gonna, like, when you're single, you're gonna hook up with people. Like, I don't see what the issue is.
Obviously, those should count. Ask
Why? Why does it
any
matter?
man, second base and third base do count. Okay. We need to know. I'm not trying to figure out a woman's average. That's not I need to know a woman's slugging rate. Okay.
Why? Why do you care? Why do you need to know that?
Little baseball metaphor
It's not like she's gonna fuck you anyway.
there. I don't even know if that made sense, but whatever. Well, if everybody woke up one day and all the women had numbers on
I love how in the background there's just like this guy, like, just like on fire on the fucking
their
cross.
foreheads,
He's just like set on fire
I'm pretty sure
in the fucking background.
we would all figure out real quick that the real average is probably more like, I don't even know, but I'm sure it's at least 2 digits. Probably
At least 2 digits. Where are you getting these numbers
like
from?
12 to 15, I'm guessing.
Right, and you're getting this from where exactly?
Although median is really what we should be more interested in. But
why?
yeah, I think the median would be about 12 to 15. Average would probably be
Where are you getting these numbers from?
like 30 or more, just because
What? Okay, where are we getting these?
there's enough turbo floozies out there just racking up.
You think that the average is 30? This is just like not like this isn't grounded in anything. He's just making this shit up.
Quadruple digit body counts. Yeah, that really skews the average.
Oh, right, because of all the people with quadruple digit body counts. Yeah, this is like a real issue.
But I think the median would probably be 12 to 15. That's my guess. Let me know in the comments what your guess is.
My guess is what the studies say, because it's going to be the most accurate,
And just think
right? It's going to be the most scientifically grounded. Even if it's not a good study, it's going to be more accurate than some random fucking retard, guessing based on, his existing biases. Because he's just like thinks that like, oh, women are just like a bunch of whores. So, they must have really high body counts. Even though there's evidence that says the literal opposite.
about day one of the numbers appearing. If you've seen the Dawn of the Dead remake, I think it came out in like the early 2000s. The opening scene of that movie is just this crazy action-packed scene showing how on day one of the zombie outbreak, it was just absolute mayhem and carnage all around. Everything's, explosions going on, car crash. It's just crazy, okay? I think that day one of the numbers appearing on women's foreheads would be kind of similar to what happened in Dawn of the Dead. There'd just be, unanimous screaming coming from the inside of every single Asian, Indian, and Muslim American household when all the immigrant parents find out what their American-born daughters have been getting up to.
Okay, well, that sounds like a skill issue on their end, because, you know, they're, like, fucking retarded.
We didn't send you to an American college for these numbers.
Okay, well, then they're retarded. It's like, yeah, old people are fucking stupid. What about
The
it?
American dads would just be like, yeah, thought so. But, you know, there'd be a new homelessness epidemic consisting entirely of first-generation American teenage girls.
Well, that's fucking stupid.
And I think we'd finally be done with all the women in
He thinks this is a good
STEM
thing.
initiatives, just collectively as a society. I think even the most radical male feminists coming out of Tel Aviv University or whatever would have to admit, oy vey, we wanted women in STEM, but we didn't want men's STEMs in women. Or
Why not? Why can't you be in STEM and also have sex? Why are these mutually exclusive? What are we talking about?
I don't know. Some of those guys over there might actually be happy about what they're seeing. I don't know what goes on over there.
Or maybe, you know, they're normal and indifferent, like the rest of us.
And these are jokes, by the way, okay? YouTube AI censorship bots. Everything I'm saying here is a joke, okay? I am a feminist myself. Please move along, okay? These are jokes.
It's really funny.
But yeah, day one would be absolutely crazy. It'd be a good day to be a divorce lawyer. I know that much. I can say that for sure. Probably millions of men waking up that morning, opening their eyes, and they just see this unbelievably large number floating right in front of their wife's face.
Yeah, why would they care?
What is that?
If he truly loves her, then he's not gonna give a shit. Now, if the number goes up while they're fucking dating, then, like, yeah, obviously, that would be a reason, like, that'd be a reasonable conclusion to come to. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get a divorce. You know, this bitch cheated on me, right? At that point, that's reasonable. But if you're just seeing the number for the first time, and it's like, well, all of the like, you know, I'm the last one to make the number increase, then it doesn't fucking matter.
What is that number on my wife's forehead? Honey? Hey, honey, wake up. There's a number on your forehead. So she wakes up thinking like, what the heck? There's a number on my forehead? Let me see. So then she goes and looks in the mirror, and as soon as she sees that big old 24 on her forehead, she's
What makes her you think that she was keeping
just
count?
internally, she's like, oh shit. Because she knows, you know, as soon as she sees,
Not necessarily.
she knows. There's no mistake.
That's not the conclusion I would come to. If I saw I don't know, like, it'd probably be like a 6 or a 7, or a, you know, a thrembo. It would probably be thrembo, which, for those of you who don't know, is actually the integer that, you know, is between 6 and 7. You know, there's actually like a grand conspiracy to hide that from you, though. You know, so you know that the number would actually be thrembo. Yeah, the government doesn't want you to know about thrembo, okay? They want you to think that there's no integers between 6 and 7.
Taking
okay?
that. That's a number she knows well. So she starts sweating bullets just sitting there. You know, she's so nervous, but, you know, she does her best to maintain composure. And she just says to her husband, oh, it's probably nothing. I don't think we need to worry about it. By the way, did you get the
I don't know, if there's like a floating number, like defying the laws of physics, then like, yeah, that is probably something to worry about. Like, holy shit, this changes everything, right? There'd be like a, you know, scientific analysis
fence
of
fixed
it.
yet? Did you get the fence fixed yet? And her husband's just like, honey, there is a big number 24 on your forehead. Did you put that there? Like, how did that get there? Did somebody break in while we were sleeping? Like, we got to figure this out. This is very strange.
Well, it's floating above her head, defying the laws of physics.
And she just keeps trying to distract him. Might even actually give him a sloppy gift, so to speak, for the first time in their marriage, just to get him to shut up about it. Oh my God, Lauren, the number just went up to 24.5.
That doesn't even make any sense. How can it go? How could it be how could it be 24.5? Did she just have like sex with a midget?
But yeah, a lot of women would try to keep it a secret at first, I'm sure. But it wouldn't take long.
Did she have sex with Chadlet Max? Okay, I'm sorry. That was kind of mean. Well, to be fair, he would find it funny. I think he would find that funny.
For the truth to come out, because all the zeros and the ones and even the 2s and the 3s, I think, they would all...
I'm gonna have Chadlet Maxing on at some point. Which, for those of you who don't know, he's somebody that I reacted to, and I'm like, you know, this is the one incel I actually like. You know, he's actually chill as fuck. And his whole thing is like, he's like a short guy, and he's just like very open about the fact that he wants like a big, strong, tall, dommy mommy to take care of him, which I think is super based because fucking same.
Bragging about their numbers. So the truth would come out in short order, and we'd probably finally not have to hear about Meghan Markle anymore. Prince Harry, or whichever one it is that married Meghan Markle, he would just quietly divorce her. 3 digits? Well, I never. And, she'd just disappear from the spotlight. So we wouldn't have to hear about Meghan Markle anymore. And plenty more like that. That's just an example I can think of. And here's something else. Feminists would take on a new cause to try to get the decimal system replaced with a vigesimal system. That is
What?
a base 20 numeral system, by the way. So basically, larger numbers would have less digits. You wouldn't get to 3 digits until you get to 400, I think. And you wouldn't get to 4 digits until 8,000.
What? How? What? Huh? This doesn't make any sense. How would they be able to change it? Like, what? What? Would there be a way to change it? I thought this was just like some like fantastical scenario. Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
So that would be
Like, what, are
feminists' new number one cause. They wouldn't even care about reproductive rights or whatever anymore. All they would care about would be changing our number system to reduce the amount of digits on forehead.
What? So the government made the number system? This is so fucking stupid.
All of a sudden, every feminist in the world would be some kind of mathematical anthropologist or something, just like, actually, the decimal system was just a tool of colonization that the Europeans used to
What are we yapping about? This guy is fucking losing the plot.
oppress the native peoples who all... Did you know the native peoples
Dude, this guy has totally lost it. Dude, it's so over.
all used a base 20 system before the evil white man came and forced the decimal system upon them just to oppress them? They'd have to be saying this on NPR or something, of course, because nobody's going to be taking these broads seriously when they're sitting there lecturing us about oppression and everything with their big fat 56 visible on their forehead. So they can only... feminism will be a strictly audio format from here on out. They can write books. They can write books about feminism. They can go on NPR and talk about feminism.
Dude, why does getting laid, like, negate the validity of what somebody says, though? Like, this is so fucking stupid.
They won't be doing any interviews, any...
Like, the same way that I wouldn't, like, aside from, like, making jokes, being like, yeah, this guy has a big fat 0 if the number system was applicable to men as well. Like, aside from making jokes and being like, yeah, obviously this would, like, not be ideal if it, was the case for men either. Because if you're a virgin by, a certain age, then, like, good luck attracting women, right? But obviously he doesn't, want to be held to the same fucking standard. Right? But aside from, like, pointing out hypocrisy, it's like, I would never, determine the validity of somebody's argument based on how many people they fucking slept with. It has nothing to do with the logic or reasoning. And that's the fundamental error in this guy's fucking worldview, is he thinks that, like, there's something wrong with, sleeping around. Like, as if it causes some sort of harm, which it doesn't.
Debate a feminist YouTube video hosted by freaking Jubilee or whatever. That wouldn't even exist because no feminist would want to be seen promoting her ideas, because as soon as she walks up on stage and she's got, like, the number 36 on her head or whatever,
Yeah, it just seems like an issue with sexist men.
everybody's just going to be like, yeah, okay, we know why you're saying that. And finally, nobody would have to listen to AOC, Alexandria.
No one would have to listen to somebody because they had sex with too many people. Like, it's just like, does he not realize how fucking stupid he sounds?
Ocasio-Cortez anymore. We wouldn't have to listen to her anymore.
We wouldn't have to listen to you anymore either, because we'd know, oh, this guy has like a big fat 0. Nobody would take you seriously. It would be like, this guy's a fucking virgin loser.
She'd probably just be forced to resign when everybody sees the number on her forehead is even bigger than her, well, whatever.
I love her just like making assumptions based on how attractive somebody is.
But I think a lot of female politicians, they would either get voted out, impeached, or they'd just be forced to resign one way or another.
Yeah, because of sexist people like you.
Nancy Pelosi's husband would probably wake up on day one thinking, oh, that's weird, your age is on your forehead. How'd that get there? Little does he know. But I'm sure they'd hammer that out over the next few days. I'm joking, by the way. It's just a joke, okay? It's just a joke.
I know, it was really funny.
I'm actually, I'm pretty apolitical. I'm not just trying to pick on Democrats. If I knew the names of some of these Republican congresswomen, I would be saying them too.
He's an apolitical misogynist, everyone.
Some of I can't even remember her name. There was the one that was on like a security camera giving a little over the pants kind of situation.
Who fucking cares?
To her date in the theater. You already know. Some of these
Dude, who
Republican
cares?
congressmen got some, they're going to have some big old numbers on their forehead, okay? Just like the Democrat, so I'm not picking sides here. I mean, really, I
Right.
just think
I just think that, you know, like, women are, like, universally, you know, these disgusting whores, you know, regardless of their politics, right? That's so much
across
better.
the board, most women's numbers would be a lot higher than most guys think.
Heh, women, am I right?
Can you imagine in middle school classrooms all across the country when all the teachers are trying to teach their class about the
I'd rather not imagine, you know, minors in a scenario like that. Thank you very much.
quadratic formula or whatever, but they're just standing up there with a number on their forehead that you could probably take the square root of and it'd still be a 2-digit number. The entire education
Like, dude, what are we fucking saying?
system would collapse. If you think public school teachers can't control their classrooms now, just imagine what would happen when all these teachers'
Yeah, when people that are as immature as you care a lot about the number. Yeah.
body counts are out there for everybody to see.
Yeah, and then, yeah, students would make inappropriate jokes about it. They'd be just like you.
But, I mean, thinking about it, I actually think it might be a good thing for the school system because the only solution that makes any sense is you'd have to replace most of the teachers with men. So that might help make education more fair for boys.
Oh, right. Okay, well, if you want education to be more fair for boys, then why don't you become a fucking teacher? Stupid fuck. Gosh, such a moron. Just like, I hate this, like, personal accountability. Also, if only men were teachers, like, do you think that women would, you don't think that'd be unfair towards women? But you think it's unfair towards men that the majority of teachers are women. But, you know, you can't view it in the other way around because you lack the capacity to experience empathy because it's all about you and what benefits you personally or what you think benefits you.
It might, you know, kind of defeminize the education system. So, which I
How is the education system feminized?
think could be good. So maybe that would actually be a good thing. But just imagine
No, it fucking
some
wouldn't.
young female high school teacher trying to teach her class about American literature or something the week after spring break, and all the students can see that her number has increased by 2 in a single week. How was your
Oh, yeah, that'd be fucking
spring
retarded.
break?
Yeah, it's almost like people's sex lives shouldn't be displayed publicly for people to look at because that's retarded. Like, you're like in favor of people being publicly shamed for their sex lives, which should remain private. Nobody needs to know what their fucking teacher's sex life was.
Miss Johnson. And she's just trying to deflect by pointing at one of the girls in the class. What about Sarah? Her number went up by 10. Or think about like a first grade teacher trying to teach her class how to count. Okay, class, does anyone know what comes after 100? And they're just like, looks like we'll find out pretty soon at the rate you're going, Miss Smith. But seriously, I don't know all the implications. There might be some major downsides that I'm not considering.
Oh, I don't know, maybe the fact that people are being shamed publicly for their private sex lives, you know, maybe that might be, you know, a negative consequence of that. You know, I don't know, just food for thought.
But it kind of seems to me like it would probably be a good thing if
You think it would be a good thing if people were publicly shamed for their private sex lives? Okay,
women's
dude.
body counts were displayed on their foreheads. Like, obviously,
He thinks it's a good thing.
there would probably be a major upheaval of the entire social fabric all across the world for a while. You know, we'd have a short period of global unrest, I suppose.
You suppose? Oh, it might maybe cause, you know, some issues if women were publicly shamed for their private sex lives for no reason to the benefit of nobody.
I'm sure there'd be some wars, and even just on a familial level, there'd probably be some bad things happening in a lot of households, which I do
Right.
not support. But at the same time,
Wow, you don't support things that are bad. Oh, whoop-de-fucking do.
there would be a lot of truth coming to light. So I think after all the dust clears
Yeah, at the expense of people's privacy.
and things settle down a bit, I think we'd all be
Like,
better.
this guy does not care about
Better off.
privacy at all.
And if you're listening to this and you're in a happy marriage or you're in a great, satisfying, meaningful relationship with the
You're probably getting cheated on.
woman of your dreams, that's awesome. I'm happy for you. And some of you, I'm sure you just have what you already know confirmed. You know, you got yourself a good one. Great. Low number.
Mhm.
It's the exact same number you thought it was. That's great. And I'm very happy for you. But some of you, probably a lot of you, I think you would probably
A
be
lot
surprised.
of you.
But
Yeah, I bet that their numbers are higher than you expected because women are
yeah,
whores.
one thing I know for sure, women's influence on the world would definitely diminish on a global scale
We get it. You want women to have no power and be subjugated.
And that could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing.
It would be a bad
depending
thing.
on your perspective. Maybe it's neutral. Just all depends
No, it wouldn't be neutral. It would be a bad thing.
on your perspective. But I also think certain women's influence might be greater than ever. Like, just imagine an absolutely beautiful, just drop dead gorgeous woman with a 0 on her head. She could rule the world.
No, she fucking couldn't. This is retarded. Like, why do you value a woman on the basis of her body count? It's like the most dehumanizing shit imaginable.
Imagine the influence and the power. You know, a woman's value would be inversely proportional to the number on her head.
That's retarded. Like, why do you want women's lives to be miserable and sexless and boring? Why do you want that?
Because really the way society sees it, and this is every society in every
It's like this guy is just anti-fun.
culture all across the world throughout all of humanity, I'm pretty sure. The reality is that a woman's count is inversely proportional to the value that society places on her. Right or wrong, that's just how it is.
Yeah, but that's wrong. Because somebody's value isn't determined based on what they do privately in the privacy of their own home.
The thing is, it's very easy for a person to lie about things that tend to happen in private with not a lot of
Does he think that all women are lesbians? I don't know, but that'd be awesome if they
people
were.
around to see. You know, it's an easy thing to lie about. But if the number was just magically appeared on all their foreheads, you can't lie anymore. So what we would have
Yeah, fuck privacy, am I
would
right?
be, finally, a woman's value would actually match what society has always
Like, this guy hates your privacy. He thinks that women shouldn't be allowed to wear yoga pants, obviously, as we learned from the other video he made. This guy's a complete fucking loser. I mean, his name is Loser Maxing, so. And he calls himself a loser. But I don't think he's a loser for the reasons he thinks. I think this guy is actually just, completely fucking pathetic.
wanted it to be. And again, I'm not saying that's a good thing necessarily. Depends
No, you're fantasizing about it. You obviously think it's a good thing. Just own your fucking position, pussy.
on your perspective. And me personally, as a diehard feminist, I think it would be horrible. But,
You're not slick. You're not funny.
let me know what you think. Let me know what you think about this hypothetical cephalonumeric future. What do you think
You obviously wish it was real.
would happen? Do you think it
Because you hate women.
would be a good thing overall? Or, I mean, I can't really
No, it would be a bad
see
thing.
how it wouldn't be an overall positive,
Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. You just said your position.
but maybe there's something I'm missing. So let me know
Yeah, may fucking be.
in the comments. And please watch some of my other videos if you like this one.
You just don't care about people's privacy. There's no reason for me to even exist. True. Well, let's
There's
watch
really
this.
no reason for me to even exist.
Yo, that's true. I agree.
My parents weren't even trying to get pregnant when they had me.
Unsurprising.
My mom told me, she told me I was an accident. She
Yeah, that checks
wasn't
out.
trying to insult me or anything. She just kind of mentioned it like it's a funny story, I guess. But
Yeah, it is
that,
pretty funny.
And I recently had a bit of a health scare. Turns out I get migraines now, I guess, or
Sucks to be you.
ocular migraines, which sucks. But I was worried that
Oh,
I had
so
brain
sad.
cancer or something. So at least it's not that bad. But
Wow.
over the last
Thank God he doesn't have brain cancer. That'd be truly devastating.
week, while I was just sitting around the house, freaking out about whether I'm about to suddenly drop dead from a brain aneurysm,
Bro, who cares? No one
I
gives
actually
a
started to
fuck.
come to terms with the fact that there's really no good reason for me to even exist.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
And there never was a reason for me to exist.
Rook.
The only reason I was ever even born in the first place is because I guess my dad somehow convinced my mom to let him boink her, which
Yep.
was probably the last time that ever happened, by the way.
Yeah.
Because as far
Yeah, probably.
back as I can remember, my parents always just hated each other. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, I guess at some point they did it. And
Yeah.
they're just nice
Obviously.
Christian folks. So they're against abortion. And that's why I exist.
Well, that's unfortunate. I wish that they were in favor of
That
abortion.
is the only reason.
No, this is like a great condom ad.
I'm not meant for greatness. I don't have any purpose.
Yes, we know.
Nobody ever took me under their wing or anything like that.
I wonder
I mean,
why.
if anything, I feel like my teachers and coaches throughout my childhood always just kind of ignored me in favor
Yeah, I could see
of all the
why.
other kids. The only
Yeah, all of the people that are superior to
thing
you,
of
yes.
note that I have ever accomplished is being able to have a very small, tiny, minuscule amount of success here on YouTube.
Yep, me too.
And, obviously, you can look at my subscriber count and everything. This is my most successful channel I've ever
Good for you.
had. You can
Yeah, same.
see how many views I get. I don't think that hardly even qualifies as a successful venture. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, you and
know
me
what
both.
it feels like. Like, I can't even imagine what it feels like to have a moment of glory in
Mhm.
any
Yeah, that's called existing. Yeah, that's normal.
proportion, however big or small. I can't even imagine.
Yeah, life sucks. We
Imagine.
know. Everyone agrees with that.
The only experience I ever had,
He's saying this as if this is something that everyone needs to hear. It's like, no, we all know that life sucks and that most people are going to be, destined for mediocrity. And that's just the truth.
was sitting on the sidelines or sitting alone in the dugout
Like statistically, most people will be
while
mediocre.
all the other kids actually got to play. I don't even think I'm that unathletic. I definitely never could have been an all-star at any sport. Just from my genetics, I don't think there was any chance, like any foreseeable alternate timeline where
Well, yeah, statistically, most people are mediocre. Like,
I would have been
yeah.
able to go pro in a sport or even like be good at a sport. But if I had
I mean, I was a pretty good swimmer, and I'm 5'6", and not naturally muscular or naturally strong. So, but I had really good form. So, yeah.
got more playing time, if my coaches didn't just ignore me, I might have at least got, I would have had at least a couple of good moments. I maybe would have felt a little taste of glory, but I never
Wow.
even got the chance. And I was always
Fucking boo.
too shy to advocate for myself.
Okay, well then, skill
Parents
issue.
should have been the ones that made sure the coaches let me play more. My
Right. Yeah, your parents should do everything
parents should
for
have
you.
made that happen. It's
Yeah. How dare they, not do everything for you?
gotta be the parents
Really messed up
that do that
stuff.
sort of thing. And they should have done something to make sure that my teachers at school actually acted like I was even there, because they pretty much ignored me.
I wonder why.
But I don't know, maybe nobody noticed there was any problem since I did make pretty good grades as a kid. So
Wait, really? I thought that, women wearing yoga pants prevented you from focusing. Huh. It's almost like you might have, I don't know, taken some personal accountability back then. And not fucking bitched and moaned over people wearing yoga pants. And actually just, focused on doing your fucking work like a normal person. It seems like you were able to get good grades despite the fact that, you couldn't control yourself anytime a girl wore yoga pants or whatever the fuck.
so looking back on my life,
Femyoz, how many push-ups can you do? I bet I can do more, even though I'm only like 85 pounds. I can do like 3 or 4. Last time I did 4.
over the past week or so, as I'm sitting there thinking I have some kind of potentially serious health problem, I kind of just came to terms with the fact that if I did perish, so what? So what?
Yeah, I agree.
My parents would be sad, I guess, for a little bit, but ultimately, they'd probably be better off. That's the honest truth.
I mean, yeah, that's probably true.
I'm not an asset in any way in their lives.
True.
I'm just a leech. I'm
Yeah.
just a leech.
That sounds about right.
My baby cousin would probably miss me for a day or two, but he's too young to actually even remember me when he gets older if I did expire. And, I do the best I
Yep.
can for him, but honestly, he'd probably be just as well off without me. So
No, I agree.
there's no reason for me to exist,
You're gonna stream for 6 hours again? Maybe.
and there never has been.
Yeah, that's true.
Want to know the closest I ever came to having a moment of glory? Because I think most people do have small moments of glory. And I think that
Right.
is a reason to exist. If you have some moments, even if it's just a small moment of glory, a small amount of glory, I think that's a
Right.
reason to exist. That's
What
something
was
to live
this?
for.
What did you do that was so
Like,
impressive?
imagine doing a good job at work and getting a bonus for it or something like that. Or
Bro, that's it. Bro, who cares about that?
approaching a
Just nothing in the grand scheme
woman
of
in
things.
public and, she's hesitant at first, maybe she's playing hard to get, but then you somehow manage to seal the deal. Then
Bro, if she's playing hard to get, that means she's not into you.
and you're just laying there in bed afterwards, just basking in the glory of a successful
Right.
conquest.
All this guy thinks about is sex.
That would be a reason to exist. But I've never
Right,
even
yeah, having sex with women.
had
Right, of course.
one small moment of glory. I've not had anything like that.
Femyoz, that matters a lot. Money is literally everything. Yeah, but like you shouldn't put your self-worth into it. Right? Your self-worth is not determined by how much money you make. Right? You're worth more than the billionaires that exploit you. Right? You as a human are superior to them. Because they're bad fucking people. that exploit you. So don't put your self-worth in the amount of money you make. Like, yes, it is good, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't benefit society that you make more money. It benefits you. But that doesn't mean that you should be proud of it. It means that you should be like, okay, well, I guess I make more money. I'm a little bit higher on the totem pole. But, you know, hopefully, you know, me doing this other thing on the side that's way more important, you know, takes off, right? That's what you should be doing. There's something on the side that takes off, hopefully.
The closest I ever came was, it's pathetic, but, you know, the closest
Ethically gained money is self-worth. I fundamentally disagree. This presupposes capitalism to be correct. This is just like a this is like a capitalism realist mindset
I ever
of like, yeah, your worth as a human being is determined by how much wealth you have. Well, that's fucking stupid.
came was back in Little League. Okay, so picture this. I was probably 12 years old when this happened, and my team was down by 1. It was the last inning, 2 outs.
Socialism can also have money, yes. But given the fact that we live in a capitalist society, presupposing that your self-worth as a human being is determined by your wealth presupposes capitalism to be morally correct, and it's not.
The guy before me had just struck out, so now I was up to bat. And I was the second to last batter in the lineup because I sucked. But yeah, I come up to bat. We had a man
You suck at a lot of things.
on third. Okay, I think I was batting a straight 0 batting average that season.
Wow, you suck.
For those of you that don't know what that
Wow.
means, it means I sucked so bad that I literally never hit the ball.
Wow, I didn't even know it was possible to be that bad.
Okay,
Well, and even I would be better, and I don't fucking play
I
baseball.
literally never got a hit the entire season up to that
But that's, like, impressive.
point. So
How do you manage to suck that
Oh.
badly?
I get up to bat in this very high pressure situation, and I look over to the coach, and he's giving me the sign to bunt. Okay, so I showed bunt. It was a bad pitch. I pulled back. Coach tells me to swing away. I whiffed, of course. So 1 ball, 1 strike on the count. Okay, coach gives me the sign to bunt again, and I remember this like it was all happening in slow motion. The pitcher throws it right down the middle, and I angled my bat toward the third baseline, just like we had practiced in practice. I connected with the ball, and it was just an absolutely perfect bunt. The ball goes rolling slowly down the foul line, the third base foul line, in the perfect trajectory where it's like, you know, everybody's thinking, is it gonna stay fair? Is it gonna go foul? It was hard
Who
to
cares?
tell, which is exactly what you want because it makes all the fielders hesitate. Okay, so the ball did stay fair. The other team's third baseman picked it up, but he was afraid to throw me out because then the guy that we had on third might run
Bro,
home.
okay, I'm skipping ahead. This is lame.
Stressed as fuck. You know, the other team's coach looked like he was about to have a heart attack.
Who cares?
It was a weird feeling for me because I had never had that before, and I've never
Wow.
had that since. But it didn't
Wow, the peak of your life is you hit the ball good one time in a game. That's really fucking sad.
last long. So what happened was
What about 1.5?
then the next guy came up to bat. So he was literally the very bottom of the batting order. And the only reason I think that this kid came after me in the order is because my coach lived across the street from me and he was kind of acquaintances with my dad. So otherwise, this other kid probably would have batted ahead of me in the order, but he was pretty much about as bad as I was. I think he also had a 0 batting average. So
Wow.
there was a wild pitch while he was batting. So I was able to steal to second. Okay, so then we had a man on third and there was me on second. We're down by 1,
Wow.
final inning.
Oh my god, he's still going.
Bobbled it or something, or maybe he made a bad throw. But as I was running to third, the coach is just
Bro, I want to hear
Oh,
why you shouldn't exist.
up. Game over. We win the game.
Wow.
Okay, so-
Whoa, you won the game. Who fucking
So
cares,
none of
dude?
this was possible without me making that game-saving bunt. Okay, so
Wow.
that
I'm so impressed. I care so
perfect bunt
much.
that I laid down, that was crucial to our victory.
Wow. I don't give a shit.
And at the time, in my mind, I was like, yeah, I definitely deserve credit for this. Now, I understand that the other kid, the kid that hit the walk-off single, he was also in a very high-pressure situation. And I do believe that in that situation, he deserves more glory than I did. Sure, he deserved more glory. But if I did not lay down that perfect bunt, he wouldn't have even got up to bat because the game would have been over if I got out. Okay, so after I got up and
Bro, who cares?
but by the time I looked up, everybody was already running out of the dugout and they weren't running toward me. The whole team, including the coaches, they all ran out and dogpiled the kid that hit the walk-off. So I just
You mean the the last person to do something that ended up winning the game.
Just
Like,
kind
yeah,
of
okay.
jogged over there and sheepishly stood at the periphery of the dog pile while everybody else was starting to stand up.
Bro, is he actually mad about this?
I still expected to get my props eventually. Like, I thought once everything
Bro, who cares? Who
had
gives
calmed
a
down
fuck?
and we all gathered around for the post-game pep talk, that's when I would get recognized for my bunt. You know, I was sure that one of the coaches would say something. You know, they had to. My bunt was literally crucial to that victory. So I expected at least one of the coaches to say, hey, good, nice bunt, nice bunt. That was very important and a good job. I don't know how you could possibly ignore that, but that's what
Bro, this
I
is
already
so
know
pathetic.
that everybody thought it was over with as soon as I stepped up to the plate. And the thing is, that's what kicked everything off. You know, I even remember when I was on first, after I
Bro, he's just
empty for
fucking
good luck.
whining.
after somebody gets a big hit or a couple hits in a row, sometimes people will turn their hats inside out and everybody starts chanting, rally, rally, rally. So it's just something people do for good luck, right? After a big moment. Well, it was my bunt this time that got everybody to put their rally caps on. Okay, that was me. I did that. And I got cheers in the moment. Okay, in the moment, I felt a little bit of glory. I felt like people were cheering for me.
Yeah, so it's almost like you did get recognized for the thing you did.
But after the game, I mean, they dogpiled this kid. They gave the other kid,
You
they
mean
gave
the
him
guy that won the game?
the game ball, which is a big deal. Everybody was patting him on the back. I remember in the post-game huddle,
Yeah, because he fucking won the game, stupid fuck.
the coach even told the one kid that was already on base when I came up to bat, the kid that was on third base, the coach told that kid that he did a good job with, like, faking out the third baseman, that he was going to run home after I bunted. So the coach did mention my bunt indirectly, but only to praise this other kid for his base running. Literally nobody ever told me that I did a good job. I got zero props, zero
Bro,
glory.
who cares?
Something like, finally you hit the ball. And then he goes, well, I guess
Dude.
it technically was a hit. And that's all he said. That's all my own father said about that.
I would also go crazy if this is how I thought.
Which was literally my best, like the most important thing I ever did in any game, in any sport that I ever played as a kid. That was my big
Wow.
moment. That's
That's your big moment? You know, my big moments were me being good at swimming and me being fast and winning races. Those are my big moments. But, you know, to each their own, I guess. You know, I won races. I'm 5'6". I was competing against men that were like twice my fucking size. Okay, I was 5'6", 115 pounds. I weigh quite a bit more now. I put on some weight. I'm gonna get on Adderall again and lose that weight, but you know.
the most crucial contribution I ever made.
I mean, isn't encouraging someone to kill themselves a crime? I'm not encouraging him to kill himself. I never told him to do that. Don't kill yourself, it's bad. There you go.
To fucking
Thought that was obvious. I don't think I had to specify that. I might agree that, like, yeah, he probably doesn't have much to live for, but, like, neither do I.
anything in my life, pretty much. And nobody cared. And yes, I do still think
It's, like, also the case that, like, I just don't buy this fucking, like, victim mentality bullshit of, like, oh, poor me, my life is hard. I don't give a fuck. I've heard it a million
Think about it.
times.
I'm still mad about it, okay? I'm still sitting here right now seething about it every freaking
I wonder why you're miserable.
time I think about it. Because that was my moment. Or it should have been my moment.
That's the highlight of your life. And you're fucking raging about it.
By the way, I don't know if I even mentioned this, but
And then you wonder why you're miserable.
winning that game clinched our spot in the city tournament. So it was
Wow.
actually a big deal. If we had lost that game, we probably would not have made it to the tournament that year. So our season would have ended earlier, basically. Okay, so everybody got to play at least a few more games because of what I did.
Yeah, including
And
you.
nobody cared.
Hey, you also benefit.
You know, what?
Yeah, because you're not the only reason that the fucking game was won.
The point I'm making is it wasn't just like a regular game, okay? It actually mattered. And I understand that the other kid got most of the glory, and he deserves it. He deserves like 2/3 of the glory for that
Only 2/3, really?
situation,
Okay.
easily, because he had a hit. It was important. You know, it's more flashy, more impressive than a bunt. And it's probably more difficult to get a hit
Yeah.
than to
No, really, you think?
lay down a perfect bunt, I guess. But why is it
Yeah,
that I got
isn't a bunt going to be significantly easier? All you have to do is, like, hit the ball kind of softly.
no glory? I got no props. I got no credit. No, not one of my coaches even
Yeah, obviously people are going to give glory to the person that gets a fucking home run. No fucking shit.
said, hey, good job. No one on my team came up to me and said, hey, that was a good bunt. You know, nothing. It was nothing. Nobody cared. But whatever.
Wow.
I'm just telling this story because that was the closest I ever got to doing something that mattered. And that was just a little league game when I was 12.
And you've never done anything since.
And apparently
okay.
it wasn't even a big deal, I guess, because nobody seemed to care. Okay, so that's
Yeah, you're right. I don't care
the
either.
most impact that I have ever had on the world.
Yeah, this is the closest thing I'll ever get to
World.
therapy. Yeah.
That was the peak of me actually having a reason to exist. Just for that moment, so I could lay down that bunt, just for nobody to care. That was the only reason I ever had to exist, for that, to do that. And nobody gave a
that's your only reason to exist. This is sad.
gave a hoot. Nobody gave a damn.
Yeah, myself included. I also don't give a damn. Why are we
About
still
it.
talking about it? Why did you spend like the majority of the video talking about this shit? Who
And you know,
cares?
these days, I mean, I take care of my baby cousin, so maybe that's something I do that's important, but it's not like he'd be an
You think that you doing one good thing in a baseball game is more important than you taking care of your baby cousin? Get your fucking priorities straight, dude.
orphan without me. He'd still be taken care of pretty much just as well if I never existed. So I
Oh,
feel like
yeah, that's true. I guess.
it's not just that I have no purpose in life, because I don't
Right.
have a purpose, but there's also
Mhm,
just
true.
no reason whatsoever in the grand scheme of things
Yeah, true.
for me to even exist. There's
yeah, that's
no
true.
purpose for me. I don't
True.
have a purpose in life, and the
Mhm.
world doesn't have a
Yeah.
purpose for me.
Yeah, that's
I'm just here by
facts.
pure chance.
Yep,
I think that's a good
true.
way to summarize my entire life up to this point. I'm just here.
Facts.
Like,
Yes, just like lay down and rot and do nothing. I guess.
I exist. I do exist, but I have no impact on
Mhm.
anybody or
Yeah. So never do anything. Just like lie down and rot. I
on
guess.
anything. Even through these videos, even on my old channel where I had 1 million views on one of my videos,
Wow.
you might think if 1 million people watched a video that I made, surely it must have meant something to at least one person. But I know that it didn't, because
Yeah, that's true.
that video was pretty much just mindless slop. It was nothing important.
So like all of your videos.
Now, I did write an original script and everything, and I edited it real nice. It had the nice editing quality, but the topic was just, I'm not going to say exactly what it was. It was nothing important. Okay, it was nothing important.
Right, as opposed to the really important stuff you talk about now, like why yoga pants need to be illegal.
My video didn't change anybody's life. None of my videos have ever
Femyoz, are you subbed to him to get notifications for his inevitable suicide stream? Bro, if he does the fucking Ronnie McNutt challenge, I swear to God, I would not make that into content. That'd be fucked up. I hope he doesn't do that.
changed anyone's life, even slightly, I'm pretty
This isn't even funny like the yoga pants one. It's just depressing.
sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I think his goal is to get people to feel bad for
I
him.
have never done anything that has had any impact, positive or negative, on anybody's life, other than, yeah, I would say I've probably had an overall negative impact on my parents' lives, but,
Yeah, probably.
you know, in that case, it's kind of like,
you and me both.
whatever,
Buddy.
it's their fault
Me too.
for having me, so I don't really blame myself too much for that.
Yo, facts.
it's like,
you know, I agree with
I think
that.
back to every job I've ever had, I don't think I ever made an impact. I don't think any,
Yeah, that's probably true.
anything I-
But like, who cares? Like, you don't need to. It's fucking corporate slop capitalism. Who gives a fuck? You know, if I'm actually a detriment to the company, but I still get paid and I don't get fired, I actually view that as a bonus.
I've ever done
I'm just kidding. You know, future employers, I'm kidding. That was a joke.
in work or in my personal life has ever really had any meaningful impact. I made some small changes to some drawings back when I was an engineer, and I drew up some drawings for some custom tools that were requested by some of our customers. But that was just, you know, that was a situation where they would tell me exactly what they wanted, and I just made the drawings. I honestly think the average middle school student could do what I did. It was really nothing special, but that's probably the most meaningful thing that I ever did in my time as an engineer.
Wow.
I can't think of a time I ever helped somebody, either in my work life or in my personal life. I don't think I've
Sounds like you need a different
ever
job.
helped anybody. And it's like, I don't even really see myself as a complete failure or anything either. I mean,
Well, that's where we differ.
objectively, I am a complete failure, I suppose, but
Yeah, that's true.
I don't feel like I really have a self-esteem issue. I just don't think I have any reason to exist. I think I accurately
Yo, truth.
assess my amount of esteem. So, like, it's not a self-esteem
yeah.
issue.
Right.
I
of
accurately
course.
believe what I believe about myself.
Right.
I-
It's always
I-
it's
I don't know,
completely
it's like-
accurate.
It's like I'm not sitting around all day thinking that I hate
He wants sympathy because he can't attract girls with yoga pants. Yo,
myself.
true.
I usually, when I think about it, I don't hate
God damn, you are so based. Hell
myself.
yeah.
I don't think, or I wouldn't say that I hate myself. So I don't even really have
Right.
that poor of
Yeah, he doesn't hate himself. He has great self-esteem, actually. The best self-esteem you could possibly
self-esteem.
have.
I just don't have a reason to exist.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm
right.
saying
Great self-esteem.
all this, I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea.
Yeah, I don't have self-esteem issues. Meanwhile, his channel is literally called Loser Maxing. Like,
And be all worried about me. I would never commit the final action, if you know what I mean. I would never select myself and press the delete key. That's not something that I would ever do.
right.
That would just create more problems for my family. And I just never really wanted to do that anyways. So nobody
Right.
needs to worry about me like that. But
yeah,
I'm just saying,
good. Glad.
I don't
Glad, because I've been making jokes the whole time. I kind of figured.
have any
I'm glad he clears
reason.
that up.
I don't have any purpose. The only reason I'm even here in the first place is just because once upon a time there was two losers
Yeah, you've said this.
that decided to settle for each other, and I guess they did the deed at least one time, probably because they were bored. And
Dude, imagine if his fucking parents saw this shit. Yeah, there were two losers that fucking settled for each other, and that's why I exist. Bro, imagine the fucking parents see this shit. Like, yeah, dude, we were two losers that settled for each other.
That's it.
Based.
you know, not even trying to create a new life. They weren't trying to create a new life. They were just bored.
I want to see him quote, I guess that's it. I hate this level of patheticness. Just yo, that's brutal. That's more brutal than me. Bro, I thought I was brutal by just being like, yeah, your life amounts to nothing. Yeah, that's true. But Jesus, okay, you might be taking it a little bit too far. Jesus, that's crazy.
And now I'm here. And I'm not contributing to anything. I'm not really even doing anything. I'm
Yeah, so just like whine on the internet. That'll help.
just existing.
Just lay down and
I make
rot.
videos that maybe a few people listen to. They listen to this in the restroom while they're doing their secondary business. And that's
Yeah,
it. That is
That's true.
my meaningless contribution to society. Maybe a tiny small
At least he acknowledges that being a YouTuber is meaningless, which I agree.
amount of entertainment
like,
for like a dozen people out there. I don't know.
This is quite entertaining. Yeah, like
I
a
know I
dozen
get
people. Yeah, the people watching my streams.
like a few thousand views on most of my videos, but you got to understand, most of the people that listen to my videos, they were either like not really paying attention, or maybe they just fell asleep and it just auto played, so they didn't even actually listen.
When you're this pathetic, the nutrients from the ground would get from your outweighs your Okay, all right, that's kind of crazy. I gotta disavow that. That's fucking insane. That's kind of insane. Okay, that hits a little bit close to home. Okay, that hits a little bit close to home. Okay, don't be too brutal. Okay, I might catch some strays. Okay, I might end up catching some strays. Okay, right.
To it. And a lot of people, you know, it still counts the view if somebody only listened to 42 seconds of my video and then
Femi, guess what? Chicken butt. Femi, you're not nearly as pathetic as him. Yeah, but like, I'm still catching strays. You acknowledge that I'm pathetic.
they clicked off, okay? That still counts as one view as far as the view counter is concerned. So don't think that I actually have thousands of people listening to my every word. That's not what's happening, okay? If you made it this far
Yeah,
into
true.
this video, then you are one of the few, okay? You are a rare individual for that.
He is less than the bugs on his skin. Who is he? Fucking Asmongold?
And I do appreciate you. But
You're pathetic and a sex object way, love. Okay, but this. Shut up. No, no, I'm not.
I'm also well aware that you're wasting your time by listening to this. It's nothing productive. If you find it entertaining, so be it. You know, that's fine. I listen
Yeah, that's true. I will say I'm not productivity
to
maxing.
videos that other people make that are kind of similar to this, I guess. So I can understand why that might be something some people find entertaining, but there's no value in it.
You know, this might be a little bit of a Lucas take. I don't know, Asuna. Like you're saying, like, well, yeah, both of you are pathetic, but like when you're pathetic, it's hot, Femyoz. Which I mean, fair enough. Well, when you're pathetic, it's like it makes my pee-pee hard. So, you know, it's like it actually contributes to society by making my pee-pee hard. You know, I think that's kind of
Is what I'm
based.
trying to get at.
I don't know. It's kind of fucked up though. Women being pathetic will always be better than men being pathetic. True. Okay, what if it's a femboy though?
It's not
Like objectively.
something that even needs to exist. So, and I'm only doing it for selfish reasons. I only do it to maybe get a little bit of validation in the comments and make a little bit
Yo, me
of
too.
money, which is not much. It's all
Same.
meaningless. And that's, you know, these videos, this channel, this is all that I contribute to society. And
Yo, same. Literally same, dude.
I don't think it's a positive contribution. I don't want it to be like this. Like, just talking about my life in general, I don't want it to be like this. I would
What are we watching? We're watching some incel complain about stuff. Ah. As a joke in Minecraft.
love to do
Right.
something important, or at least, you know, not
Flustered, I did not get flustered.
even necessarily important, but I would like to at least feel like there's a good reason for me to exist.
Right. Well, you can feel however you want. Facts don't care about your
Like, when you think
feelings.
about a doctor or a fireman or something like that, there's a good reason for a person like that to exist. And really, most people I know personally,
Then go become a doctor/fireman.
if I think
Girl failure.
about it, I can usually think of a reason for each person I know to exist. There's usually some
Right.
kind of reason, like either they make a positive contribution to society, or somebody depends on them, or even just, you know, if I could just make somebody laugh every now and then, that might even be enough to give me some purpose. That might make
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. My purpose is to entertain
me
people,
feel
I
like, hey,
think.
there is a reason for me to exist. But I don't even have that. Maybe a few people have laughed here and there at some of the jokes I've made in some of my videos, but, you know,
I've laughed at you, so I mean, you've got that going for you.
I don't know. And even if that happens, it feels pretty meaningless to me because I don't see them react. You know, I'm not seeing people laugh
Bro, who cares?
to my jokes, so I don't even get any value out of that. Doesn't make
Oh, so it's about what you
Me
get out
feel
of it.
any better?
Okay. Your value is what you get out of it. You see the problem there? No, it's not about what other people get from it. Like, okay.
And truly, you know, they're mostly laughing at me.
Also, you get laid and try to look good and don't whine about fucking yoga pants. You are infinitely more human than he is. Yeah, that's true. I think I'm falling into the trap of feeling bad for him, like, despite his crazy takes. It's like, no, he's the guy that was whining about yoga pants. I shouldn't feel bad for him. I have too much empathy for people like this, and people like this don't have enough empathy for women, so who am I kidding?
Anyways, not really laughing in the way I intended. So yeah, nothing about these videos and making these videos really gives me any purpose. I just do it because
Right.
whatever. I guess I'm bored. I don't know. I don't
Yo, that's kind of
already know
real.
I am never going to reproduce. I done been
Yeah,
accepted
yeah, that's true.
that a long time ago.
Yeah, me too, but that's by choice in my case. I don't want to reproduce.
I'm not ever going to reproduce. I will never get married. I will never find love. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
that's-
sure
all of this is true.
I'll never even have a one night stand or anything. Like, I'm never even
Yeah, that's probably true.
gonna.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna pay for it because I don't even want to do that. So I'm never
No,
even gonna
facts.
get to do the thing that is like the thing that pretty much all men
Dude,
want to do the most.
Yeah, he's a virgin with
All the time.
rage.
I'll never even get to do that once. I'm pretty sure I have already peaked as far as romantic success in my life. So
Oh yeah, you mean like with like the Indian chick or whatever that like whatever slept with your doppelganger before and then you fucking threw a fit over that?
it's just saying this out loud.
There's a point where my empathy gets reversed and I actively crave the pathetic person's non-existence. Yo, that's crazy. That last part is crazy. But like, I'm pathetic too. I'm pathetic too. Why don't you crave my non-existence? I don't understand. I'm literally just as pathetic as this guy. Okay, maybe not as pathetic. I have better takes. I'm like as pathetic as this guy in terms of my contributions to society. I just have better takes than him. The only difference is that I have good takes and he has shit takes.
You know, it's so over. It's so like there's really no reason
Rose arrow waist like me.
for me to exist. I'll most likely never be employed again.
Because you're not that extreme to the point where my empathy gets reversed, I guess. You don't sound pathetic. But you're girly and blonde.
There is absolutely no reason for me to think at this point that I will ever contribute to society at all in any way whatsoever. I'll never contribute to anything. So there's no reason.
Okay, when I'm pathetic and you guys don't care that I'm pathetic, is it because, like, is the way in which I'm pathetic, like, hot or something? Like, do I do it in a way where it's like, oh, well, that means that, like, there's another thing for me to, like, fucking degrade her over or some shit? Is that the difference? Is that the difference? Is you guys get some fucking, yes. So you guys get some fucking masochistic pleasure out of it. Out of me being pathetic. Okay, alright. A little, but it's also because I have hope for you. Okay, not that far. Well, no, it's fine. I'm into it as well. It's okay. You speak better. Well, yeah, I'm obviously going to be more articulate and well-spoken than this guy. Not, like, degrading, it's just cute. Either way, I'm okay, well, wait, what was the question? I was asking if the difference between me being pathetic and this guy is, if it's like, me being pathetic is like, justifiable because like it's cute when I'm pathetic, I guess. And flustered, shut up. You're just like that boy, they're so pathetic, they have no saving grace. They don't even register as human. You're a good person and attractive, so it's a more neutral trait in your case. And that's fair. That's fair. Have to hold back from writing some gooner shit. Oh, you're not pathetic. You're elite sigma skibbity, whatever it's called. Well, I am quite pathetic. Like, I don't contribute anything to society either. But me being like a girl failure, I could see the appeal to that. It's like, like there could be like there could be a case to be made that like if somebody like me is so pathetic that it becomes like weirdly hot, where it's like, oh, they're like, they're like it's like pathetic in like almost like a cute and degrading kind of way. I don't know. I feel like that's I feel like that might be the reason you guys are okay with it. I don't know, I could be wrong. That's also true. I don't talk about children's retroactive body. You got a point there. Yeah, this guy is way weird. He's like a fly with its wings burnt off and missing its legs. Just squash that shit. Yo, that's fucking brutal. See, I would feel bad for the fly with its wings burnt off and the missing legs. I would feel so bad for it. I don't know. It's like an ugly, mean blonde person versus an attractive, kind blonde person. The blonde hair itself isn't so important, just an aspect of their appearance and the positive negative associations. Well, you're as pathetic as a cat stuck in a bush that needs to be saved and cared for. So what you're saying is basically the difference is I have the cuteness factor. See, if there was like a bug that was like stuck somewhere, I would want to like help it out. I'd be like, oh no, it's like stuck. No? Okay, if it's not the cuteness factor, then what is it? It's not just cuteness. Okay, so that is a factor. Yeah, bugs are kind of cute. That's true. Your dead ass more sentient than him. Well, I mean, probably. I mean, that sort of comes with, being more, intelligent, most likely. Though I'm not entirely certain. Then again, I don't believe that either, because like, people with Down syndrome are like the happiest motherfuckers imaginable. Like they're so wholesome. You just want to like keep them happy. It's just like them being happy makes me happy. I don't know. I think people with Down syndrome are more sentient than this guy, because like they're just like these happy little guys. It's the cuteness plus sass. He's as sentient as the bush that traps the kid. Okay, that's kind of brutal.
For me to exist, I am reasonless. I am purposeless.
That's also true.
And I guess I will just remain this way, rotting away in my room until I expire.
That's awesome. Yes, just Oh, and then we get recommended this video. Yoga pants are destroying society. Bro, it's like bald cell, old cell loser. I'll never ascend. It's like he's like being pathetic on purpose. Like he's like trying to be as pathetic as possible. I went to a Christmas party and it was brutal. Applying to jobs is a humiliation ritual. Why smart men end up alone. Oh man. I touched grass and it was brutal. All right, let's see why smart men end up alone. Because like that doesn't apply to this guy, because this guy is retarded. So let's find out why men that are not like him end up alone.
It's a curse. Whether that's because you're more intelligent than average or you have
Wait, hold
being
on.
different is a curse.
Uh-huh. Maybe in some ways, but like, it ain't for me.
Whether that's because you're more intelligent than average or you have exceptional critical thinking
Yeah, dude, you have exceptional critical thinking skills. That's why you think that yoga pants should be illegal.
skills, or maybe just because you have interests and hobbies that are just a little bit outside the box. The world we live in, our society was built by normies for normies.
Yo, true. Normie-centric society. I mean, he's not entirely wrong about that. Femyoz, I think a part of it is how much he publicly sulks in his miserable, pathetic worm of a life, while you actively have plans to improve yourself and your quality of life. I mean, yeah, to an extent, but like, I'm like kind of banking on, you know, maybe one day my YouTube channel will like become like a source of revenue good enough to live off of. It's like if that doesn't happen, I basically have nothing. I have nothing to live for because this is the only thing I care about. So him and I are kind of similar in that regard. I can't even lie. So it's like, I don't care about most things outside of my YouTube channel, for the record. I don't give a shit. Like, if I'm doing something outside of this, it's because, well, it's either like an interpersonal thing, which I also care about, but it's not like something that like is like a career or like a job. Like, I obviously care about people. But other than that, it's like gonna be out of obligation, right? The guy in the video is low-key nihilistic, believing that life has no meaning is basically just give up on life. Well, I also believe that life has no meaning. The only meaning it has is the meaning that we ascribe to it. So, like, by default, it has no meaning.
And if you don't
Low-key, I can relate. The only thing I care about is my bestie. Kind of don't live for anything else, TBH. Yeah, fair.
like the term normie, then basically all I'm saying is our society is built around conformity.
Yeah, that's true.
Critical thinking is not rewarded.
Sometimes.
At all. In fact, more often than not, critical thinking is punished in our society.
I think sometimes that's true.
There's actually a strong link between social anxiety and a person's intelligence and critical thinking skills that I never hear anybody talking about, so I will go into more detail on that in just a minute. There are some specific cases where critical thinking might be rewarded, like maybe if you're an engineer or a mathematician or something, and you use your critical thinking to solve a problem in an innovative way, but that's not
You mean benefiting society with your critical thinking, right?
really what I'm
Of
talking
course.
about. What I'm talking about is how
Is instances in which it doesn't benefit society and it's just kind of meaningless. Okay.
when you apply critical thinking skills to the things you hear people say in conversation or what you hear in the mainstream media, if you actually think critically about what you hear and you
Can you give us an example of you thinking critically?
come to your own conclusions, then most likely you will be punished for it socially. Because
It depends. Depends on the conclusions you arrive to and whether or not you make a good argument for it.
there's a whole lot of bullshit out there, and most people just base their beliefs on whatever is the most convenient thing to believe.
Yeah, well, I don't do that, and I don't really get punished for it. If anything, it's like what I've built my entire YouTube channel around.
But the truth isn't always convenient. A lot of times, the truth is painful. It's difficult.
Yeah, it is.
It might go against society's collective preconceived notions.
Yeah, and sometimes I argue with chat.
So
yeah.
if you actually think
It's not difficult, though. It's really easy to do that.
about things for yourself, then it's just inevitable.
Like, if you have any modicum of intelligence, then arguing with chat is going to be easy. It's going to be easy to win arguments if you actually pay attention to, you know, the best ways to argue.
That you're gonna have a hard time fitting in unless you just keep your mouth shut or you just outright lie about what you believe.
Yeah, but I don't do that, and I'm fine.
And I'll
Okay, I'm also kind of a loser.
come back to this later, but I have to
Oh, maybe I'm not in a position to
mention
talk.
this effect is a lot more pronounced in women. Women tend to be a lot more averse to any kind of so-called wrong think than men are. So if you are a true individual, you're a true critical thinker, it is very
yeah.
difficult to connect with women on a deeper level. Or
Well, why women specifically? Oh, because women can't think logically or critically. So true.
really even
Like, this is just like not true at all.
on a superficial level. Because all it takes is one little slip up and that's it. You're
I've never had this issue with women. Like, all of the women that I've been with appreciate the fuck out of me thinking critically. They like the way that I think. And not only do they like the way that I think, they like the way that I express my thoughts. They like the fact that I'm able to articulate what I am thinking. It comes across as intelligent. I don't even think I'm particularly intelligent. I'm just articulate at the end of the day. And people like that. People like when you're able to articulate thoughts, even if those thoughts are different.
radioactive. And this is true even if you are a woman yourself. I know people like to say that I'm a raging misogynist or something, but
Yeah, you kind of are.
that's really not true.
It's like you rage at women for having body counts that are too high or whatever.
I'm not. I do believe there are women in this world that are intelligent and that they do think for
But they must agree with you to be intelligent, of course.
themselves. It's rare, but they do exist.
It's rare, right? But he's not a misogynist. It's just rare that a woman would be intelligent. But he's not a misogynist.
But even for them, it's very difficult to connect with other women. And so for a
Right.
man, if you are a deep thinker
But it'd be much easier for them to connect with men, of course, because men are the smart ones.
and you don't just automatically accept every little platitude you hear, then it is extremely difficult to attract women. Sure,
What are we talking about? I never have this issue. Now, granted, I'm like a lesbian trans woman, but like, even as a guy, I didn't have this issue. Now, I guess it was like an issue when I was, dating an abuser, but like, yeah, that's like the only time it's going to be an issue.
if you're really good looking, then it probably won't matter much.
I wasn't, but I've never been extremely good looking. I'm currently not extremely good looking. I've always been pretty average looking. So like, I don't know what you're on about. I just look like a regular person.
But for the rest of us, using your brain, even just a little bit more effectively than most people, it's going to get you completely shunned by like
But it hasn't.
99% of women. And the
But like, it just hasn't done that.
other 1% probably look like
You are really good looking though. I don't
if
see
Shrek
it.
and Donkey had a baby. I always hear this phrase. It's a little piece of advice people like to cling.
So only women that look like Shrek mixed with Donkey are gonna take you serious. What are we talking about? This is the most retarded shit ever. Not a misogynist, by the way.
To. You just got to find your tribe. You got to find your tribe, bro. So the idea is you got to find a group of like-minded people, and then you can fit in. Then you'll have a social group, and you can have
Dude, they don't have to be like-minded. You can think differently and still be friends with people. Like, if anything, having a diversity of thought is actually a great way to become more intelligent. Surround yourself with people that think differently. Surround yourself with people that have different philosophical worldviews, right? I mean, hell, I'm friends with, quite a few people that are significantly more intelligent than me on the internet. I should talk to them more, honestly. I haven't seen them in Discord VCs in a while. But they used to be constantly in Discord VCs and servers that I was in. And I liked to hang out with them because it made me more intelligent, right? Hearing them argue about philosophy, right? And then I just am sort of quietly observing it because, well, they're more intelligent than me. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna let the the real adults do all the talking. You know what I mean? Because it's like they know more than me, and I can sort of absorb that knowledge like a sponge. And I think that more people should do stuff like that, where they hang out with people that they know are more intelligent than them. Because at the end of the day, you benefit from it. You gain knowledge. Nobody loses anything. And granted, people like to yap, including intelligent people. Intelligent people love to yap. They love to, teach people their wacky ideas. Why not be the person that learns from them? You know what I mean?
thriving social life and everything. But it's a lot easier said than done. I think the whole find your tribe thing is actually just really ignorant because for someone that is a true free thinker, it's really just unlikely that you would ever actually encounter more than maybe a few like-minded people.
The point shouldn't be to find people that think exactly the same as you. You should surround yourself with people that challenge your ideas. If people are just going to agree with you no matter what, then it's probably not going to be the most healthy case scenario. You're never going to have ideas outside of what's in your echo chamber, outside of what's considered socially acceptable. And then if somebody deviates from that, then suddenly they're a problem. But it shouldn't be like that. You're fundamentally misunderstanding why it's an issue in the first place. The issue isn't that, if you're identifying the issue as, well, you're being shunned for thinking differently, then why do you need a bunch of people that are like-minded? Why can't you just find people that are like-minded in one regard, which is, well, I don't give a shit that people think differently. Let's discuss ideas and, we can still like each other at the end of the day.
People in your entire life. And the chances that you could actually become friends with those people when you do encounter them, that's even more unlikely because not everyone is
Why?
eligible for friendship at the time that you meet them. A lot of people, they already have a friend group or they have a family and everything, or maybe they work all the time, whatever the reason may be,
You mean that they have lives unlike you?
a lot of
Okay.
people just
Well, if they have lives unlike you, they probably don't think like you.
aren't really open to making new friends at the time that you encounter them. And then also, because free thinkers get shunned in this normie society, most of them are hiding their power level whenever they meet new people.
I mean, yeah, I do hide my power level a little bit, and then I slowly radicalize them over time. I don't see what the issue is. Like, yeah, obviously I'm going to radicalize them to, believe in, more leftist ideals because those ideals are true. But like, that's just like a strategic thing, and it's not that difficult because once you explain the ideas to them, like they become fairly open to it. Like I don't really have this issue.
So you might meet someone that could be a member of your tribe, so to speak, but you wouldn't even know it, and they wouldn't know it either because both of you are masking.
Well, no, you test the waters by saying certain things and seeing how they react. This is something that every intelligent person does when they're meeting new people. Okay, maybe not every intelligent person, but a lot of them. This is what I do. I don't even consider myself to be particularly intelligent because, frankly, it's not particularly complex. You just walk on the fence a little bit. What I do when I meet new people in order to weed out people that I don't want to be around is I start out by, sharing some of my opinions, seeing how they react to them. Do they get defensive? Do they get angry? Do they agree with me? What do they think about what I have to say? How do they engage in discussion with me? Okay, great. They pass that test. Then I test them when it comes to humor. So I make a bunch of edgy jokes, right? And I see, do they get offended by it? Do they get mad? And then they pass that test. And it's like, okay. And then it's like, I move on to the next thing, right? I talk about philosophy shit. Okay, what are their, what's their philosophical worldview like, right? So, I go through just like a few things. I test them a little bit. Nothing too much. Just like a, small, like test to see. I push people's buttons a little bit in order to get a good read on them and understand the type of person that they are, what their limitations are. And then I make a determination about whether or not this person is worth being around, right? So if they get offended at edgy jokes, I'm probably not going to want to hang out with them just because they're boring and they're going to suck the fun out of everything. If they have dog shit political views, I might want to keep them around in terms of like, I want to have political discourse with this person. But other than that, not as much, right? If they're like a fascist, I'm probably not going to be as close to them, for instance. It's like, what are their values like? Do they care about philosophy? If so, then like that could be like an interesting thing to talk about. That might be a reason to keep them around, is to talk about philosophy nerd shit, right? There's gonna be a lot of stuff. What's their humor like in general? Like what buttons can I or can I not push?
Trying not to let the other one know.
I like your strategy. Yeah, and I think it's a really good way of like, determining, is this person worth my time, right?
What you really think, because you just assume that they'd hate you just like everybody else.
No, what you do is you test the waters like I do.
And here's something
Like you're retarded for not doing that. Like how have you not thought of this if you're a free thinker? Like it just sounds like you haven't even tried.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about. Being a natural born free thinker, which is actually the only kind of free thinker there is.
Dude, everyone thinks they're a free thinker. No one thinks that they're a slave to the system. You know that, right? Not a single person watching this thinks that they're not a free thinker. Okay? But statistically speaking, most people in your audience are not going to be free thinkers. Okay? You're probably not a very free thinker. You're not as free as you think you are. Everyone wants to be a free thinker. Not everyone is.
Critical thinking.
Statistically, you're probably not one. And based on the types of things you've said, you just, base your opinions off of, what other people have said on the internet, and you just sort of regurgitate them. Because you're not very intelligent, you're not articulate. You use somebody else's framework.
Isn't something you can learn, by the way.
Oh, I wouldn't even consider myself to be a 100% free thinker, right? My ideas are, in many instances, predicated off of other people's ideas. I'm a staunch utilitarian. Did I create utilitarianism? No. Right? I just found what comes across as the most logical worldview, and I adhere to that. Right? So even I'm, somebody that is not going to be, a fully free thinker. Now, I've debated the ideas in my head and with other people, and I've refine my positions on that basis alone. But, even so, it's like, it's not like it's 100% from me.
You either have it or you don't.
Yeah, we're absolutely going to be stubborn on some things.
But being a natural...
No, I think that being stubborn on some things can be a good thing. Like, for instance, I'm not going to change my position on whether or not racism is bad. Yeah, you shouldn't call black people the N-word for no reason. That position's never going to change. You're not going to be able to convince me otherwise. Same thing with trans people. You're not going to be able to convince me that trans people don't deserve basic human rights. I don't know, maybe if you make a really good argument in favor of either of those things, who knows? Maybe I become the CEO of racism and transphobia. But that's very unlikely. Because it seems to be the case that every argument in favor of either of those positions is very illogical.
Free thinker, very early on in your life, it puts you on a path toward...
So-called free thinkers when presented with collars and strap-ons. Okay, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I don't think he wants to try. I don't think he wants anything. He just wants to sit there and pee his pants. Okay, but that's kind of hot, though.
High inhibition.
I'm just kidding, unless...
AKA social anxiety. Because the shunning starts early. And that has lifelong implications. It has a tragic...
Yeah, I wonder why anyone would shun
effect
you.
On the entire...
Hot? Question mark, exclamation?
Future of your life.
Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Even as early childhood, your peers notice that you're different. They notice that you don't think like they do.
Yeah, I got bullied a bit, and then I bullied people, and then I grew up, and yeah.
You don't believe all the same things that they believe. You question...
And most of the people I bullied were people that initially bullied me, for the record.
Too
So, like, they kind of deserved it.
And adults notice it too. And let me tell you, when you're a kid that doesn't just automatically accept whatever an adult tells you, some adults really do not like that. So the shunning starts early.
Yo, that is true. A lot of adults fucking hated me. I will say that. I think it created this sort of need to prove myself and prove my intellectual superiority over the people that would talk down to me, despite me having superior fluid intelligence to them. Especially due to the fact that I'm, pretty autistic. So they took me even less seriously. They constantly talked to me, like I was like a fucking infant or something, like as if I didn't understand anything. They're just constantly infantilizing me, which, I guess is something that was traumatizing enough to the point where now I fetishize that. Now I want people to talk to me that way. Diaper theory? Okay, dude. No, that's not what that means, okay? No, but like, dude. Yeah, anyways. OMG, real on the autism thing. It's like, yeah, like people that I'm objectively more intelligent than would talk down to me. And it was very obvious from a young age that I was superior to them. They didn't want to admit it. But I was always a more logical thinker than they will ever be, right? Even at a young age, I thought more logically than they did, right? They never presented logical arguments for any of the shit that they said, right?
Shame starts early. Because naturally, if everybody shuns you or makes fun of you or they exclude you, they just act like they don't want to be around you, and adults scold you for not believing in whatever kind of fairy tales they're trying to push on you at any given time, then naturally, you're probably going to feel ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, no wonder why I fetishize being infantilized and humiliated, because that's how I was treated as a child.
A lot of times, you're going to learn to hate yourself, and maybe you'll get over that eventually, but all the years of negative reactions in social situations, naturally, that might result in social anxiety. It might result in a severe level of social anxiety.
I mean, yeah, I have some level of it, but like, being a YouTuber helped.
I think that a person with strong critical thinking skills is also the same type of person that naturally has high inhibition. It just makes sense. If you automatically analyze everything you hear, then you're probably also the type of person to overanalyze your own impulses. Maybe not always, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there's probably some level of correlation.
There's a correlation there. So let me know in the comments if you are.
We came to the same conclusion.
Are a free thinker.
So I don't think he's completely incapable of critical thinking. I think he's just fucking lazy. I think he's intellectually lazy. Because when it comes to really basic shit, he seems to get a lot of stuff right. Like, when it comes to like shit that like happens early on, like, okay, like it's gonna be the case that like people are treated unfairly, right? People that are adults can be wrong about stuff sometimes, right? Like he obviously gets some shit right early on. But I think that the problem is that he stagnated. He became too satisfied with where he was intellectually, and I think that was probably the issue. And hell, I'm proven ABDL fetish, baby. Oh, shut the fuck up. That's not what that means. And look, I'm guilty of this as well. I'm guilty of being intellectually lazy sometimes because I don't want to have to constantly think about stuff. It gets exhausting. It spikes my cortisol.
Do you also
I don't need that.
struggle with social anxiety? Because I'm pretty sure there is a strong link between the two. I would guess that most people
Sometimes
with above average critical thinking skills also have greater than average social anxiety.
Probably, but I feel like it's gone away from just doing YouTube.
So y'all let me know if you think I'm onto something with that. I think I am. Okay, so if you have to hide your true beliefs just to avoid offending people,
But I don't do that. I offend people all the time. I just don't care.
and on top of that, you also
Like, why would you care if somebody gets offended? Like, just say things because they're true.
probably have social anxiety.
But I don't have anxiety over it. I just don't care that people get offended. Like, when somebody gets offended at some shit I say, I just feel kind of nothing. I don't empathize with them. I don't try to change my behavior. I just don't care because they're wrong. You know? I know that kind of sounds like asshole-ish and maybe like slightly sociopathic, but like, look, at the end of the day, like, I'm not just gonna give somebody, empathy for free when they're getting offended over nothing, and they could just choose to not care, like me. If somebody is overly sensitive, then that's like a them problem. Like if somebody is irrationally upset at something that I said, that's their fault for being irrational, not my fault for saying the rational thing, right?
How are you supposed to find your tribe? Theoretically, the internet could and should make that
Wait, you all don't constantly think about how your body is wrong and how the only way is to put a 9mm bullet through. Oh, I think about that.
easier. It probably
Believe me, I do think about that constantly. I don't feel anything when I say mean stuff to people unless I care about the person and it was an accident. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm the same way. But like, even if it's somebody I care about, the only reason I'm upset if they get offended is because they're upset, not because I would think that I actually did something wrong. Right? Like there have been cases where like, where I said some shit that like triggered somebody, they got offended over it. And I felt bad for them. Like I empathized with them having a negative emotional reaction. But that doesn't retroactively change, what I actually did or the fact that I had no logical reason to believe that they would get upset over it. Right? Now, if in the future I would have like, I don't know, do the thing that I know upsets them intentionally, then like, yeah, obviously that would be like an issue. Right? But I didn't feel guilty over that because I know that I didn't do anything that I had reason to believe would cause harm in that case.
probably is easier to meet like-minded people online, but internet friends aren't real friends. Okay, so
Oh, I disagree with that.
that's the problem with that. I know some
I disagree. Like a lot of the like real friends I have started out as people I met on the internet. So
of you Gen Zers and younger folks aren't going to like this, but internet friends just aren't real. It's not the
that's just not true. Like they are real. There's like a person behind the screen.
There's certain biological processes and stuff happening in your brain when you physically occupy the same space with someone else and you experience things together. I don't care how realistic your modded GTA roleplay server is you play together with your 4K resolution graphics, ultra enhanced textures with gay tracing, dynamic lighting, whatever.
Gay tracing.
That's not real life. Even if you
Yeah, some internet friends are real friends. Some men blame women for hardships, mixing frustration and a lack of purpose with entitlement, seeing clothing as signals rather than respecting autonomy. Confidence doesn't equal morality. A man can feel self-assured yet objectify women, assuming intent from appearance instead of acknowledging individuality. Challenging views with empathy. Respect is unconditional. No, I disagree with that part. I think respect is conditional. I don't respect somebody unless they've earned my respect. Focus on intention, not perception. And encourage reflection instead of arguing and shaming to shift mindset. I think that some people should be shamed for their views, though, to be fair.
routinely do video calls together, it's still not the same. Okay, from a biological perspective, you're getting about the same level of bonding there that a monkey gets when it looks at its own reflection in a muddy puddle and screeches.
That's just not scientifically true.
Because with people you know in real life, there's things like mutual accountability, shared acquaintances. Like if you just suddenly
Bro, who cares? Accountability my fucking ass.
ghost your real life friend, then there will probably be some kind of backlash, or it'll impact other people beyond just the two of you.
Okay, and
But if you ghost your internet friend, there's pretty much no impact whatsoever.
well, I ghost people that I know in real life and on the internet because people terrify me, and because I have an avoidant attachment style. But I tell people this ahead of time so that they don't take it personally, and then it's not an issue.
It just doesn't really matter. You'll probably never even think about it again after like 2 days. Okay, so you can't just find your tribe on some random Discord servers or whatever.
Yeah, you can. I've done
That's
that.
not the same. It's not even close to the same as a person that you have a relationship with in your real life within the same community. That's
I don't know. I ghost people all the time, and I don't usually feel very bad about it, regardless of whether or not I know them in real life, because, it's like, sometimes I just need time to myself, and, maybe I could communicate better, but, like, I do tell people, like, hey, by the way, sometimes I'm just not online, or, like, sometimes I just don't respond to messages because I'm doing my own thing.
it's important that you actually physically share a community with a person that you have a relationship with. Okay, so in internet communities is not the same thing. Okay, I think I've made my point there.
You can meet people in real life from the internet.
So being a free thinker, a person that actually analyzes the information you receive and comes to your own well thought out conclusions.
Okay, well, the problem there is that none of your conclusions, for the most part, are well thought out. Like, you do the most basic, lackluster analysis imaginable. And as a result of that, as a result of you having, the most bare bones, kind of critical thinking skills, it's very bare bones, never anything super complex. And that creates sort of an issue where you only have very simple thoughts instead of complex ones.
Unless you hide your true thoughts, it's pretty much a guarantee in this day and age that you're going to be spending most of your time alone.
I don't know, maybe if you believe some of the retarded shit that you do, yeah, but your thoughts aren't backed up by logic or reasoning either.
Or even if you do know some people that will tolerate you, that's all they're doing, tolerating you. And I'm sure you can feel it. Maybe they tolerate you because they're just really lonely otherwise, or maybe it's because they think you might be able to help them get a job later on or something. But whatever the reason is, they're just tolerating you. Being tolerated is the best you can hope for, unless you just pretend to be normal. But that's...
But I don't do any of that, and people still fuck with me, so... I don't know what you're on about. I don't have this issue.
It's not always easy. It can actually be really exhausting, always pretending, because...
Bro, I don't pretend. I literally, talk about fucking looks maxing on my YouTube to my own detriment. My viewers fucking hate that shit. But I talk about it anyway because it's, what I'm thinking about. But that's, the reason my viewers like me in the first place. Is because I talk about whatever I'm thinking about. Right? And this doesn't just apply to YouTube shit either. Right? This applies to, real life shit. Anyone that sees me, that meets me, is going to, interact with, the full me.
Being yourself, that's natural. That's more of an odd...
I've met so many transgender lesbians who like Dark Souls and Fallout New Vegas. Finding my tribe online is so easy.
Automatic process. Masking and trying to act normal, that takes effort. Especially because you probably don't always know what normal is. I'm sure you can guess most of the time, but some of the positions that normies hold are so contradictory, it can be hard to even know how to mask effectively. Because if
no, it's actually very easy to mask. You just get a vibe for it almost. I don't know how to explain it. You just you don't really share opinions, okay? If you want to mask effectively, you just don't share opinions, just be like, oh, I'm kind of indifferent, but I kind of see where you're coming from. I kind of agree with you, right? You just be super agreeable. I know how to do that. I've done it before. It's not worth it. It didn't make me more likable. I mean, it did to some people, but not people that are worth my time.
You're a person that thinks about things critically, then the whole process by which you form your opinions is just entirely different from how most people form their opinions. The average person just believes what they believe because they think it's what they're supposed to believe. The normie thought process is receive information, then they think, okay, what is the socially acceptable position to have about this? Okay, so that's my...
Well, there you just described masking.
Position. But the free thinker's thought process is more you receive information, you carefully consider all the reasons why that may or may not be true.
But you don't do that.
And that's the key difference.
But you don't do that. You don't do either of these things. You do a piss poor analysis and you just believe whatever confirms your existing biases.
Seeking the truth. You're not forming your beliefs based on your desire for acceptance. That's
No, you do it for different desires. Like you start with different conclusions and form your belief from there.
what normal people
Like you're doing the same thing that normies do, where you start with a conclusion and you work backwards.
do. But as a free thinker, you're actually seeking the truth. And being a free thinker, critical thinker, whatever you want to call it, it's not a choice. And I don't think it's something you can train yourself to do either.
It absolutely is.
It's not necessarily just
It's absolutely a choice.
genetic. I think there is a nurture component probably. I'm not going to act like I know exactly how it works, but I'm pretty sure it's something that starts early on in your life.
I actually think less than I used to because I did it to the point where it was a detriment to myself.
Nobody's learning how to think critically in college. I don't care what these universities tell you. They cannot teach you how to think critically. And in most cases,
It was just like not true though.
they're not even trying.
Like, critical thinking is a learned behavior.
just think-
Like, you don't fucking pop out of the womb well, I guess if you're me, you might pop out of the womb thinking critically, but like I feel like in most instances it's going to be something that you learn. It's a learned behavior. Now it's something that you can teach yourself in some instances, but like I think that like the average person is going to have to learn it from somewhere, right? Not always, right? Somebody had to be the first critical thinker. Probably somebody that was similar to me, except it was, like really long time ago, where thinking like me would have been revolutionary. Now I'm just some fucking person, right?
When you think about your interactions with normies and the
This guy seems lonely. He sounds like the kind of guy to still alone at lunch. But when someone comes to sit with him, he goes, "Leave me alone, hiss." Then again, I'm like that too.
things
Real.
you hear them say, it just seems so foreign to you, doesn't it? Because it is hard to understand that kind of thought process. Or, I mean, the thought process itself isn't really hard to understand. It's actually pretty simple, but it's hard to understand how a person could actually think that way. And it's probably frustrating to you when you hear
but
somebody.
you're like dumber than the average person. Well, maybe not dumber than the average person, but you're at least on par intellectually. If you think that no, actually, if you think that yoga pants should be illegal, you're dumber than average. So the average person doesn't believe shit that's that retarded.
They just spout off some mimetic talking points, and you just know that it's not an original thought that they had. They're just repeating
Right.
stuff they heard. Probably didn't actually think of.
Just because a thought just because a thought is original doesn't mean it's good. Like, for instance, I might have the original thought that I don't know. Actually, no, that's not an original thought. That's not an original thought. I might have the original thought that t-shirts should be banned because they show too much skin, and also the shape of them is evil and makes you Hitler. Now that's like an original thought. Not very many people think that. That doesn't mean it's good or correct or more intelligent. Like, yeah, I just thought of something original. Yes, t-shirts should be banned because if you wear them, then you're literally Adolf Hitler, because Hitler wore t-shirts. Some fucking shit. I don't fucking know, dude. It's like, yeah, not very many people think that. That doesn't make it a good thought. It doesn't make it logical. It doesn't make it, particularly useful. Or like, for instance, I could have the thought that I want to rape General Grievous. There's probably not very many people that think that. There's probably not very many people if anybody, that's had the thought, I want to rape General Grievous. It's an original thought, but it's not necessarily a very good one. It doesn't make you more intelligent for thinking that. Also, hello, Tippy.
About it at all. It's frustrating when you see that. It's really frustrating.
It's so frustrating.
Well, just how you get frustrated by the normies' thought process, they're frustrated by yours too. To them,
Right.
when you express an
Well, I'm not a normie. I'm just frustrated by your lack of logical thinking skills.
original opinion, it just breaks their normie brain. They're just like,
Oh, my brain broken.
how could he say that? How dare he?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said in response. Not, wow, this person's a fucking retard. They have no logical justification for any of their positions.
Doesn't he know that's sexist, racist, homophobic, etc.?
Yeah, that's exactly what
Doesn't
I
he know
said.
that's a microaggression?
Yeah, those are my exact talking points.
Because the average person is, above all else, they're striving to not upset the herd. You might
Well, I say things that are upsetting to retards like you all the time. What are we talking about? I say shit that upsets conservatives all the time. I made fun of Charlie Kirk after he died. I made a fucking Charlie Kirk diss track days after he died. And let's just say that was like, that was not a popular position to hold. You had like a whole fucking mob after you if you were doing that shit. You can't make fun of somebody right after they die. That's fucking evil, dude. Do you just have no regard for the lives of others? It's like, well, he was a bad person. Why can't I make fun of him? Like, I'm sorry, but a trans person making fun of a dead transphobe is morally equivalent to a Jewish person making fun of a dead Nazi. I see no moral distinction. Right? There's nothing morally wrong with making fun of a dead Nazi. Why is a dead transphobe any different? He advocated in favor of banning gender affirming care nationally, meaning that I would be forced to detransition. So yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm glad that he's dead or anything like that, because YouTube wouldn't like that very much. But I think you understand, sort of where my position lies and why I believe the things that I do. Right? And I have a logical justification for it. No matter how many fucking conservative cucks and even lib cucks will tell me otherwise. Because at the end of the day, instead of being a limp dick liberal, I'm a massive erection leftist. Charlie Kirky, I just pop a perk. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I made fun of Charlie Kirk the day he died. My conservative coworkers hated it. Yeah, and like I did that on YouTube, and I had so many people fucking spurging out in chat. It was fucking hilarious.
Have that same goal sometimes, just trying to fit in, essentially. And that's why.
But I don't have that goal. I do things that are contrarian all the time. If anything, I'm a chronic contrarian. Like, I'm chronically fucking contrarian.
You mask in.
Like, I have to go out of my way to not be contrarian. My immediate instinct whenever I hear somebody say something is to, think of, why the opposite is probably true. It's like, whenever I react to content, I go out of my way to find shit where it's like, people like this that are retarded because, because it's like either I'm going to agree with the person or I'm not. And, it's way more entertaining to disagree with somebody. And my natural inclination is to just, prove the person. It's almost scientific in a way. My brain is kind of scientific. And the reason for that is because, my brain's natural predisposition is one towards proving myself and the world around me wrong. I want to prove things wrong. That's sort of where my brain lies, is like, and I've trained myself to not do that. I'm a lot less contrarian than I used to be, but there was a point in time where I was contrarian to a fault.
Certain social situations, but most people take that a step further and they actually believe the most convenient beliefs. They don't just quietly, to themselves, form their own original opinions and then mask in public, like what you might do as a free thinker.
I don't do that either, though.
These people actually just believe the bullshit whole hog. They just believe it. So your thought process is just as foreign and frustrating to them as their thought process is to you. But with all of this said,
But I don't think that my thought process is particularly frustrating because I make it fairly accessible and I make good arguments in favor of it so that people can understand why I arrived at the conclusions I did.
Is probably
right. It's like showing your work in a math equation when you solve it. It's like you don't just give the answer. You show how you did it, right? You show how you got there, right? So that people can know whether or not it's the correct answer, if they don't already know, right? If they're looking at your work that you did for the math equation, they're like, okay, this makes sense. This is logical. Okay, this step is logical, right? And you look at all the different steps and then, you see the conclusion and it's like, yes, that logically follows, right? That's going to be a lot more understandable than just being like, oh, why is your answer to that, math equation x equals 42? It just does. It just is some mental math, right? Now, granted, I do think that like if it's the case that somebody is a teacher, you shouldn't, emphasize too much, the show your work thing. I think it gets like a little bit overplayed. And the reason for that is just because like, if you're the teacher, you already know what the fucking answer is and you're not confused by it. You don't need to be shown how to get there. I think that you should just be like, okay, this person obviously did the math mentally, right? So fucking give them all the points, right?
better to mask and just hide your power level.
Hi, Femyoz, it's been a while. Hello.
So to speak, in most situations. Not always necessarily. Even some normie or normie adjacent people might be willing to be your friend, even if you have what they find to be offensive beliefs. So it might be good to...
Yeah, but I just don't have this issue because I can logically justify everything that I believe.
Kind of feel it out with people at first. But you do have to be careful with that. you can't let it go on for too long. You know, you don't want to mask for months or for years.
Yeah, I masked for a bit, and then I just realized it was a waste of time, and that I can be likable with having, like, hot takes. Like, I'm openly a socialist, and nobody cares. It's actually kind of interesting how that works. Because at the end of the day, what you're failing to understand here is that while it is true that, you know, normies have very, you know, flimsy opinions, it's very, very weak convictions, at the end of the day, a lot of them don't actually believe anything, right? If we're talking about normal, neurotypical people, right, they're oftentimes not going to have super well thought out opinions. So if somebody believes something different, it doesn't fundamentally, you know, destroy their worldview necessarily, because they believe contradictory things all the time. So they could just believe, oh, well, this person just believes the different thing. And then they move on with their day. They don't care because they don't put so much stake in it. The only reason they put stake in it is because they want to get along with people. But that doesn't negate their ability to get along with you, right? Like, I'll tell people that are clearly not socialists that I'm a socialist, and they'll explain why. I'll be like, you actually have some, you know, decent points here, right?
And then slowly reveal your true self over time. That's how people...
Femi accidentally clicked off the stream and the auto thumbnail did you dirty. Oh dear. That's awesome. I love when it does that. It's my favorite, actually.
End up in a messy divorce or a really bad friendship dissolution where the other person tries to sabotage your reputation on social media or within your larger social
Can I DM it to you? Yeah,
group.
sure. So
it's really a balancing act, and it's really difficult to get it right. And I'll go ahead and admit right now, I don't know how to do it. I can't get it right.
It's really easy. Just be unapologetically yourself if you're like me, but you have to be intelligent.
Pretty much
about
at this point, I just fully mask around everybody all the time.
Yeah, that's because you're retarded.
Even my family to some extent, which sucks. But I mean, the alternative is...
See, the thing is you can just like play a game where you like allude to certain beliefs. That's what I do a lot of the time.
Probably worse. I always get punished one way or another. There's always some negative repercussions when...
See, but I don't. And ultimately, it's going to be because, you know, I don't grant moral consideration to people that are, say, for instance, transphobic, right? They're subhuman to me. Like, I don't, like, if, I don't know, if something bad happens to, like, you know, say for instance, there's somebody that believes that I shouldn't be allowed to transition and, like, they misgender me. Like, if something bad happens to them, I don't have any empathy for them. Like, if they get hurt, like, I kind of just feel nothing, or maybe even positive emotions, because it's funny to watch. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't really see what the issue with that is. But, you know, other than that, you know, it's never really an issue. It's just, you know, it just determines, like, okay, how much do I value this person? You know, how much are they worth? Like, what is their worth as a person, right? And there's going to be some people who are just completely worthless, and, you know, I don't need their validation because they're worthless, right? Because they're beneath me, they're subhuman. And if anything, I revel in their suffering, which I think is a perfectly reasonable, normal thing to do, obviously, rather than putting stake in people that don't matter.
I do actually speak my mind. So I just fully mask these days. I do have this YouTube channel where I can show my true self, although even that, I'm sure it'll come back to bite me eventually. I mean,
see, I just don't bother.
It already did, kinda, when my mom found my videos, but, you know, whatever. I don't really care that much what she thinks. As long as she doesn't kick me out of the house, it's what...
Dog, you're in your 30s.
Whatever. And even if she did, I could always go stay with my dad, so, you know, I don't really care about that. It's not really a big deal. But yeah, it is a painful existence.
What are you going to do when your parents die and you can't live with them anymore because they're dead?
Sometimes. Not every free thinker is destined to be alone forever, but I do think that every free thinker struggles significantly with being accepted. And I'm sure that...
I mean, growing up, I did.
The average conformist normie also struggles with acceptance to some degree, but I really don't think they have it quite as bad. And they're...
I don't know. I mean, I've never been a conformist, but I've been... It's one of those things where when you're younger, you get shit on for it, but then as you age, people learn to appreciate it a bit more because you get better at doing it in a way that's appealing to normal people.
Struggle is different. So I'm just talking about the unique ways that intelligent, free-thinking men struggle in this video. So far, I've mostly just been talking about friendship and platonic relationships, but everything I've been saying, all of it is even worse when it comes to dating.
It's really not.
If you think it's hard to make friends with another guy as a free thinker, then I'm sure you can imagine how hard it is to attract women.
Bro, what are we talking about? Dating is way easier than making friends. Like, what are we saying? Like, it's so fucking easy to, find sexual partners and people to do fun things with. You look different now from last time I saw you. Congratulations on your transition journey. Thank you. Thank you. I look like shit right now. I look fucking horrendous. But part of that is my hair is a mess. Oh, I need to brush it. Speaking of how I look, so why is my hair like, is that greasy? No, never mind. It's just like, it looked like it from that angle with that lighting. Oh, it looks like it from here. Huh, weird. I haven't been sweating at all though. I don't know. But like it feels too dry to shampoo today. Though to be fair, I took a shower a bit ago. Yeah, it's definitely too dry to shampoo. So I'll shampoo it tomorrow. But yeah, don't want to ever overdo it. Because I used to use shampoo every day. And then I switched to every other day, and now I do it like every other day to every 3 days, depending on how dry my hair is. And because it's cold out, it's like I can't do it every other day or my hair will be super dry, because my hair and skin have been so dry lately. Also, your voice is not too deep to end up sounding like mine, most likely, unless you have like a really deep voice, in which case maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the limits of voice training are. There's definitely societal barriers imposed by the people in power against free thought, but his suggestion is that women oppress free thinkers. Is sad incel gripes that pollute the whole message. Yeah, exactly. No, I absolutely agree with that, because at the end of the day, like, yeah, obviously, people that are in positions of power don't want you to be a free thinker. They don't want you to, come to conclusions such as socialism is based, right? Because, they rely on a system that thrives off of wealth inequality, right? And they don't want you to question that. They want you to think that, if you just work hard enough that you can make it to the top, and then you never do, because most hard workers never make it to the top. Most people at the top are not hard workers, right? They inherited their wealth, right? So they want you to believe in a lie, right? And they not only want you to believe in said lie, but they want you to participate in perpetuating that lie, right? And it creates a cycle, right? There are people that are stupid enough to perpetuate that lie. But yeah, like my brother in Christ, you're a misogynist. You are the manipulated sheep who's being distracted. The free thinkers are the ones who question patriarchal traditions. Yeah, exactly. Like, he's not willing to actually question the system. He just blames women for it, right? He's just as bad as people that blame individual men for like an underlying system, right? Oh, but Femyoz, earlier you were saying like, have some personal agency. Yeah, and I think that arguments like that are going to, hold weight in some instances, right? But at the end of the day, like, yeah, when it comes to your fucking, your sexual urges, that's one of those things where, yeah, you do need personal agency. That's not going to be a systemic issue. The system didn't make you fucking horny, right? That's just something you need to control. Now, you could say that, like, there's like a systemic issue of not teaching men how to deal with their emotions, and I would think that that's like a reasonable statement to make, but that's not the argument he's making. He's blaming women for it. It's just not women's fault.
And there could even be sometimes when a woman is attracted to you, but maybe she would never admit that to anyone, and she would not be willing to actually date you just because she's afraid of what other people might think. Generally speaking, I think women tend to be more prone to conformity. They place more
That's just not true.
value on being accepted than men do. So
what are we talking about? This is just fucking bullshit. This is code.
it's extremely difficult to find a woman to date you, even if you're maybe a little bit above average in looks, because a lot of women just are not willing to date a guy that doesn't have the quote-unquote correct opinions.
But like, I have politically incorrect opinions all the time. Like, I don't know what you're on about. It's just they're politically incorrect in the opposite direction of you. It's like, while you're politically incorrect because you're a fucking weird misogynist, I'm politically incorrect because I actually question the system. Because I am anti-capitalist. Because well, not only am I actually have like the weirdest combination, the least socially acceptable combination, which is that I'm far left, but I'm edgy. And so people get mad at me when I'm like, yeah, I don't think that people saying slurs is a big deal. Like, I don't care about that. It's just like not something worth getting mad over. And people get mad at me for that take. And it's like, well, fucking tough luck. There's more important things to care about than, oh no, somebody said a slur on Twitter. Fucking boohoo. Who gives a shit? Like, I don't care if somebody said the N-word on Discord.
Unless, of course, you're like 6'5" with a chiseled jawline and a full head of hair. If you look like that, then you could probably be an
Yeah, no one will date me because I'm hot and not PC, and definitely not because I'm a retard. Yeah, exactly.
open supporter of the Austrian with a small mustache, and women would still throw themselves at you. But for most of us, even if you're above average, women will be very hesitant to give you a chance if they think that their social circle won't approve of what you believe in. And again, you can mask, you can pretend to have all of the socially acceptable opinions, and you might have some success doing that. But that's not a
Yeah, but I didn't even bother doing that. Like, even in high school, like when everyone is like more sort of, you know, in their established cliques or whatever of people, like even then, like I never conformed to groupthink. If anything, the people I was with, you know, the people I was friends with, and you know, the person I was dating was more aesthetically woke than me. I'm the type of person who will just say, yeah, I think that religion is retarded, including Islam. Yeah, I think that the Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile. You know, I'll just say shit like that. And these are the types of people that get offended over it. But it didn't really stop me or anything. Now, granted, this person ended up being, you know, an emotional abuser, but that's like a separate issue. Like that wasn't related.
good long-term solution. Nobody can maintain that for the entirety of a 30, 40, 50-year relationship, or even just for a few years, or even a few months. I think for most people, it's hard to just totally hide your true self with somebody that you're that close to for
Yeah, I just don't do that.
any
I'm
extended
fine.
period of time. Even if you could technically do that, most people would feel guilty about it, or if nothing else, it's just super exhausting. But I don't blame a man for doing that if that's what he's got to do to not be alone. Even if you're an extreme introvert.
I just don't understand why this is like such a fucking issue. Like, I don't. So sorry, I'm like, the fuck? Bro, wait, have I gotten fat? I mean, I know I've gotten fat, but I think I got fatter. Okay, I need to get back on Adderall because I like lost a little bit of weight, but I think I gained it back. Holy shit. Yeah, my metabolism slowed way down from not being on Adderall. I need to get back on that shit so I can, you know, speed up my metabolism again. Sorry.
Nobody wants to be alone all the time. I think it's just human nature to desire some amount of validation and human connection. I mean, it's more of a need, really. I don't care who you are. You need some level of human acceptance to stay sane. And I mean that figuratively, of course. You probably won't actually go insane, but it will hurt. You know, you'll
Yeah, but you do realize a lot of people don't really believe that much, and they're like kind of blank slates that are ready to learn shit. It's like I've converted apolitical people into socialists.
be depressed,
So, like,
you'll lose motivation. Being chronically alone is really tough. I can tell you that firsthand. The only thing I think that's always kept me going, and that keeps me going to this day, is that at least I do have some family that love me. A lot of people don't even have that, though. And I've been depressed. I have certainly had my struggles. So I can imagine for a lot of men out there that are intelligent, free-thinking, critical thinking, smart men,
so the opposite of you.
I can
then.
imagine it's really freaking tough out there. It's tough enough for me, and I'm not even what you would call truly alone. So for those of you that are just truly alone in this world, I mean, I wish there was something positive I could say to encourage you, but there's not really any silver lining. I guess
Wow, really good stuff.
some of you might be able to use your intelligence to your advantage in the business realm. But even then, I think social skills are probably more fruitive than smarts when it comes to business success, in most cases. So the
Well, you need
cold
both.
hard truth is just that usually,
Well, I mean, like, obviously, like, if you're intelligent enough, then you should be able to, like, you know, fake how you're interacting in the social situation for business reasons, right? Like, if I'm a business person, like, I'm obviously gonna be, you know, fake to some extent. in order to like seal a business deal, if you will.
If you are actually a man that thinks for himself, there is a strong likelihood that you probably struggle a lot when it comes to dating and relationships. And even if you do have some success, it's always cursed in a way because you probably only achieved that success by essentially playing a character in social situations. And that's a
Again, I never had to do
volatile
this.
situation. And this is mostly a problem that free-thinking men face, by the way, at least talking about dating. Women have high value on the dating marketplace just by virtue of being a woman, even if they look like a freaking ogre. So most free-thinking women aren't going to face the same
I
struggles.
don't think anyone would date a woman that looks like you.
They'll still have additional struggles that normie women don't have, but it's not the same as it is for a man. So if you want to see more content like this, I have lots of videos where I talk about male loneliness and the unbalanced dynamics between men and women, as well as the unbalanced dynamics between normies and critical thinkers. I also tell personal stories from my life at times, so if that's something that interests you, please check out my channel or just click on the suggested video on the screen right now, and thank you for watching.
Damn, that's crazy. What a retarded video where he's kind of, you know, up his own ass the whole time, thinking he's way smarter than he actually is. He's actually a fucking retard. One of the dumbest people in all of existence. Anyways, I need to pee. I'm gonna be right back. Oh. That's right. Don't leave me. Alright, this is like a small stream, tight-knit stream, okay? Don't leave. I'll be back, okay? Okay, we're back. Your AI is retarded. I'm sorry. What? No, don't insult the camera AI. It's being based, okay? It's based. Yo, thank you, Battlecrafter, for the $10, you beautiful fucking bastard. Saying hi, Femi. Why, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Chat, I want to watch a video called I Touched Grass and It Was Brutal. This looks entertaining. Woke up
Last
again
night
late.
I went out bar
Nice.
hopping with my friend Jamal
You have my sleep schedule from like a week ago.
and another guy I know from high school. I'll call him Jonathan. So I basically
Wonderful.
just chilled all night, mostly by myself, while Jamal tried to
Impressive.
coach Jonathan on how to pick up chicks. It was basically like the
Uh-huh.
Temu version of Hitch, because I don't think Jamal really knows what he's doing either. So Jamal
That's
kept
awesome.
hyping Jonathan up, and then he'd go up to some innocent woman that Jamal pointed out to him, and you could just see how uncomfortable they were. At least 2 different women I saw him approach, like, they didn't even say anything. They just looked at him like he's a
That's awesome.
monster for even trying, and then they just walked
Uh-huh.
away. One woman, he tried to
Well, what do you say?
start dancing with her while she was already dancing, and he like touched her on the arm from behind to get her attention,
Yeah, that sounds fucking terrifying.
and she like jumped away. She was so shocked.
Yeah, I would be too.
And I'm not even joking. This is not
God, don't touch people without their consent. That's a fairly reasonable boundary.
at all an exaggeration.
Like, you're gonna fucking scare the hose away.
She literally ran away to her friends, like all the way on the other side of the room. And that one was hilarious because me and Jamal were both sitting there watching this happen. Then Jamal got really offended on Jonathan's behalf because he was the one that told him to go up and try and dance with her. So then Jonathan came back to our table, and Jamal went over to the woman and her friends at their table. And I don't know what he said to him, but he was only over there for a minute. And when he came back, Jonathan asked him, like, what did they say? And Jamal was just like, don't worry about it, man. Those ladies just weren't raised right. So
No, I think it's Jamal and this
Thing-
other guy that weren't raised right. Yo, thank you, Uncle Ruckus, for the 2. Saying I hope Jamal doesn't pull out the 9.
did not go very well for Jonathan, which is exactly what I expected, because Jonathan is obese, and he's got to be some kind of autistic or something, because he's super outgoing, but he really does not understand social cues. I knew him back in high school. We weren't
So you're saying is he has Asperger's?
friends or anything, but we knew each other. He was bullied a lot back then,
Oh, he's just like me for real.
mostly because he was always very annoying, and he just, like I say, he just did
So he's like the same archetype of person that I was.
not pick up on social cues. He just doesn't understand social cues at all. But he did hang out with some of the popular
Jamal gets all the ladies because of his BBC. That's the storyline. I think it might go in that direction where it's like, well, because Jamal is black, all the women assume that he has a big cock, and that's why they're so interested in him, but not the fat guy, because the fat guy is ugly and has a small dick.
I think just because they had all known each other since kindergarten, and they just felt bad for him, I guess, because he is like borderline mentally disabled or something. Like
Just like you.
I can't really tell if he's on the spectrum or if he just has an extremely low IQ or what, but he's got something for sure.
So he's basically exactly the same as you. He's just like looking in a mirror, but not realizing that it's you in the reflection.
Like, he's definitely not normal. But yeah,
Right.
apparently he's recently divorced, and he's my age because we graduated in the same year. So Jamal wanted to help him pick up chicks. And it's funny too, because you could just see how early on in the night, Jamal was just super confident that everything was going to go great. He was like, even if you don't get any numbers or anything, that's okay. Just go out there, have a good time, talk to some pretty ladies, and just get some practice. And I remember he told him, he said, he said something to him like, I promise you, they ain't going to laugh at you or nothing. And when he said that, Jonathan even told him, well, I have been laughed at before. So, he already knew.
Brutal.
But Jamal just kept reassuring him. He just kept hyping him up. But as
What is the moral of the story going to be? That because the autistic guy was ugly, that the women didn't want him? But if Jamal does the same thing, then the women love him because he's hot, bro. He's really hot.
time went on, and Jonathan just kept getting brutally rejected time and time again, you could just see Jamal's attitude changing in real
Mhm.
time. And I think maybe he was starting to realize that his advice isn't really applicable to every single man in the world. Jamal is a younger black guy. He's in good shape. He's very charismatic.
He's a big BBC.
I don't know. He's probably like high tier normie in looks. I'm not going to act like I'm the best at evaluating a man's looks, but it should be obvious
Right.
that what works for him is
What
not
about my looks? What am I? Am I a low tier
going to
Becky?
work for an obese late 30s white guy that is also possibly some kind of, disabled mentally. But I think
Well, yeah, obviously women aren't going to be attracted to obese men. Like, obesity is not very attractive. I feel like that goes without
he
saying.
just realized this last night. He just realized that his advice isn't universal because
His advice should be, why don't you fucking hit the gym, fatty?
this guy,
Get on Adderall and fucking Ozempic, maybe.
Jonathan, he wasn't just
Who is this guy again? We're watching a guy called Loser Max.
getting rejected.
It's actually the name of his channel.
Like, just the sheer amount of women that literally physically ran away from him or walked away. One woman even I think this was at the last bar we went to. It was like a really cramped, crowded kind of dive bar, I guess is what you'd call it. It was in a basement.
Right.
But Jonathan was pretty much just wasted out of his mind by the time we got there. And he tried talking to this one woman by the bar, and she like grabbed some random guy that was standing next to her, and she like spun him around. So he was between her and Jonathan. Like she basically picked.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Like, yeah, if I'm at a bar, I don't want some drunk, fat 35-year-old hitting on me. I think that's reasonable. Why would I want that?
the guy up and
It's like, I'm not attracted to him. It's like, fuck
threw
off.
him into Jonathan just because Jonathan tried to talk to her. And the guy was just like, what?
Yeah, it's actually okay for women to not find fat, ugly men, you know, attractive. It's actually fine that we think that they're unattractive, actually. Thank you very much. It's not our fault. We can't help it, you know. For the same reasons that you wouldn't be attracted to, you know, Gorlak the Destroyer, you know, as like a woman. You know, we're not attracted to Gorlak the Destroyer as a man, right?
The fuck?
So I hope that makes sense. Hope that helps.
I'm pretty sure the guy did not know this woman at all because he just looked confused. And Jonathan was just standing there shrugging his shoulders. And yeah, I mean, I hate to laugh, but it's like at some point, you know, just give up. Just give up. Like, it was like none of the rejection even fazed him. It was crazy. But yeah.
I mean, he's probably going to have more success with women than you.
Everything I saw last night.
He's going to find somebody eventually.
With, you know, it's not even just how many times he got rejected. You know, it's not the
Gorlak is
the quantity of rejection that I witnessed, but just the way he was getting rejected. It really just further cemented in my mind that the whole notion of, you know, people say, the worst you can do is say no. That is just complete bullshit. For a lot of guys, I think the best thing she could do is say no. The worst thing is, I mean, I don't even...
The best thing she could do is say yes. Like, what are we talking about?
Want to think about what the worst thing is, but apparently, if you're a fat 30-something-year-old socially inept drunk retard, the most common reaction is something along the lines of running away from you, or...
Yeah, I wonder why. You're like, no shit.
I guess grabbing random bar patrons to throw at you.
Yeah, I wouldn't want some fat 35-year-old neckbeard to flirt with me either. Like, why would I want that? I'm not attracted to him.
I mean, it was just absolutely brutal. And I did...
Yeah, but like, why... Like, what's in it for the woman? Why would she want some fat piece of shit to flirt with her?
Feel bad a little bit, but it's like, at some point, you got to know when to stop. Like, you have to know when to call it quits.
Okay, at least he's not blaming the women.
Like, for the first couple rejections, I definitely felt bad. For the first few rejections.
I mean, yeah, I feel bad for the dude, but at the same time, like, what are you going to do? You can't make women become attracted to you.
But he just kept going. I'm surprised he didn't get kicked out of any of the places we went to, because he was drinking a lot, and he just kept getting more and more drunk.
Yeah, which obviously doesn't help either.
And this is why I say I'm pretty sure he's got to be on the spectrum or something, because you'd think most people, if you got rejected like 3 or more times in the same night, and not just regular rejections, but like the most brutally humiliating rejections you could even imagine, like, I swear to God, this guy experienced my worst nightmare rejection like 5 times. Maybe.
Yeah, and he just like didn't care. Yeah, he's gonna have more success with women than you because he doesn't care. I feel like that's actually a good thing on his end. Because if he did care, he'd be alone forever. You know, being, you know, fat and unattractive.
More, because
at 35.
I think he even approached some women I didn't even see.
Like that, there's a reason he used to have a wife and you never have even had a... Well,
at that point. So,
I don't know, man, he's built different. Maybe you should take some notes.
Never let somebody trick you into believing the whole, it's just a numbers game, bro. You just got to keep approaching. It's just a numbers game. My man approached probably 20 to 30 women, I'm guessing, over the course of the night. Or, I don't know, probably more like...
Yeah, it's also a numbers game in terms of the number on the scale.
It was more than 10 for sure. Maybe less than 20. But he struck out every single time. Not even just...
Yeah, no shit.
Struck out. But it's like he struck out swinging at a pitch that hit him in the face. And he went down like that every single time. Just freaking brutal. But yeah, it's like I couldn't even feel bad for him after the first few times, because why would you keep trying? I would have stopped after the first brutal rejection.
Because obviously you're increasing your statistical likelihood. I don't see the issue.
I mean, I would have stopped after the first regular...
It's like, yeah, he's a fat piece of shit, drunkard, 35-year-old. So yeah, most of them are going to say no and be rightfully disgusted by that. Why wouldn't you be? Like, that doesn't mean that he should give up. It's just like...
Rejection. Much less the way this guy was getting rejected, any sane person would have stopped after the first time. Like, imagine going up to a woman and just trying to say hello or whatever. I don't really know what he was saying to these women. I mean, some of them he didn't even say anything.
Local fat 35-year-old approached 15, 23-year-olds, and none of them liked him. Shocking. Yeah, it's like... He's acting like this is surprising. Like, yeah, obviously most of them are gonna say no. I think that goes without saying. But yeah. Oh, is it lagging again? Hello? I'm here to debate you, yet no debates in the last year. That's not true. I did a debate stream, you know, semi recently. Anyways, let's continue.
Anything. He just got rejected before he could even speak. But just imagine getting rejected over and over again. And some of those rejections, the woman literally just looks at you and walks away without even saying anything. A lot of guys would not even be alive right now if
Okay, well, it sounds like some people are sensitive.
that happened to them. But this guy was just completely unfazed. He's like a mental juggernaut. You know, he just, rejection just bounces off of him, I guess. Which isn't a good thing. Like, that might be a good thing if you were at least kind of good looking, but he's not. He's very
Yeah, maybe you should hit the gym as
much
well.
sub-5. Like, he's, I would say, even worse looking than I am. He has a full head of hair, so he's got that going for him, but he's
You said he's obese.
very fat. So, you know, and he had the whole
But he's probably uglier than you.
thing going on where
Unless he has like a good face card, but even then,
on
it's
paper,
like, how do you have a good face card if your like face is obese? Like if he has a double chin, then like it's over.
what he was wearing seemed like a decent enough outfit. You know, he just had like a collared shirt with jeans. But the problem was his gut was like hanging out the bottom of his shirt slightly. I'm sure some of y'all have seen this. Like a lot of really fat guys have that problem. I guess it's hard to find shirts that fit when you're that big. But yeah, I mean, it's just,
Well, then maybe he should lose weight and then, you know, be autistically confident. You know, like why can't he do that? It's not over for him as long as he loses weight.
it was so brutal to witness because I wanted to help him understand that he needs to stop, but there was nothing that could be done. He's a mental juggernaut. He's a juggernaut. That's all you can say.
Wait, why would he need to stop though? Why can't he continue to have that mindset while also improving his looks?
And another thing is, you know, a lot of the women he approached were obviously going to reject him. Like from the start, he should not have even approached at least half the women he approached. You know, we were out at the bars on a Saturday night. It is mostly a younger crowd. Obviously, this kind of old fat guy, you know, he's my age, so he's 36 or 37. He is not going to have any chance with a 22-year-old blonde Stacy. But he was
Yeah, no shit.
approaching those girls. He
Yeah,
really
I
wasn't
don't-
discriminating at all. He just went for any woman he saw.
Yeah, I don't see what the harm in that is. Like, he's really out here maximizing his chances. Like, what he's doing is more logical than what you're doing, which is, you know, roll over and do nothing and rot, you know?
Basically. I'm surprised he didn't get in a fight because I'm sure at least a few of the women he approached were probably there with their boyfriends, but I don't know. He managed to make it through the night without any serious physical altercations, unless you count the one girl that basically threw a random guy at him. But, you know, that was the extent of it. So, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's got to be... He might not be on the spectrum. It might just be a low IQ thing.
There'd be someone who let a scary guy like him hit, though. Yeah, he just has to find a woman with, like, an ugly fetish.
But he has...
You know, those people exist. You know, they want you to look like a disgusting ogre, freakish monster. Okay? That's, like, the point. That's the appeal.
Literally no concept of inhibition in his mind. If he was good looking, he'd be an absolute slayer. But he's not. So he should have high inhibition. And most people would if they went through life getting those reactions from people. So
Yeah, but, like, why?
I know he's definitely not normal in the brain. He's definitely not neurotypical. Even Jamal at some point. So he was mostly doing his own thing the whole night, just going around talking to different people. So he wasn't seeing all of the rejections I was seeing, because I was pretty much just sitting there watching Jonathan get rejected on repeat. Like I'm listening to the same horrible song over and over again, but it's just so fascinating I can't turn it off. But even Jamal eventually was saying to him, like, bro, maybe it's time to hang it up for the night. But Jonathan didn't care. It may be that he
based Jonathan. Let's go. Sounds like Jonathan a real one.
didn't understand
He's a real trooper.
what Jamal was trying to say, but he didn't stop. He kept approaching. He was like, you know, he was really playing the numbers game. And
Wow.
he was living proof that the numbers game, that's no game at all. It's not a numbers game. It is not a numbers game. It's a freaking looks game.
It's
It is a
both.
numbers game in the sense of if you are an 8, 9, or 10 out of 10 in terms of looks, then
Why not a 7? Why can't you be a 7? Or like a 6 or even a 5?
that's the game. If you're less than an 8 out of 10, you're probably losing the game. That's the number.
Right, if you're 7.5 out of 10, you're losing the game. That's so true.
numbers in this game, the number of approaches doesn't matter.
Yeah, so many 7 out of 10 men are just constantly getting rejected. So true.
But yeah, I pretty much just chilled by myself most of the night. Any bar we went to, I would just find a place to sit and sit down. I did get a drink at every place we went to, so I guess that wasn't as bad as I was imagining. They did always ask me if I want to open a tab, but I just said no every time, and that was that. So that was fine. I still don't really know how tabs work, but I guess, I didn't need to. I did still feel the whole night like just a baseline level of anxiety. Like, I was never
Why?
able to just fully relax. So I wouldn't say I
Why?
had a good time. Honestly, I would probably rather just stay home and just play Skyrim or work on video ideas or something.
Uh-huh.
But I am glad I went last night, because I do think it's probably worth it just to try to maintain some level of friendship with Jamal, since I don't have any other friends. Even if I am more of an introvert, I do think that all humans need some amount of social interaction. So I am glad I went, but I'll probably try to avoid going to bars or clubs or whatever in the future. Just being around crowds. I don't think I've ever talked about this before, but I have really bad anxiety about random things.
Okay, I don't care. This is lame. I want to hear some of his bad political takes. I don't care about this retarded story. So any story video is probably not worth the time. Dude, what's this? We're witnessing the most pathetic humiliation ritual of all time. Oh boy, I'm so excited.
Imagine being Justin Trudeau, former Prime Minister of Canada, world-famous, beloved politician, the Obama of the North,
Is he beloved?
as I've heard some people refer to him as. Although that might just be because of his penchant for blackface, but Justin Trudeau is widely considered to be a very attractive man. And he comes
What? What are we talking about? No, he isn't. He's mid. He's mid at best. He's if we actually analyze his face, his eyes are asymmetrical. He has severe upper eyelid exposure. His eyebrows are sparse and uneven. He has wrinkles on his neck, wrinkles on his forehead, and on his face, right? He's visibly aging. Let's see. His mid-face ratio is slightly on the long side, but he also has a very... Because, compared to the distance between his eyes, it's going to be long. But he also has, a very round face because he has, quite a bit of fat. He obviously has, a kind of a fat body fat percentage. His nose is a bit on the large side. Yeah, he's, kind of... for a guy, probably average, maybe slightly below average. Yeah, I guess for 54. Oh, he's 54? I would have guessed, early 40s. Maybe it's an old photo? Yeah, maybe. I don't know, I would have guessed a lot younger. Okay, if he's 54, then he's looking good.
That might just be because of his penchant for blackface, but Justin Trudeau is widely considered to be a very attractive man.
No, he's
and
not.
he comes from elite bloodlines.
Even if that's a modern photo of him, it's still a lot of the features that I criticized. That's not something that is a result of age. Those are just not ideal features that make you
Whether
look
you
worse.
believe-
It's just him, him looking younger for his age doesn't make up
He's
for
the
that.
son of
It makes him look good for his age. It
Pierre-
doesn't mean he looks good.
Trudeau, or he's the son of Fidel Castro. We'll probably never know the truth on that one, but
It doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with his attractiveness.
either way, his father was a world leader, just like he was. So he's obviously a very powerful and extremely influential man. And he still looks great for his age. He's
Yeah.
53 years old, but he
Yeah, I mean, he looks good for his age.
could easily pass for younger.
Well, yeah, but here, wait, let's see. What did he look like when he was my age? Or let's say Justin Trudeau. Young. Okay, let's find out. Oh, okay, he was actually quite attractive. Okay, never mind. He actually used to be fairly attractive. Damn, he was actually kind of a Chad. Huh. Okay, I stand corrected. Not so much here. The hair fucks him up. Oh, not here. He's pretty attractive here. It really depends on the photo. I think that the main issue he has is he has like a very negative canthal tilt. Yeah, that's like the thing holding him back. He kind of looks like Hunter Avalon in the left photo. Weirdly enough. I don't know. So yeah, I'd say he's like above average. Yeah. I'd say he's consistently above average for his age. Yeah, he actually was pretty hot, you know, in his prime. Yeah, oh, damn, he had muscles and everything? Jesus. Okay. Yeah, okay, I stand corrected. He was a good-looking guy. And he has more upper eyelid exposure now that he's, you know, old. And obviously your nose gets bigger as you age, so that's also going to be part of the issue. But yeah. Anyways, all right, he was a good-looking guy at one point. In the thumbnail I sent you, you look like you have an extreme negative canthal tilt. Oh dear. Oh, hold on, let me take a look. Oh. Well, it's because I'm, like, leaned back and my eyes are, like, closed. I think I have a neutral canthal tilt. But yeah, because of where my eyelashes were. Yeah. You know, because the eyelash is covering up the corner of my eye. Yeah. My sleep schedule is messed up, but it wasn't messed up.
Why in the hell is Justin Trudeau dating Katy Perry?
What? I thought this was a humiliation ritual. Like, Katy Perry is more attractive than Justin Trudeau is currently. Justin Trudeau currently looks like an older version of Face IQ.
If this was 2010, I'd be saying, hell yeah. You know, 20-something-year-old young woman, slim waist, big melons, you know, 15 years
What, are you saying you can't date somebody his
ago,
age?
Katy Perry was, you know, very nice. But Katy Perry now, no thanks. No thanks.
But she's more attractive than Justin Trudeau now. Like, what are we talking about? Like, Justin Trudeau is dating up. Both of them were attractive in their prime. Katy Perry has consistently been more attractive than Justin Trudeau.
This is not about looks, actually. That's Russell Brand's sloppy seconds. Just imagine that.
What? Okay, she used to have a different boyfriend? Who fucking cares,
And
dude?
Justin Trudeau obviously never really cared much about looks. His ex-wife looks like Shrek in drag.
Dog, she just looks like a regular woman. What are we talking about? She looks better than you.
Even in, you know, I actually looked up...
She looks objectively better than you. I've seen what you look like. You're like a really bald loser.
pictures of Justin Trudeau's
She's like, she mogs you.
ex-wife. And she was never very attractive. So I think what might have been going on with that, if you don't know, Justin Trudeau is a French-Canadian. His father's name is Pierre, so that should tell you all you need to know.
Wow.
But he was known for being a cuck, literally, talking about Pierre. But that's neither here nor there. But I think because Justin
Wait, he was a cuck? Where's the evidence of this?
was raised in a French-Canadian household, that might be why he just prefers more masculine women. So that could be, you know...
I mean, masculine women are hot. Okay, like, feminine woman ain't gonna peg me, or if she does, that's actually hotter, but you know.
That could explain his ex-wife. Although, another compelling theory is that he's...
Yes, Zoran Mamdani is probably one of the most attractive politicians, just facially. He's also very charismatic. Like, you know, he gets hella pussy.
actually gay, and his ex-wife was just covered. And I do think that makes a lot of sense, too, because apparently
French people are very open sexually. Oh, base.
they had known each other since they were little kids, so it makes sense, you know? They've known each other their whole lives, so she would be a person that he could trust not to out him. But, yeah, Justin Trudeau, who is recently divorced, they divorced in 2023, he is apparently dating Katy Perry now.
Yeah, what's the issue
So
with this?
first of all, Katy Perry is really past her prime
Yeah, so is Justin Trudeau. Yeah, so is Trudeau.
in every way, every single way. Her looks have gone way downhill.
Yeah, so has Trudeau's. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's called being old. Yeah. What, do you think that Justin Trudeau is in his fucking prime? What are we talking
And her
about?
music career's been over for like 10 years, as far as I know.
She's still gonna be rich. She's still gonna have the money
She's
from
still
that.
doing whatever she can to cling on to any relevance she can get.
Yeah, she's rich. She's a rich person. She has status.
So she does a lot of like reality TV. She's always a judge on those shows like American Idol or The Masked Singer or whatever.
yeah, that seems very high status
If
still.
you've ever seen her in any interviews, she's just really insufferable. She has a truly grating personality. So
How?
yes, she is wealthy and she is famous. And look, I'll admit it, you know, she's okay looking for a 42-year-old, I guess. But she's not the same Katy Perry I used to crank it to back in my early 20s. She's
Dude, it's like, so because you don't find her attractive anymore, therefore, you know, somebody that is less attractive than her shouldn't date her because she's not good looking enough? What are we talking about?
above average looking amongst the 42-year-old single mother population. But that's not really saying much. But again, this isn't even about her looks. I'm just mentioning that for curiosity's sake. It's
Bro,
more
why are you mentioning it at all?
so just her personality and just her
Oh, her personality. You're judging her personality. It has nothing to do with the fact that you don't find her attractive anymore.
outright fluzitude and ran through it in this.
Yeah, for a 40-year-old, she's a baddie.
That's kind of got me baffled on why a guy like
And like Justin Trudeau is in his fucking 50s. So it's like, if anything, he's dating up.
Justin Trudeau, who could easily be with an attractive younger woman, chooses to embarrass himself on the world stage.
Yeah, he could easily choose to take advantage of a 20-something's woman who's half his age. Yeah, that's true. He could do that. But instead, he's decided to date somebody his own age, which, you know, is like something that makes more sense because he's going to be able to relate to somebody that's closer to him in age.
By dating Katy freaking Perry. Okay, Exhibit A. Look at this dress. I guess I don't even know if you could call it a dress, but look at what this woman wore to an event in 2024.
Yeah.
I can't even show pictures from the rear side of this dress on here because it's just
She looks like a baddie.
it's like her crack is right there out in the open.
Problem?
No fabric covering it at all. She just went out in public to an event where she knows everyone's going to be taking pictures of her, and
Yeah, problem?
her whole crack was just exposed. Not even talking
Yeah.
about some kind of sheer transparent material. I'm saying there's literally nothing covering her crack. It's disgusting.
Problem?
And this is her at like 40
Right. You were not looking.
years old. Katy, sweetheart, first of all, you are not and have never been a woman who anybody cares about that part of you. Okay? You're famous for your melons. I should know. They were
Right.
really like stupendous 15 years ago. Okay? Trust me, I know. I have that one gif of her in the Elmo shirt from Saturday Night.
I mean, I agree that, you know, that the tits are going to be, you know, like the selling point in that case. You know, I'm a tit lover myself. You know, I get it, but like, you know, why can't you do
Live,
both?
seared into my brain. Okay? So
Right.
I know Katy Perry's strengths and weaknesses. Not once,
Right.
okay, not one single time have I ever thought about Katy Perry's backside. Like, it's never even crossed my mind. There's
Right.
nothing there worth any consideration. So this wasn't even ever a good look for you, Katy. And also, if you're gonna
Why
wear
not?
something like that, how about you get your ass
I think it's
to the
hot.
fucking time machine and travel back to 2010 when maybe somebody would actually give a damn if you wore something like that. Nobody thinks about you like that anymore, Grandma. This is
Dog, she's like your age. What are we talking about? She looks better than
just
you.
disgusting attention-seeking behavior. But when you look back on
But like, she mogs
Katy
you.
Perry's entire career, that's what it's always been. Just seeking attention by trying to make herself into an object of goon desire. I know
Yeah, but like, she's like kind of a MILF motor now. It's kind of
some of
hot.
you might be too young to remember, but Katy Perry's very first
I'd let her take advantage of me.
hit
Like,
song was I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It, which is like the
hell yeah, dude. See, I'm just saying, I'd let her take advantage of me.
all-time floozy anthem. So
Yeah, this guy is like almost 40.
I don't know if this is like some kind of humiliation
Yeah, it's like the best song
ritual
ever.
Justin Trudeau has to go through in order to rise up in the ranks of the elite.
How is this humiliating? Like, I've never thought in a million years I would hear the sentence, yeah, bro, it's humiliating to date Katy Perry. It's like, okay, dude. That's like a lot of guys'
Illuminati
dream.
or whatever. But it's just like, if this is really, truly the best that he can do, then holy shit, it is so fucking over out here for the rest of
Dog, it's fucking Katy Perry. What are we talking about? How is that the best? What do you mean?
us. He's a freaking world-renowned former prime minister of, I mean, I guess Canada's not really a superpower or anything.
Wow, yeah, it's almost like they both have high status and then they fell in love. Oh, wow. Crazy.
But I do think they have a decent reputation on the world stage. So he's a former
Yeah, so does Katy Perry. Like, they're both famous people that have a lot of influence. It makes sense that they would gravitate towards each other. I don't see what the issue is. They're the same age, right? They have similar politics, and they're both very influential, famous people. Like, how is that not a logical pairing?
world leader, and he's good looking, so rich.
Yeah, the only way that it would be more logical is if, you know, Katy Perry decided to, you know, date me instead. You know, I need an older woman to take care of me, okay? Anyways, so you want about Justin Trudeau, but bro knows how to get game down? No, literally. And this guy is saying that like, oh no, this is a humiliation ritual for
influential,
him.
well liked, I think, by most of the cucked Western world. How is a washed up pop star the best he can do? Like,
What are we talking about? She's still famous. She still has status. Like, what?
I knew it was bad out here for regular guys, but if Justin Trudeau has to date Katy fucking Perry, then
What? What do you mean has to? You're saying it like obviously you, like, I don't know, would you not date Katy Perry? If she asked you out, be so fucking for real, you'd say yes.
Imagine if you're just like a regular guy that was recently divorced. If Justin Trudeau has to settle for Katy Perry, then a regular...
Bro, what do you mean has to settle for? Not only does she mog you, she mogs Justin Trudeau. She's more attractive. One of the best grannies in the game. Bro, like, she's like mother age. She's not grandma age. Like, okay, like, you know, if I was with her, okay, I'd be calling her mommy, not grandmommy, okay?
Regular guy might as well just give up. I don't even want to see what a regular guy's options look like. But again, this isn't about looks.
She can be the grandma of a newborn. Yeah, I guess, because she is technically old enough to be my mom, and I am old enough to have kids, technically. But no, I'd be calling her mommy, okay? You know, she's technically old enough to be my mom. And you better believe that alright, I'd be fixated on that, okay? Shut up. Okay, look, we you know, we've all thought about that, you know, like, you know, somebody like that, you know, somebody with, you know, immense power who's like attractive and like, you know, twice our age. You know, we've all thought about that before, you know. I'm just saying, we've all wanted to be taken advantage of at some point. I'm smaller and younger than you, but I could make you call me mommy. Well, okay, shut up. Yes, but shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's not true, or well, maybe it is, but shut up, okay? Look, fuck you.
Harry still looks fine, even with the wrinkles and everything, and with the way her neck looks now.
Damn, that works really well. Shut up.
You know, sure, she's lost her glow, I guess you could say, but obviously, you know, I would be ecstatic if I could land a 5 years younger version of that. But let's look at Katy Perry's past, because despite what liberal, progressive, feminist allies will have you believe, a woman's past matters. I mean, it
No, it fucking doesn't.
should be obvious, but if you want to truly understand a person, any person...
Bro, if anything, I want her to have more sexual experience, because then she could, like, be more fun in the bedroom and, you know, take advantage of me better and, you know, like, you know, dominate me more effectively. And, you know, I'm just saying.
Male or female, you have to look at their past so you can understand the context of their present self. So let's look at Katy Perry's past. From 2010 to 2012, Katy Perry was married to Russell Brand. So
who cares?
This was during her peak, by the way, the peak of her fame and the peak of her looks. Now, I don't know too much about Russell Brand these days. I think he does some kind of controversial political podcast or something nowadays. I can't really speak on that. I just don't really know about it. But back in the day, Russell Brand was famous for being a guy that gets around. There's still tons of compilation videos of Russell Brand picking up chicks or whatever on YouTube, or like Russell Brand flirting with the interviewer and stuff like that. That was his whole thing. And 2010, the year that he got married to Katy Perry, was probably also the peak year of his fame. So Katy Perry was married to a guy that was well known for being a serial womanizer. Like, she obviously knew his deal. That's what he was famous for. She knew the deal, but she got married to the guy. So what does that say about her? And before anyone tries to argue,
Says that she was easily taken advantage of.
but she was young back then. She didn't know any better.
Yeah, true.
Well, in 2010, Katy Perry would have been 25 or 26 years old. So,
yeah, that doesn't mean that she's immune to abuse.
people can and do change a bit in their perspectives and everything. But if you're retarded at 25, then you're probably still not going to...
Yeah, being an abuse victim means that you're retarded for gravitating towards abusers. It's totally not the case that you would have been conditioned to be that way in the first place.
Be very smart at 45. And likewise, if you're a morally degenerate, capital F freaking floozy at 25.
Dude, why does he say this?
That thinks it's a good idea to get married to the most notorious active womanizer in the entire world at the time, then I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Well, she's been conditioned to find that attractive.
But I'm pretty sure...
Like, don't you think that might say
good.
something about the way that she was raised and the types of people that she interacted with growing up? Like, does that not, set off alarm bells that, like, maybe she's been conditioned by previous abusers when she was younger to think that certain things are okay? Okay, so then after that, Katy Perry dated Orlando Bloom from 2016 up until just very recently. But apparently it was an on-again, off-again type of relationship, so that sounds like a red flag. And of course, they have a child together, out of wedlock, so that's a... Who cares?
Huge double red flag. So what the fuck is going through Justin Trudeau's head when he decides to publicly date this woman? I could maybe understand...
What's the issue?
Behind the scenes, hit it a couple times and just to say, yeah, I fucked Katy Perry, so he can tell his friends when they have their little minstrel show parties or whatever he does.
Right, because women are status symbols, obviously.
But to go public...
women aren't, their own... autonomous human beings. No, they're status symbols. They're trophies to collect, obviously.
He's proud about it or something. Maybe he's just a really big Lord of the Rings fan, and he just really wants to meet the child of Legolas. I don't know. I just don't get it. If this isn't actually an Illuminati humiliation ritual, then I sincerely hope...
An Illuminati humiliation ritual? What are we yapping about?
Trudeau is gay, and he's using Katy Perry for cover. Because if the dating market is...
What? If he was gay, he could just come out as gay. He's not a right-wing politician.
Really this fucked up?
Well, I mean, what would be considered right-wing in our society, I guess?
That a guy like Justin Trudeau can't do any better than the most insufferable, floozed out former pop star currently living, then as a society, we are absolutely screwed.
Oh, we're so screwed.
This actually might be a humiliation ritual. It really might be. Speaking of which, does anyone remember a few years ago when Katy Perry decided to cut off all her hair and dye?
Yeah, she was fucking hot. Hell yeah, dude. I'd let her hit. Dude, she looks like the type of person that I would want to have peg me. Like, what's the issue?
Blonde like Miley Cyrus? Like, what the hell was that? She was obviously having...
I don't know, but I'd let her hit.
Some kind of mental crisis. And I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, chopping off her...
I don't care. I'd let her hit.
Also happened right around the same time she started to embrace woke politics. Like, no wonder her career took a nosedive at the exact same time. There's a million more women out there with just as good a singing voice as Katy Perry. The reason that she was the massive pop star out of...
Because she was, like, really popular among conservatives. Notoriously.
All the talented singers out there is because she also had big, juicy melons. That combination is a bit more rare than just having a great voice. So,
of course, yeah. People listened to her so that they could hear her titties bouncing. Notoriously. That's exactly why people listen to her music.
It was just, her whole thing was being a willing sex object for dudes to goon over. Her success was like 80% flues, 18% production by other musicians that wrote music for her.
Right. And who was listening to her music? Was it dudes? I mean, sometimes, yeah, but like, primarily?
And 2% voice, if that.
I'm simping for short hair, tough women. Okay, look, if she looks like she would, possibly... Who am I kidding? She wouldn't peg me, okay? I'm just some random. She would not be interested in me. I'm just... There's no way someone like her would ever be attracted to me. Okay, I'm fucking nobody. I'm not, particularly attractive. I don't have anything. But hypothetically, if she was attracted to me, I would absolutely let her peg me, okay? Okay, I'm just saying. You know, she looks like, you know, somebody who in an ideal world would peg me. She looks like somebody who would peg somebody that's like a better version of me. Like if I was like a 9 out of 10, then she would peg me. You know?
So obviously, doing the whole mental crisis, bald head scallywag, obnoxiously woke thing was career self-deletion. She must be stupid. She must be. Like, Katie, if you're listening to this, I want you to know that the reason you were so successful is because you dared us to dream to imagine what it would look like.
What are we talking about? It's just all projection. Like, all of this is somewhat like weird fucking, projection on the basis of sexual fantasies. It's all some like fucking psychosexual bullshit.
Like if you, at the ripe young age of 23, with those big old juicy melons busting out the seams of your blouse, were to touch your lips to another woman's lips. You dared us to dream to imagine. That was your career. That's the whole thing. That was your whole thing. It's the reason why you are rich and famous right now. Shaving your head and fighting for the rights of indigenous neurodivergent trans people is a freaking bonkers-ass career move.
How?
And it also says a lot about your own mental health and intellect.
No, or maybe she's doing it because it's the right thing to do.
And your values. And I mean that in the worst way possible. So Katy Perry now...
Don't sell yourself short. Any awesome, self-respecting woman would want to peg you. Hell yeah.
...is clearly a degenerate woke idiot, and she's also not even hot. But most...
Yes, she is. I'd let her fuck.
Importantly, she just seems really...
True, you are a 10 out of 10. No, I'm not.
...annoying to be around. So... is this really the best that Justin Trudeau can do?
Yes, she mogs him.
Is he just also so hungry for relevance that he's just trying to get with the first famous woman he can get his hands on?
No, dog, she mogs him. You don't understand. She's way more physically attractive than him. I say this as a bisexual
Because
woman.
that's the only way this makes any sense.
Femyoz really likes to lie on the internet. I'm not
Or
lying.
maybe he actually is gay. I don't know, but I think that is a viable theory. I mean...
What? But, like, I'm into women and I think she's attractive.
The man is French-Canadian, so, it kind of says it all right there. But yeah, if this is at all indicative of broader...
Yeah, the French-Canadian gene of being gay,
trends,
of
then
course.
it's even more over for average guys than I thought it was. Like, it's really over. At least get with a current pop star if you're going to go that way, Trudeau. And if this is some kind of Masonic humiliation ritual, is it really worth it?
Or maybe he doesn't want somebody half his age because that's like, not what he's going for.
I bet she only lets him do missionary because she's still healing from trauma from her past relationships or something.
What? No, she'd be pegging him if he's lucky. I'd like to imagine at least that, that she'd, be willing to, peg people because, I prefer art made by people whose bazongas make my ding-a-ling go boing boing, not who care about social causes. Also, society rejects me because I'm such an intellectual. This guy is a caricature. Yeah, you're right. Bottom, shut up.
Friggin' ridiculous,
no, I'm
man.
not.
And I didn't even say much about the fact that she's a single mother. Have fun with that, Trudeau. Cuck. If you think
How does that make him a cuck? I'm confused.
Justin Trudeau is secretly in the closet, then please like this video and subscribe to the channel.
Why would he be secretly in the closet? He's dating women.
And Katie, if you did somehow stumble across this video and you watched it all the way through, I know I was probably a little bit harsh on you with some of the things I said, but
yeah, in case Katy Perry is watching this fucking slop tuber, right? Because Katy Perry, of all people, is going to be on fucking incel YouTube. Katy Perry would be more likely to watch me than you, my guy. And it's not because I'm more relevant. I don't think I'm any more relevant than you. But it's because I have more appeal, okay?
I do want you to know my inbox is open, and I think I would be willing to give you a chance. So just throwing that.
Point proven. Point fucking proven. Like, what the fuck?
I think I would be willing to give you a chance. So
right, because I'm sure Katy Perry would love to get with this guy.
Just throwing that out there. Thanks for watching, y'all.
Right, because Katy Perry wants to be with this guy. Right. This ugly fucking incel loser that has dog shit opinions. Yeah. Yeah, they'd love, she'd love to be with him. She really wishes she could be. Anyways. How millennial and Gen Z men were brainwashed? Curious about that.
Millennial and Gen Z men were brainwashed. And
Oh boy, well, I'm a Gen Z woman, but I was socialized as a man because I'm like transgender and gay.
we're still actively being brainwashed now. Now, I don't think there's necessarily a secret cabal of elites that are intentionally brainwashing us so they
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. It's obviously the Jews.
can establish a new world order. That is possible, I guess, but I don't think there's really any single group that is manipulating us like this.
But what about the Jews?
I don't think it means anything when a lot
By the way, this is the guy that's saying he would give Katy Perry a chance.
of actors and musicians do photo shoots where they hold their hands in a triangle pose or they cover one eye with their hand or whatever. I don't think we're being brainwashed by people that worship.
Like, I think that it would be a humiliation ritual for somebody like Katy Perry to date somebody like this. Like, holy fuck. Could you imagine? Do you think he buys all of Alex Jones' supplements? He seems like the
Baphomet
type.
or anything like that.
Not a free thinker, by the way. Free thinker. Oh my god, he has a lazy eye.
Is it possible that's the case? Sure, I guess. I wouldn't rule it out. There's definitely some suspicious imagery and symbolism in popular media that doesn't really seem to belong there. So it does make you wonder, but I still think there's
Yeah, it makes it, yeah, you might start noticing
a
things.
simpler explanation for the brainwashing. The mainstream media programming and social media astroturfing that is clearly targeted toward millennial and Gen Z men. I think there's a simpler explanation.
Alright, that's gonna be some of you guys.
Although, I also don't think that millennial and Gen Z men are the only ones being psychologically manipulated by the media. I think every
Why does he look like the wiki hub for single men in their 60s?
demographic is being brainwashed, but just in different ways. And I will get into that a little bit, but I want to focus on millennial men and Gen Z men because I am a millennial man, and I am also relatively
Are you sure you're not Gen X?
clued in on Gen Z culture. So this is the demographic I have the best understanding of. So it's easier for me to see the brainwashing that is targeted at me. Okay, so
I don't know if you can really, see it with your eyes pointing in two opposite directions, but, that's besides the point.
first, I will talk a bit about what the brainwashing is, how specifically are Gen Z men and millennial men being brainwashed, and how were we brainwashed in our youths, and what is the goal? What do they want us to do? What do they want us to believe? How
They want you to believe in capitalism. They want you to be a capitalist realist that's a good little worker bee that works until the day you die. And thinking it's a good thing.
do they want us to act? So I'll go over
Oldest millennial is 45. Yeah, but he looks older than
all of that, and then I'll give my theories on why this is happening and who it is that's
I think it's the beard graying out really ages him. That combined with him being bald. I think that like if he had hair and like didn't have like a gross beard, like he'd look a lot younger.
behind it. So the primary
That he'd look his age if he,
media through which we are currently and have
Yeah, it's the balding and the gray beard. Like it makes him look so much older. But like if you actually like look at it, like his eye area exclusively, like yeah, it's like kind of fucked up and a little bit deformed looking. But like other than that, it's like it looks about his age.
in the past been psychologically manipulated are through television, movies, music, video games, news media, and now probably the biggest one is social media. Think like Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch.
Yeah. So how are we being brainwashed? Like I know what social media platforms are. You don't need to fucking explain it.
etc. Ultimately,
Me being bald in my 20s, please take dutasteride. Please take dutasteride, my guy.
I think there are different groups involved in doing this that all have different motivations, but a
It's also not just that he's bald, he's bald with hair on the side of his head.
lot of the time, their goals are aligned. So I think the goals of all this, well, one is they want us to spend money. They want us to be consumers. They want us to buy Funko Pops and Amiibos and Pokemon cards and all sorts of useless
By they, you mean big corporations, right? So what's your solution?
knickknacks and paddywhacks. And this is the best example of something where there is a plethora of different groups involved in the manipulation. So they all
You mean big corporations. It's obviously big corporations that want you to buy stuff because they're the ones that benefit. It's going to be wealthy people.
have their own motivations. For some of them, selling products and creating a mindless base of consumers is the end goal in and of itself.
Yes, it is.
But for others, that's just an intermediary goal that is meant to serve a larger purpose.
Such as?
For example, one of the more nefarious goals these bad actors have
You mean nefarious?
in manipulating us is they want the entire population of men to be docile.
No, not just men. They want everybody to be subservient to the wealthy elite. That's the goal of capitalism. Or, well, people that are at the top of capitalism, I mean. Right? Those who are the wealthy elite want that. Why? Because they want us to be all these, good little worker bees. That's what they want. They want everyone to be good little worker bees that they can exploit for their labor. That's what they want. And then once AI replaces them, they will discard them and leave them with nothing.
They want us demotivated. They want us to give up. They want us to be easily controlled.
Well, no, they don't want you to give up. They want you to be a worker bee that gets exploited for their labor.
And really, they don't want there to be a large number of men that would be willing to fight back against tyranny. So they don't want us to even notice when tyranny is happening.
Yeah, and it is happening because of capitalism.
If you don't even know it's happening, then you won't know there's anything to fight back against. Tyranny happens in small steps. So, you might know...
like people like you that just, affirm your, what you believe is the correctness of capitalism, despite the fact that it's literally what you're critiquing right now. But you'll never question it. You'll never question it. You'll just be like, oh, it must be individuals that are doing bad things and not the fucking system, because you're retarded.
If there was suddenly a law put in place saying, I don't know, maybe something like, you're not allowed to gather in large groups, even in your own home. You might notice something like that, but if there was multiple smaller steps along the way toward getting to that point, then you probably wouldn't notice.
Oh, you mean like what the Trump administration is doing?
Especially if you spend all day, every day, watching adult content on the internet and browsing online for new special edition Funko Pops, and you literally never take your damn Bluetooth earbuds out of your ears, so you wouldn't even notice if a damn tank rolled through your subdivision, flattening all your neighbors' Hyundai Sonatas and Toyota crossover SUV whatevers. They want
You probably would notice that because it'd be on the news.
you busy, distracted, addicted. And a good way to keep you addicted is to get you on a constant drip feed of minute.
But the goal of that addiction is literally just to get, is to get you to get in a cycle of, seeing a bunch of advertisements, being a consumer, and therefore they make money off of that. So that's why social media companies want you to be addicted to social media, is because at the end of the day, they benefit from that.
Sure,
right?
dopamine rushes. Even right now, you're listening to everything I'm saying, and especially if you think I'm onto something here, or if this is touching on your confirmation bias in any way, then right now, as you listen to this, you might be getting a little miniature dopamine hit. And that is part of what these nefarious actors want for you.
No.
Because when you are under the influence of dopamine, you are more docile, and you are
I don't get dopamine, and it makes me want to give up because I don't have dopamine.
less of a potential problem. So
no, if I had actual proper dopamine reception, I'd be way more motivated to do stuff. But because I don't get dopamine from anything, it just makes me want to rot and do nothing.
you know what? I will say something right now that
Why does he say nefarious like that? I don't know.
you will probably never hear another YouTuber say.
What?
Watching this video or listening to it while you're doing chores or whatever, that is not productive.
Well, okay, yeah, but like, why would you do chores without listening to the video? That's fucking stupid. Like, if I'm gonna do chores, I'm not gonna fucking listen to nothing. That's retarded. That's stupid as fuck. Why would I ever want to make my life more boring and miserable for no reason, to the benefit of nobody?
You would probably be better off just turning this off. Turn your damn Bluetooth headphones off. And
Well, that's just, like, not true. Maybe in the case of your content, yeah, but, like, in the case of my content, no. Like, why would you do chores listening to nothing? That's fucking stupid.
just go about your day in silence.
Well, that's retarded. Why would you do that?
Don't have to always be listening to something.
Why?
Now, of course, I do appreciate everyone that watches my videos all the way through and everyone that likes the videos or subscribes to the channel and all of that. But realistically, one thing that all the bad groups that are trying to brainwash you all have in common is they all want you to have a constant stream of miniature dopamine rushes firing off in your brain every other second.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously I want to listen to interesting stuff when I'm doing something else. So I don't see what the issue is. It's not a dopamine thing. It's just I don't want to be bored. It's just like I don't want to be bored 24/7 thing.
And when you're
That doesn't mean that I'm brainwashed, right? I listen to people that have all sorts of different wacky views, and I disagree with a lot of the people that I watch because they say things that are wrong. So I actually have critical thinking
walking
skills.
around all day with AirPods in your ears or those waterproof Aftershocks headphones that like wrap around your
Thank you, D's 4200 for the 5, saying, according to all known laws of aviation, there's no way a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. Yeah, true.
ears. That is a good way to just overdose yourself on dopamine. So probably a good
Bro, I do not overdose on dopamine. I barely get any dopamine just because of how my brain is wired. I've never gotten a lot of dopamine. I've never experienced very much happiness. It's just my brain is fucked up.
idea is to just take that shit off your head and just not listen to anything or watch anything for at
Why? What do you get out of that?
least a little while. So yeah, they want you to consume products. So you spend money, you try
Like, why not listen to, the Femyoz live stream show? Listen to the Femyoz show. You don't lose anything from it if you're doing other stuff, especially.
transfer your menial wages back into the hands of the very same people that are trying to manipulate you, and you stay distracted and docile and unable to coordinate and cooperate with your fellow man. That's one of the goals behind all this brainwashing. And I think back in the day, for those of us that are in the millennial generation, I was born at the tail end of the 80s. I think back then, before the internet and social media really got mainstream, I think it was a whole different playbook. So in our youth, they wanted to keep us distracted by promoting this party lifestyle, a sort of frat boy kind of lifestyle,
Wait, why is that bad? Why is it bad to want to party and have fun?
because getting inebriated and interacting with women and, boinking women, that's
Things that are objectively fun.
already a naturally appealing lifestyle to any normal man. So that's why all throughout the 80s, 90s, and the 2000s,
Uh-huh. If only I was as cute and cool as Femyoz. Well, I'm neither of those things, so you're probably already there.
popular media was all about partying and chasing tail and drinking and partying and just having a good time.
You mean the things that people already want?
I know in my formative years, we had movies like American Pie, Old School, Superbad, Wedding Crashers, Road Trip, Euro Trip, Van Wilder, The New Guy, and the list goes on. If you went to the movie theater on any random weekend between, say, 1998 and 2006, then there would be at least one of these sort of party-themed comedy movies playing, and usually these movies
How is that brainwashing you? You're just like reading too much into it. That's not how people are being that's not how people are being brainwashed. I mean, yeah, sure, some forms of media can brainwash people, but I don't think that relatively harmless movies are the reason why. I don't think that, wanting to party is brainwashing, right?
were directly targeting high school or college demographics because that's where the movies would take place. Like, that was the setting of the movie.
Yeah, obviously the goal is to make money, right? But the way that they're doing it is getting people to watch the movies. How do they get people to watch the movies? By making the movies about things that people that of their demographic are interested in. Well, what were they interested in at the time? Parties and getting bitches. So what did they make the movies about? Parties and getting bitches. Like, what? Yeah, having fun. What, are you gay? And I think the question would be, what are you, goy? I think that's the real question.
And I do like some of those
Having fun and going to parties is actually goy slop. Like, okay,
movies.
dude.
Part of it is definitely nostalgia, but also they were pretty funny, I think. But
Yeah, that's how they entertain people in order to get people, in movie theaters.
looking back, it's like, okay,
and to buy DVDs.
there's got to be something going on there. And
But yeah, what's going on is that they're doing the thing that makes money, which is in that case to actually make a good product. So that would not be an example of capitalism doing a bad thing. There's plenty of other
I
examples.
want to give a shout out real quick to another YouTuber. He goes by Hyperborean Knowledge.
Oh, great. Fucking hell. Hyperborean knowledge. That's awesome. Oh, that okay, wait. Let's go to Hyperborean knowledge. Let's see what Hyperborean knowledge has to say. Hold on. Hyper... Oh, fuck. Borean knowledge. Hold on, we gotta know. What's this guy up to? Alright, dude, we gotta find out about Hyperborean knowledge. Rise and grind culture is mind control. Okay, that's true. Why I'm quitting society, parentheses, appearing offline. Well, clearly that didn't last for very long. Schizo versus psycho versus normie, who wins? Okay, wait, I need to know. Hold on, my cat's trying to get out. Give me a sec. Yeah, let's see. I need to know.
Now, we've already talked about this axis before, but I really want to give a full breakdown of this dynamic because it is very important to the topics we talk about. The schizo beats the psycho beats the normie beats the schizo. And this also has hybrid classes in between too, which we will take a look at, but it's really the crux of everything. Now,
Dude, which one am I?
we can see here there are different characteristics of each.
So, normie enforces social norms, is susceptible to manipulation, supports the current thing, ignorance is bliss. So, the only one that would apply to me is maybe I'm susceptible to manipulation. I don't know. Schizo, immunity to propaganda. I don't know if anybody's immune to propaganda. Increased pattern recognition. Okay, my pattern recognition is decent. The chosen ones? I don't think I'm a chosen one. Socially rejected and stigmatized? Sometimes. Let's see, psycho. Skilled at manipulating and influencing others? I'm alright at influencing others. Creates the current thing. I wouldn't say I create it, but I don't necessarily support it either. Treats others like livestock? No. Blinded by hubris? I don't think so, but I don't know. If I'm blinded by it, then how could I know?
Path, okay? Each character, if you will. And though these two are really
Yeah, he's doing a rock, paper, scissors.
characters in this, a lot of the interactions they have all depends on the normie. So the normie really is the axis of which how these two play out their lives, okay? The psycho, skilled at manipulating and influencing others, creates the current thing, treats others as livestock, blinded by hubris. Now,
I didn't need to read
psycho, if you don't already know, these DSM terms are bunk, and I don't like to use them, but this is like the internet slang. A lot of people don't like when I say schizo because they, have a relative or they know somebody diagnosed with the illness. But this is just the internet label that I'm using, and I'm using it as armor. Like my favorite chapter of A Song of Ice and Fire, bastards, cripples, and broken things, whatever they call you.
Yeah, schizophrenia would wreck Goku for real.
Use it as a shield, use it as a badge, wear it as your armor. So that's just really what it is. Another term you could just use instead would be mystic versus demon or vampire versus Hiiiiii or golem or whatever you want to call that.
What about autist? Where do autists fit in this? Because like I'm an autist, so it's like I'm, somewhat similar to schizos in certain ways. Like, I'm gonna be more immune to propaganda than the average person, but like, I don't think being a schizo makes you completely immune to propaganda though. But like I wouldn't say that I'm immune to propaganda, right? Like there's gonna be some propaganda that's gonna be effective on me, right? There's gonna be certain aesthetics that I have, a predisposition to be more aligned towards. And that's something I have to be careful about, right? Is understanding, okay, there's going to be a distinction between aesthetic thing that I like versus whether or not it's making a good argument in favor of itself.
So the schizo really is just...
And whether or not there's a good counter argument.
An energy vampire, a demon, somebody who seeks to siphon and loosh farm and absorb the energies of the normie for their own will to dominate. Because a lot of them growing up, especially if they're because there's a hierarchy as well. There's a hierarchy of psychos, a hierarchy of schizos, and there's even a hierarchy of normies. The peak schizo is in these families
you're pointing to the psycho
where they undergo some form of ritual abuse, and that increases their psycho tendencies. So they undergo things like monarch mind.
What if they just have like a natural predisposition towards
control, which gives them altars And the psycho you deal with, the psycho you see, is not the real psycho. You're dealing with the normie alter of the psycho when you're dealing with them. Okay.
Right.
They know how to wear the normie mask in order to exploit the normies for their
What if I'm a psycho wearing an autism mask?
loosh, their energy, or whatever they want to get out of them. Because essentially they're livestock, which they need. And that's the weakness. Everybody has a weakness here, okay? And even though the psycho does beat the normie, its weakness, the psycho's weakness, is that they are dependent on the normie for sustenance. So if they're ever exposed, if they ever lose their drip supply, their dopamine drip, the normie drip, that's their downfall. Because without the normie, the psycho, the vampire starves, and they can't thrive anymore. So that is one way that the schizo knows how to beat the psycho, is that the schizo is excellent at pattern recognition. That is the main trait of the schizo. That is their main.
Oh, dude, I'm like the schizo then.
Is their ability to connect dots.
That's awesome. I'm guessing this guy also classifies himself as the schizo. Everyone wants to be the schizo in this scenario. That's kind of the point of this.
And one of the dots they know to.
Oh shit, I just used my pattern recognition skills to understand that everyone that's watching this would probably want to be the schizo category, because you wouldn't want to be a normie, you wouldn't want to be average and mediocre. You also wouldn't want to be the psycho. You don't want to be like a bad person. So logically, you would want to be the schizo that can defeat the psycho. But you're being bogged down by the normies who beat you. That's obviously the way that this is framed.
Connect is when they see people being psychos, when they see people exploiting people. Especially
like everyone who's watching this thinks of themselves as the schizo in this scenario. Like it's so fucking transparent. And that's obviously the intention here. I don't even know if he realizes he's doing
the
it.
elite cast of the psycho, which they study because they know that they're going through these ritual abuse, coming of age ceremonies. And that really increases their ability to break down. Because even in mainstream psychology, they say, psychopathy comes from abuse. That's like the biggest trait when they know that someone's going to be a psycho, is when they have undergone a massive amount of abuse in their childhood. But from this dynamic that we're talking about here, psycho being a vampire demon, we know that part of these
right, vampires and demons, yep,
rituals are
it's like a very juvenile way of understanding the world, but continue.
Also invoking entities to take them over.
Right.
Okay, so there's a lot involved in the development of a true elite cast of psycho. And if we look at the schizo, okay, we can look at some of the traits here. Immunity to propaganda, increased pattern recognition, the quote-unquote chosen ones, socially rejected and stigmatized.
Yeah, this is what everyone watching the video wants to be, right? They think of themselves as the schizo, right? They think, oh, I'm immune to propaganda. I have really good pattern recognition. I'm one of the chosen ones. I get socially rejected and stigmatized, right? They're obviously going to categorize themselves as that. No one's going to think of themselves as, oh yeah, I'm the enforcer of social norms. I'm susceptible to manipulation and I support the current thing and that ignorance is bliss, right? They're not going to think that, right? They're not going to think of themselves as treating others like livestock. They're not going to be like, I'm blinded by hubris, right? They're not going to think, yeah, I like to manipulate people. Maybe they think of themselves as like skilled at manipulating and influencing others. So if there's some small section of the audience that would identify more with like the psycho, or they'd be like, I'm somewhere between schizo and psycho. They might think of that, but they're never going to classify themselves as the normie. When in reality, a lot of the people watching this are way more likely to be a normie than they would like to admit.
So the schizo really can pick up in patterns, and even the face. The schizo has a face. We know if you are what I am, you know the face that we're talking about. You can see it, especially across the eyes. The pattern recognition is there, so you know what I'm talking about if you can see it. Normies are unfortunately very face blind. Sure, they can see so if someone's ugly or attractive, but the schizo doesn't just see people on the axis of attractiveness. The schizo can see everything. They can see if they're a North Pontid. They can see if they're an Atlantid. They can see if they're a Nordid. They can see.
Yet none of that shit matters. I don't think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm an autist, so the way that I base off of, it's a different type of pattern recognition. It's not on the basis of like the way that their face looks. It has nothing to do with their facial expressions, because I'm blind to facial expressions in general. I don't pick up on social cues, but what I do, oh, that's funny. What I actually do is I recognize patterns in the types of things that people say, right? I can ascribe motivation to that, and I can notice contradictions in something that somebody is saying, or understanding like, okay, well, what are the logical ramifications of what a person is saying, right? So if there's like a fucking psycho that's like, trying to get me to believe or do something in their favor, right? I'm going to be a lot more likely to question it on the sole basis of, well, hold on, like, why do you want me to do that, right? And then that forces them to create a logical justification for it. So they're not working within the framework of, you know, I guess exploiting a normie, right? They have to do something else. They have to come up with like a legitimately logical reason for me to do something that would benefit me.
If they're a demon, if they're a psycho, if they're a normie, the schizo can just like face reading. Now, I don't know like the actual dynamics of like the face reading. I'm just intuitively good at it. But there's schizos out there who like face read and they know like the whole.
Why not read the inferential content of what somebody is saying? I don't understand why you can't do that. It seems to be far more effective, at least in my experience. Like, facial expressions are meaningless because you can fake those. You can fake your facial expressions. And at the end of the day, I'm not going to memorize every single micro expression that somebody has, and I don't have an intuition for it. I don't have an intuition for reading facial expressions in the first place. I'm too autistic for that. I'd much rather just read based on the inferential content of what somebody is saying, because pattern recognition is going to be far more useful in that case.
Whole dynamics and the ins and outs. And I'm not talking.
Because here's the thing: is facial expressions. I'm of the belief, and I could be wrong on this. In the case of a psychopath, facial expressions are far more easy and intuitive for them to fake than logical consistency. Faking logical consistency is very, very difficult for a lot of people. And, you know, there are going to be specific ways in which a malicious actor is going to be logically inconsistent, right? Normies are logically inconsistent because they're trying to convince themselves of something. Psychopaths, the psycho, would be logically inconsistent because they're trying to convince you of something, right? Does that make sense? Right? The difference between the normie and the psycho when it comes to logical inconsistency is that the psycho is trying to convince you while the normie is trying to convince themselves, right? And you'll notice a difference, okay? Is the difference is going to be how they react to you pointing out said logical inconsistencies, right? The psycho is generally going to be more aware of the logical inconsistency when they point it out because they're not trying to convince themselves.
About like the maxillas and the orbital bones. I'm talking about like actual face reading as a, you know, as a occult art, essentially. So immune to propaganda, of course.
Nobody is completely immune to propaganda.
That's what we do. We call out propaganda. Now, of
You're not immune to it.
course, I'm going to say we. Now that some people say, well, you know, you're a normie, no, you're this, you're that. Well, I think everybody kind of has a little bit of everything in them, and really,
Yeah, I would generally agree with that.
it's just what your dominant trait is. Okay, I've had times where I'm in.
I don't know what my dominant trait here is. I don't think it's schizo because, you know, I'm not very good at reading facial expressions, like you said. I don't think it's normie because I do have, you know, relatively decent pattern recognition. And I don't think it's psycho because I don't, you know, have the desire to use or manipulate people. So I don't know what it would be. Like, where does autist fit on the
normie
list?
cryo chamber, and I'm just
Like, it should be a square where with autist somewhere, or like maybe autist is like in the middle,
like shut out of life, and I'm watching
or like on the side. You know, autist is just like over there in the corner in the fucking cuck chair.
Dragon Ball Z. But you know, everybody kind of has their own dominant traits, and it's fluid too. Not so much for this cast, but the normie and the psycho and the schizo can definitely shift around a lot more. And we'll get into the hybrid classes. The hybrid classes being the schizo curious normie, the lunatic, and the bully. But we will break down those more as we go.
Okay, well, I gotta know which one am I. Oh boy, I wonder which arbitrarily defined category I could be a part of so that I can categorize myself as the thing that I like, or the thing that sounds the coolest.
The schizo has weaknesses. The schizo has, like, the psycho has a buff. Okay, the psycho's buff is that they're immune to anxiety. They're immune to empathy, which can be
Yeah, so I'm definitely not the psycho.
for their dynamic of what they want, which is to dominate
Or am
and
I?
manipulate. Obviously, that's a huge buff for their overall quest in life. The schizo, you know, he has his buffs, immune to propaganda, you know, amazing pattern recognition, but his debuffs are.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that I'm immune to propaganda. I don't think anybody is.
But that the schizo is, you know, prone to anxiety, prone to depression, prone to being socially rejected and stigmatized.
Ah, so things I've gone through. I must be the schizo. That's why I'm here.
That's a lot of why that the
But I'm not the schizo.
normie overall beats the
So I must be the normie
schizo,
then, right?
because
Except I don't enforce any amount of conformity. I'm actually anti-conformist.
first of all, you can't beat the herd. You can't. The normie outnumbers you 100 to 1.
Yeah,
The
that's true.
normie will always be able to
Yeah, notice the framing of this. The normie outnumbers you, right? You, the viewer, are meant to insert yourself as the schizo or schizo adjacent.
try to police, thought police, to shame, to isolate, to deplatform, to do whatever they can to stop this little guy from, wearing his little hat. Now, of course, like the tinfoil hat thing, we can get into that. So it's like an egregore. The schizo is an egregore. They have been, put into a thought form in the normie's head. And what this really is just kind of making fun of the thought form, like, yeah, the tinfoil hat. It's making fun of the normie conception of what a schizo is. So that's kind
I think it depends on the type of schizo, honestly.
of like the
Like, there are going to be some schizos that are relatively smart, that come to correct conclusions, that aren't fucking deranged. There's going to be some schizos that are schizos in a bad way. It really depends.
real thing that's going on here. And we'll look at some
Like, ultimately, what determines whether or not the schizo is, what determines how I would view the schizo is going to be on the basis of, the logical consistency of the things that they believe.
because in every movie, horror movie or action movie or whatever, this dynamic really plays out. If you ever want to write a good story, the dynamics
Right.
between these three is really what you want to play
Right.
out.
Yes, the three genders: psycho, schizo, and normie.
Because Zoe's a schizo
Which one are you?
who recognizes what's going on here, and he tries to warn the normie as to what's going on with that. And
Yeah, and that's why a bunch of people with main character syndrome that are watching this are going to, categorize themselves as the schizo when they are most likely closer to the normie, wanting to enforce social norms, right? A lot of the people watching this are going to think of themselves as the schizo, yet they're going to want to enforce, I don't know, say for instance, gender norms. They want people to be forced to conform to stereotypical gender norms, right? They're anti-gender nonconformity, right? They're susceptible to the manipulation of, right-wing propaganda. They support the current thing, which is bigotry, right? So it's like, at the end of the day, yeah, because people are openly, it really depends on who you surround yourself with, right? So the current thing is going to depend on who the people around you are. So in some circles, it might be, leftist ideology. In some circles, it might be more centrist leaning shit. And in other circles, it's going to be far right shit, right? It really depends on the circles that you associate with, that you want to be accepted by. But in all cases, you're susceptible to manipulation, and you're just enforcing the norms of whatever group you're in. But it's going to be different from group to group. And the way to get around that is to simply, base your opinions off of whatever has the best logical argument for it, not based on what people are emotionally invested in.
after about a couple, scenes of the normie getting his energetic cheeks clapped by the psycho, he finally believes the schizo. So only after the normie get his cheeks clapped by the psycho will the schizo be proven correct, and oftentimes it's too late. Okay, so that's every movie. That's every thriller,
What about the autist?
horror movie, and that's really a big axis of how
Bro, you're like ignoring the
Well, the
autist, which is probably going to be most of the people that watch this are probably going to be autists, not
dynamics
schizos.
of mankind work out. Okay,
It's like even the way that this is framed, like not only is the schizo the one that has a list of traits that most people are going to identify with because they are sort of main character traits. I'm immune to propaganda. Everyone thinks they're immune to propaganda. Everyone thinks that they're immune to, not everyone, but most people think that they're immune to propaganda. They don't realize when they're susceptible to it. If they realized they were susceptible to it, they wouldn't fall for it. Right? Everyone would like to think that they have good pattern recognition, that they recognize patterns and do a good job of that. Everyone would like to think that they're the main character. And if you're watching a video like this, you're probably not that well off in the social context. But not just that, but look at the way it's laid out. Look at the color scheme. Notice how normie and psycho are completely black and white, whereas schizo isn't. Schizo is the one that stands out, right? Everyone wants to think of themselves as the person that stands out. Notice how this stands out just due to the color scheme. I don't even know if this is meant to be I don't know if it's intentional or not. But again, it's just regardless of whether or not it's deliberate, you're going to get the most main character energy from schizo, and you're going to identify with whatever the main character energy comes from.
The normie enforces social norms, susceptible to manipulation, supports the current thing. Ignorance is bliss. Okay, but the normie has buffs. There's safety in the herd. There's safety in the herd. You can even thrive in the herd. You can have a nice, comfy life. You can do all the right things. You can say all the right things. You can have all the right beliefs. And that is a benefit to you personally. Now, maybe
I cannot imagine doing that.
society won't pan out in a positive direction and the psycho will be able to dominate, take advantage of, and siphon. But overall, there's a lot of buffs involved in being a normie. But the debuff being they are highly susceptible to propaganda, manipulation, moral shaming, what's right, what's wrong. The signs of the times dominate the normie's mind.
Well, I mean, I do care about morality, but not in the same way that the normie would, right? Like most people aren't utilitarians. In fact, like I have some relatively unpopular takes. Like I believe it's the case that like I don't know, like say for instance, I don't think it should be legal for you to just choose to not be an organ donor. Like if you die, you don't need your body anymore. Like people should be able to harvest your organs. That's like an unpopular take that I have. Now, granted, I'm framing it in a way that, a normie would think of it as, but in reality, what you're doing is you're saving lives, right? There's no reason why people should die or not have necessary organs that they need to survive just because some fucking selfish asshole decided, no, I want my organs to, that could be used to save somebody's life to not save somebody's life. And I do think you're a bad person if you just willingly choose to not be an organ donor. Now, I have heard that, like, I think that the only exception is if say, for instance, somebody has the belief that, like, I've heard somebody say that, like, but the doctor is more likely to, let you die if they see you're an organ donor, because then they can use their organs. And that's just, like, a really dumb take. I don't think that they're a bad person for that take. I just think that they're, really dumb when it comes to that specifically. From the sole standpoint of, obviously, the doctor isn't going to get anything out of it. Like, they're not going to make money off of that. They're not the ones that are selling the organs, right? They would just be doing the operation, right? It would be a completely different person, right? They're not going to get a fucking pay raise over somebody dying. They're getting, the only thing that they'd be getting paid for is to provide necessary medical treatment to the patient, right? That's the only thing that they're getting paid for, right? So that argument doesn't work.
And these dynamics can even play out in your own family. If you have normie family members, if you have schizo family members, if you have psycho family members, these dynamics can play out. And there's also tons of media examples of how this plays out too. A great example is Hereditary. If you haven't seen it, I suggest you do, though it is pretty creepy. Now, the mom to me is a low-tier schizo, okay? She goes to a psychic after her daughter dies to find out if there's an afterlife. That is pretty low-tier schizo behavior, okay? The dad is...
Yeah, I guess I'm not schizo enough. I might be a normie because I don't believe in any woo-woo fucking spiritual nonsense, okay? I don't believe that shit for a second.
A normie, okay? You have people spazzing out, you have spirits running around, you have things flying off tables, and he's still denying it. He's still denying what's on.
Well, yeah, if I see like evidence of something, then like obviously I'm gonna believe it.
It's what's right in front of his eyes, and that's what the normie will do, no matter what. There could be somebody convulsing in front of them, yelling out Latin, and they will still deny the existence of anything demonic, anything out there that might be supernatural.
Well, yeah, if there's evidence of something supernatural, then yeah, I might start to give that idea credence. But because there is zero evidence of it, I don't give it credence because it doesn't exist in the real world.
Now, here's what I noticed about this movie that not a lot of people have.
I've seen this movie, by the way. It's just like a long time ago.
He was always Paimon, and the movie is really his hero's or anti-hero's arc, I should say, into becoming the full Paimon embodiment. He was always Paimon. He was always a psycho. He was always a demon. And, the ritual sacrifice of his sister was always part of the plan, in my estimation.
Okay, what was the sister then? Was the sister the autist?
Because you can kind of see also the dynamics of how they deal with losing the daughter. Okay, the schizo woman is absolutely broken. Like, you can just tell. Like, that's the thing about schizos is that they're really attached to people they care about. They love people they care about. It's like, it's way more than regular. The normie dad...
That could just be chalked up to BPD, though.
Dad is grieving, but it's not at the same level. He quickly moves on.
Well, it must be because he's a man, and, women are more emotional, obviously.
You can tell he quickly
I'm sorry.
moves on with his life. He doesn't, it's not dominating his psyche. Like, she has to go to psychic, she has to go to therapy, she has to go to everything. Meanwhile, he's the reason why she dies. He's not going like to all this extent. He's largely moving on, living his life, although, you know, going through a demonic possession. But he's really, and a lot of it, he's showing the good light. And that's what I see in a lot of these movies, is that the psycho is really being celebrated in today's media. Whereas before, there was a lot more movies. Look at They Live. They Live, the schizo's journey was a lot more celebrated. But you can see now more and more that psychopathy is more and more celebrated, or, you know, vampirism is a lot
I think some aspects of psychopathy are
more
okay.
celebrated. Again, you know, you're using these terms and these mental health terms, when in reality, it's more of a demonic aspect going on.
Demons aren't real. There's zero evidence to support the idea that they
But yeah,
exist.
these dynamics can play out in your own family. I mean, you're going to be having normies just deny everything in front of their own eyes until it's too late, and they get their cheeks clapped by.
Yeah, except I've never seen a demon with my own eyes. Nor is anybody that I know, so... And there's also no scientific evidence to suggest that there's any demons that exist, so why would I believe that shit? Like, you're delusional for believing it. You are the normie in this case that is not immune to propaganda. Whether it be, you know, the propaganda from the media or the propaganda of the church. So...
Demons. So... that is this.
Now, maybe he's speaking metaphorically, in which case, sorry, I'm autistic. But
Movie, and the celebration of the psycho, again, you see it over and over again. And I think it's because we're becoming more of a psychopathic society. We're becoming more of a demonic society, where the demons are the hero,
demons aren't real,
or what they want to call anti-heroes, whatnot. People are really obsessed with this now. And they're always, I've noticed too, it goes back to kind of my Michael Cera analysis days, where like these little dweeb guys who are actually psychos are always shown in the good light, but in reality, the entire movie is just them manipulating people and trying
I don't think that that's usually shown in a good light. What are we talking about?
to dominate people and try to weasel their way around these social dynamics. And they're really
I'm pretty sure that gets criticized in the movies, right? Now, oftentimes it might be the case that that's like a character flaw that they have to work past, right? That's like a thing, because people are going to have the ability to do that in many cases.
skilled at it too. So you kind of have this. That's the thing, because they want to make Patrick Bateman look like the psycho. You know, they want to make Dolph Lundgren look like the psycho. In reality, it's more like these little dweebs who are the real psychos running around, right?
Yeah, the beautiful twinks.
So yeah, all these Patrick Bateman edits, and I don't think it's a one-to-one at all, really. You know, sure, there's going to be a spectrum, but I think you're going to see a lot more of these types running around. Another
Demons and voodoo both require idiots to believe in it. I mostly agree. I think, like, long term, yes. I think that, like, if you question it and you're like, okay, like, let's see, is there any evidence to back this up, and you genuinely consider it, I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with that. I don't think that makes you, less intelligent for being like, maybe this does have some credence to it. And then, like, trying to test it out and seeing, like, okay, like, what is the evidence of this? Let me see if I can find anything on the matter, right? But if you just, like, fully believe in it with, like, zero evidence, then it's like, well, yeah, you're fucking retarded. You're just, like, deluded into this fucking fantasy because you want to feel like you're more important than you actually are.
Their perfect example is They Live. Okay, you have the hero. He undergoes a schizo's journey, if you will. He is awakened to the demonic, the alien, the archon element within the world. He tries to warn the normies. They don't listen to him. He ultimately defeats the psycho, but who...
Yeah, but he would have been a normie if he didn't witness anything. He would have been the normie in that case. It could have been literally anybody else, and if they see it, then they're going to be like, they're going to be perceived as a schizo. I feel like that goes without saying. So it's not a good example.
Defeats him in the end. It's the normie. The normie kills him in the end, okay? He's defeated by the normie, and this is the engine in which a lot of narratives are formed. And, even if you may defeat the archenemy, okay, you might just end up succumbing to the herd anyway, so... That's why I think the true schizo arc should be to awakening dormant schizos out of their cryo chambers. That should be the aim of the schizo, okay?
Right.
Now, of course, the psycho...
Yeah, awake me from my dormant chamber, or am I too much of a normie? I don't know where an autist
arc is going to always be to siphon this...
Like, is a normie between, like... Or sorry, is it an autist between normie and schizo, I would presume?
Much loosh energy they can from the normie, and the normie life is...
Or is it like directly in the middle of all of these? Like, is like the center of all three just autist? I want to be in the center of all three, because then I could be like the main character, which is my goal, of course.
To live in comfort and...
right now it presents schizo as the main character, but I'm not a schizo. So, I need autist to be in the center of this so that I can be the most important.
Peace and prosperity. Which,
because I refuse to identify as the schizo.
It's understandable. I understand why people would want to pursue that over, living a life like this. Of course,
I don't pursue either. I don't pursue any of these.
Schizo really is just
autist beats all of these. Just be a fucking autist and you'll win against all of these groups. Because if you're an autist, you can hyperfixate on how normies operate and then beat them. Just by like memorizing like what types of arguments are convincing to normies and the way that you need to present them, which is actually very simple. It's actually not as complex as you would think. You just sort of have to like memorize like, okay, like here are going to be the things that are going to be the most convincing to this archetype of human being, and here are going to be the motivating factors for why they believe a certain thing. So if you want to convince them of something, that's how you do it. You know, when it comes to a schizo, you're gonna have to like present, you know, logic and reasoning that's gonna, you know, fit within like, you know, patterns that they recognize, right? Now it's also gonna depend on how schizo they are, but it's generally gonna be more logical argumentation. And in order to beat the psycho, you just have to find differences between them and a normie, which is gonna just be like pure, you know, pattern recognition based on the inferential content of the types of things they say and how they react in different scenarios, because it's always going to be a little bit different. Because a psycho cannot perfectly replicate a normie, because if they were, then they would be fundamentally no different from a normie. They're going to be doing things in their interactions that distinguish them from normies, because otherwise they wouldn't be manipulating you. They would just be operating as a normie. Now, some of the time they might be operating as a normie in order to manipulate you into thinking you're one, and then later down the line, once they've gained your trust, right? But that's why you always have to be on edge. That's why you can't trust a normie. Does that make sense?
The Gregoire in the normie's mind. That's why the tinfoil hat is there. It's just a symbol. Always wear what they call you with a badge of honor. Again, a notable example of the schizo would be Terry Davis, okay? I mean, people want to think he's crazy. People want to say, you know, whatever, but he certainly was
I don't know who he
not
is.
a fool. He was brilliant. He wrote his own OS, okay? Like, he wasn't, like, that's the thing about schizos, is that in the mind of the normie, they're fools. They're dumb. They're weird.
No, not necessarily. I'm of the belief that a lot of schizos are very intelligent in some ways and very insufficient in others. I just think it's like I view it as like a pro-con thing. Like, it's going to be a detriment in some ways, and it's going to be very helpful in others. If that makes sense. Normies cannot differentiate psychos from normies. I guess I'm not a normie then, because like, well, maybe I am. I think maybe there are going to be some psychos where it's like they're better at it, and then I just don't know, because I'm obviously only going to know of like the ones that are less good at it. Obviously, like if somebody is, you know, so good at being a psycho that I don't realize it, and it's not like I'm immune to manipulation either. Like, I was in an abusive relationship, so obviously I'm like on some level a normie, right? If I'm, you know, but also part of the abuse was like convincing me to ignore my intuition. But that's the thing, is like that person was more NPD, and ultimately it was a battle between my emotions and my pattern recognition, and my pattern recognition won, so I broke up with her. You were not a normie, lol? Yeah, fair. I'm too terminally online for that, but I mean in terms of like this dynamic.
But a lot of them, like, he was an elite, okay? He schizomogs me to oblivion. He was brilliant, and it's very sad what happened to him. Very, very sad what happened to him. But of course, that is the vulnerability of the schizo, is the social isolation. The social isolation becomes a disease within itself, and then you can kind of lose yourself in that. And that's really what happened, I think. Oh, of course, I think there's a lot more happening behind the scenes as well that we aren't privy to. But
again, the type of person to watch this video is going to be somebody that identifies themselves as the schizo, because they're like, well, I'm lonely, so I can't be the normie, because, you know, they're the promoters of conformity. It's like, well, it's true, but there's more dynamics than this. You're not going to be some fucking, you know, savant just because you're, you know, lonely and don't conform to society. That doesn't mean you're good at anything. It doesn't automatically mean you're special. There's a lot of people that don't conform, that are just kind of average people. And I think that a lot of these people don't want to admit that. A lot of these people want to be main characters, and I think that that's sort of the point of this. That's what this appeals to.
the dynamic of it too is the social isolation aspect. You know, very sad.
Like, again, everyone watching this video is quite literally designed to, or not designed to, but like the whole design of this video is meant to get you to identify with the schizo. That's sort of the point. Now, I don't know if it's done disingenuously. I don't know if he's aware that he's doing this, or maybe he's just like, well, I want to find other schizos, so I'm going to appeal to them. Maybe that's what he thinks he's doing. But at the end of the day, what he's really doing is he's appealing to even normal people's sort of sense of wanting to be important, right? Again, nobody's going to identify with, oh, the person that's easily manipulated and falls for propaganda easily and supports the current thing and is ignorant. Yeah, that's me. That sounds exactly like me. Nobody's going to identify with that.
what happened to him. But of course, he was not a fool. He was not, insane. You can't operate at that level if you are like, dumb. So, because, and I've noticed a lot too, is that really hyper political people really, really are now clamping down on schizo takes and schizoism and whatever you want to
Depends on the schizo take.
call it, mystics. They want everything to be able to be explained in the lens and the framing of politics,
No, I want things to be able to be explained in the lens of logic and reasoning. If you don't have a logical argument for your position, then I'm sorry, but yeah, that has no place in politics. If it's just completely illogical and based on nothing other than conjecture. Like if it's just basic conjecture, you don't have any statistics or logical justification for your position, then yeah, why should that have an influence on political discourse? It doesn't really make any logical sense. I'm purely in favor of logic.
This group just wants power because of this, because they just want more resources for themselves. Everything is just explained in the dynamics of group politics. But as we know, there's a lot more levels to this reality than just...
No, for me, I view groups as a means to an end. I don't view them as the end-all, be-all. Right? So for instance, it's going to be the case that I come to conclusions independent of what different groups think. I just come to conclusions independently, not entirely independently. It's quite literally almost impossible to divorce yourself entirely from the influence of society. But I'd like to think I do a fairly good job at this. At least I'm better than average. At least I'd like to think. I can't know for sure. I can't know for certain. I don't know what goes on in the minds of other people with 100% certainty. I guess you could say I'm very uncertain of myself in a lot of ways. I'm certain in some ways, I'm uncertain in others. At the end of the day, when it comes to, groupthink, I only think of it as being useful as like a means to an end. I don't think that it's not really something that I would want to engage in. I want to get to the truth of the matter. Now, if it's the case that somebody is not particularly convinced by logic and reasoning, then I might, find alternative means to convince them, right? Like if it's the case that like somebody wants to feel accepted in a group, then that could also be a reason why they might advocate for a similar cause as me. And I might be like, well, here's, a cause that you could fight for. And here's some people that I think you would get along with, that type of thing. That can be effective as well, but I'd rather people agree with me on the basis of the merits of my arguments. I'd rather people agree with me, because what I'm saying is logical and true, not because they want to fit into some sort of group that I've created. Though, wanting to fit into a group, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I'd like it to be a little bit more complex than that, And there's a reason why I incentivize critical thinking. But I also incentivize agreeing with me to an extent. There's a deliberate balance there. Because I am of the belief that critical thinking, in its truest form, will lead you to similar conclusions that I've come to. Now, obviously, I would think that. I'm motivated to think that. And a lot of people that think things that are different from me will also think that. I'm not unaware of this fact. It's just that, I think you get the point. I'd like people to come to similar conclusions through similar means.
The political sphere. And these hyper-political people really, really don't like schizos. And they use normie shaming tactics against us. They call us stupid. They call us dumb. They call us, crazy out there. So,
if you say some deranged shit, it depends on what it is. I might make fun of them if they come to conclusions that are, wrong. And they don't have a logical justification for their argument. Like, yeah, of course, if somebody's saying fucking batshit crazy shit and they have no logical justification for it, yeah, I'm probably going to say, yeah, that person's fucking batshit insane.
Politics is really normie tier at this point. And all these guys are this, and they don't want anybody interfering with their harvest. So, of course, anybody calling out the political scene as just being a make-believe, a game, a charade, a bunch of people play acting, they get really, really mad when you start calling that out because you're interrupting their louche feast. So yeah, they're going to use normie shaming tactics against you. And they're going to get their cronies and their bully hybrid people to attack you as well. So let's take a look at the hybrid classes. Okay, we got the Dark Magician or the Lunatic. Could go either way. But essentially,
can I be the lunatic?
What it is a psycho who has undergone the occult knowledge of the schizo and is now using that to enable him to dominate normies to a higher degree. Okay, there's that one, and then
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
there's a lunatic where it's more like the Joker, and they just kind of want to see the world burn. They're not really
Oh, hell yeah, dude. We live in a society. I'm like the Joker.
interested in climbing the hierarchy and dominating normies. They just want everything just to kind of burn to the ground. And so that's
So
what I
what's
think what the
based?
Joker is. You know, because Batman's kind of like a schizo. Let's be real. Okay, he's got visions of bats. He's hunting down psychopaths all day, and he has been completely ostracized by normie society. In order for him to even go out in the normie society, he has to wear a normie mask. Okay.
Uh-huh.
The hybrid between the psycho and the normie would have to be the crony or the bully. Because psychopaths, let's
Oh,
give it to them, they're
dude, is that
intelligent.
me? Is that me? Because I make fun of people on the internet?
They're charismatic. They can see how the incentive structure of normie society is used, so they hijack that. But a psycho normie hybrid is not intelligent. He's not highly charismatic. He's a bully. He wants to
Oh, so he's like me then. Okay, so that's like where I
dominate
am.
normies, but he just isn't quite at the level of a psycho.
Right. Okay. So it's like where
And
I
so
am.
he
Right?
becomes a crony, often working for psychos in order to at least give him some semblance of a loose feast for him to dominate the normies. And then we kind of have
Oh no, I'm just a crony that works for myself, actually.
the schizo-curious normie hybrid here, and they are the people who like low-tier, low-hanging fruit conspiracies, Bigfoot, UFOs, Loch Ness Monster, stuff like that.
So shit that has zero evidence behind it.
And they're really drawn to infotainment type of stuff. They're not going to go super deep into the dynamics of what makes up this reality. They're not going to look into things that are very compelling.
So like you're an actual conspiracy theorist. So you're saying is like, oh, that's just like the entry. That's like entry level stuff. If you believe that, like you're not schizo enough. You need to be more schizo to be the main character.
They just want things that are sensational. They like glamour. They like glitz. They want things, aliens building pyramids. They want stuff like that.
So I'm definitely not there.
And it's these types really who dominate.
Why is it the case that I identify more with schizo than what you just described as being between schizo and normie? I don't identify with the description of normie, though I don't think that I'm pretty sure that the intention is that you intuitively want to identify with the schizo. I think that's a fundamental flaw of the video. I think that if these three categories of people were described in a more neutral context, right, with pros and cons to each, right, not just like a bunch of cons for two of them and then mostly pros for the other, then I would think, because I should not be identifying the most with the schizo, right?
The infosphere.
Or perhaps that's a form of conformity. I'm conforming to whatever is the most appealing. You could say that.
Schizos are too wrapped up in nitty little details of archons and how different energy structures work and what plane we're on, and just very specific things. Whereas the schizo-curious normie, the glitz and the glam, the explosions and the boom pow really elevates them into the dominant scene of what's going on in the schizo realm. Flashy entertainment and whatnot. So yeah, there's hybrids. There's probably way more hybrids than that, but that's just what we're gonna deal with.
I feel like I don't fit into any of these categories, not even the hybrid ones. Maybe I'm a crony. I want to dominate people. Woo! Yay! I don't really.
With today. Yeah, as soon as you start to criticize,
I actually want to be. Wait. What if you want to be dominated? Are you like a reverse crony? Are you like a? Where would you fit on the spectrum if you want to be dominated by hot women?
examining everything as pure politics and start to layer on a different dynamic of reality on top of that, that's not going to go well with their narrative. So, but again, let me know if you have any experience with this dynamic. If you have lots of people have families in this dynamic.
I don't know. I'm an autist. I don't really fit anywhere. I don't know. You'd probably say that I'm a normie. Actually, no. No, I'm too autistic. I don't think. You would probably say, I'm guessing that the person that made this video would say that I'm somewhere between normie and psycho. That's my belief. I think that that's what the opinion of the person that made the video would be. I could be wrong though, but I'm guessing based on what other people who don't like the things that I have to say about them and say about me. I've been accused. I've been told that, oh, you're Femyoz, you're a fucking bully. You're so mean to people. And it's like, well, yeah, if they deserve it, yeah, I am fucking mean to people. Now, I am somebody that will weaponize certain social standards against people that I don't like. That doesn't mean that I believe in the social standards. I just think that they're useful sometimes. For instance, lookism. is lookism logical? No, but it's biologically, like we're biologically wired as a species to care about people's looks, even though in the context of moral worthiness, like in terms of like what's morally relevant, it's not at all. In terms of the validity of what somebody is saying, it's not determined by their looks. But I might, in a way, take advantage of the fact that there's a right-winger that's extremely ugly and disgusting looking. I'm going to make fun of the way that they look because it makes people, it sort of, takes into account the fact that people want to be, more associated with the people that are, desirable. And, if that person's considered undesirable, then I obviously, wouldn't want them to be, I wouldn't want to underlook that, right? Like if there's a right winger, I want to make them, come across as undesirable as possible. So I'm guessing on that basis, he would put me somewhere between psycho and normie. But I would say that I'm more complex than that. I don't know. In a way, I see myself in all three to an extent. I kind of shift around. I also have like a constantly shifting perception of myself. I've never been diagnosed with a BPD, but I might be because my self-perception do be shifting. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just some like retard. Yeah, where does retard fit on the list?
Lots of people have, career jobs, Okay, people at the top might be more like this. Maybe you're like this and your coworkers are like that. And you have to deal with that on a daily basis. That can be really frustrating. And that's why a lot of schizos don't really progress in the career because they're beating their psycho bosses. The psycho bosses aren't liking that. And so they're getting the normie coworkers to shame them and to keep them in place. But yeah, let me know if you have any other examples of this dynamic playing out in me.
See, if I shame somebody, it's gonna be of my own volition, though. But it's never gonna be like from the standpoint of being malicious. I just like view it as a tool to get the outcomes that I want. But the outcomes that I want are ones that are for the betterment of society, right? So like being in favor of trans people having rights, for instance, right? That is a positive outcome because it ultimately maximizes the happiness of trans people to the detriment of nobody, right? So like I'm going to use whatever tactics are necessary in order to achieve the positive outcome that will benefit society. So I don't really know how it would be categorized on this list. I'm guessing because I think that conspiracy theories are bullshit that he'd put me somewhere between psycho and normie. For saying that like, yeah, the notion that the fucking Loch Ness monster is real is fucking deranged schizo shit. Like, yes, I would say that. So
media in real life. This comes to mind. If I do have a favorite character from the Bible, it's going to be John the Baptist. Okay, John the Baptist is like an elite schizo, and even when the normies,
well, the Bible is like a load of shit. It's like norm slop as well. Like you can't claim to be, a complete schizo, but then like you're enough of a normie to, believe in Christianity, which is literally just a control mechanism that was created. And I mean, basically every religion is a control mechanism to control the thoughts and actions and behaviors, essentially, of people that live within the society, right? Or there's a reason why the concept of hell exists. It's not because it's logical or makes sense in the context of an all-loving, all-forgiving God, but it doesn't matter if it's logically consistent or not because the normie doesn't care about logical consistency. They care about emotional gratification, right? They care about like what seems, the most emotionally logical. Not emotionally logical, but like what do they emotionally feel like is the case, right? And I think that a perfect example of this is Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager only makes sense if you're retarded, essentially. Like if you're a retarded normie that's easily brainwashed, you're gonna believe in shit like Pascal's wager, right? Whereas somebody who's got any modicum of intelligence is gonna see, oh, that shit's like a really retarded argument, and here's why.
Defeated him. He still won out. His schizo won out in the end when he started speaking in tongues when he was decapitated. Okay, that's like the ultimate beat back on the normie. I think Odin is a good schizo god too. You know, Odin's trying to beat the psycho in his quest, and he goes through the schizo arc of, you know, going through the hanging on the world tree.
I don't know, I feel like I'm all three of these things. I feel like I'm perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Okay, I think that I'm a psycho, schizo, and normie. You know, I got the autistic pattern recognition skills based on the inferential content of what somebody is saying. I'm able to use social norms when it's useful. Though I don't necessarily agree with them. And I'm also able to, you know, what would be the psycho characteristic? I guess, well, I guess the psycho characteristic would be that I would use, what should we call it? Fucking, social norms in order to achieve the outcomes that I want. That'd probably be the most psychotic characteristic that I have. But it comes from a place of wanting to make the world a better place. So, yeah. Anyways, this stream died in the algorithm. Interesting. I'm gonna restart stream.